be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing Crossfire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Back and see if they can make something happen there. Doesn't end up necessarily coming through. Excavate and Josh combining for one, but King here for a couple of trades. Pops out that pistol, helped out as well, but honestly didn't really need the help. He's getting the job done himself. Kai's down. And need another step up from the TBI members. Bevel, what is that spray transfer?
With that C4 down, it will change the tempo. This is tough again for SG. Couple 2v4s though. Series goes one in this map, and it might be another one here as well. Not bad. Hang on a second, it's just Dirty Death. He's so low. Surely a dead man walking. Fine. You're right though. I mean, VBL traditionally one of, normally the quicker side, and that's exactly what they like to do. These pops that come through this time, it does not work. Looking, but committed to the fight, and when he does, he commits well. Double 4 stocks before he's traded out by Slayer, who gets 2 of his own. Hang on a second. 3 in total, and now we're cooking. 2v2. And rapping forward. 7 going to get caught as well. Fighting towards me, comics up close. He might be in a bit of trouble. He's full blind. Oh, lines them up and drops them down. That is beautiful work.
13 seconds left to go. Lazarus, I think they've left it too late, even if it's a clean entry to the site, which to be fair, it was not bad. But it was always going to be hard. It was always going to be tough, and I think Knight impossible to push in. Madison, though, just run down. Great flash assist in there.
Ooh.
But Vise for the 2-man trade. What is that from Vise? Okay, we're back. This is the Vise we wanted to see.
Extend is pretty smartly played. Step swing on the corner, line claw one more. Hold on the spray. Oh, he's going to get yet another. It really is, right? Retaking double snipe is always asking a lot. Pistol pulled out for a double. Alucard given the chance of a reload as well. I cannot believe this is now the potential of the round. He's trying to get off the C4, and he does. Oh my God, Flex.
All he really needs here is the one little tap for Dirty, holding his nerve. Now it's on to Madison. Quick trade straight away. Love to see it, but he's lost a lot of HP as well, and the spam through. But Nade goes in on to Gainer. First couple of shots will be good, but Booker, even though Lazarus knew the setup was there, they're not able to crack it. HTZ missing the shot. Is he aware? Has he spotted HTZ? He must have.
Whoa! No! What? No!
Are you kidding? Slows down into mid, but not for very long, because GV want to go through that smoke, and Kiko can't do anything about it. Alucard will double down the collateral.
Doesn't really feel all that great. This one is so quick off the offset.
Up a little bit. Excavate really under the pressure. Pistols out. Famous can't get there to get the kill in time to save his mate. He can get the trade at least. Headshots on offer here. Jaguar down low. Both players.
If Brando gets a kill, that's bad.
What?
And he actually does. Him and Josh combining. Oh, I cannot believe it's another round that's fallen apart for Anubis. They have the opportunities right in front of them.
But Real problem is going to be Dipsy coming in for the knife, and he's missed it. Oh, he's got the second chance. Does drop pretty quickly, but Slayer, the spray control. Oh, and 3. Was a little bit of a slower performer yesterday as well. Let's see what he can do here. Nice double, and even more than just that. So he's definitely heard me. Doubt that 3BL are too concerned about that for the moment, though they will potentially start to be after Spoxy finds the double snare. Chan back in with one taunt. Kind of corralling LCK into the setup that they've built. Look at that, it's too easy.
And keep it competitive. This one, they are. So for us, that's all we care about. Snare, nice shot. Gets away into Zane.
Easily, and then if it goes into the 1v1 against Raffen, well, that would be doable. And he lines them both up. If 3PL give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, that's for sure. Horus working his way across. He spotted out the gun barrel of Spoxy. Surely, did he? I don't know.
Hello everybody and welcome. It's week 6 already of the CFWL Season 2. Hard to believe we've already made it this far, but excited to be back in the action here. Of course, I've got Laz alongside me as well. How are you feeling today, Laz?
Doing good, man. It's been a little while for you and I here on the desk, but we got ourselves some pretty good action, and I'm looking forward to it, man. There's some banger games that we got going on here today.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty exciting season so far, and I think it's going to get even more intense as we dive into our final 2 weekends of the regular season. Of course, so far it has been kind of the same story when you look at the overall standings. LCK and 3BL still those teams that are out in front early on and kind of holding on to those spots throughout the regular season. 3BL, though, looking a little bit more crisp, I would say, compared to what we saw in Season 1 in the regular season, where LCK was a little bit more neck and neck with them throughout. But I think the interesting story here, Laz, is going to be that 3rd through 6th position. That's still kind of wide open.
Yeah, it really is, and it's so surprising too, right? Because again, we're kind of looking at, Anubis is kind of holding on right now for that number 3 spot, but like you said, essentially it's just wide open right now, and it's all going to be about these last couple weeks where, can these teams find themselves a 2-0? That's going to be obviously a huge difference maker. I mean, the 1-1s can do something, but man, if any of these, top or 3 to 6 teams are going to go 0-2, like that is going to be detrimental. That is going to go so negatively against them that this could just become a whole wide open ball game. So that's what makes me pretty excited. But I mean, I don't know about your thoughts, Kyle, but I mean, just looking at the matches we got going on here, I mean, there is definitely conversation about potential 2-0s.
Yeah, there definitely is. When you look at teams like LCK and 3BL, anything other than a 0-2 is going to be a huge momentum boost for those teams up against them, especially considering they both play a bottom 2 seeded team. So it's going to be tough for both TBI and for Swamp Gaming to make it happen. But before we jump into the action, let's go ahead and cut to a quick video of GV to get their thoughts.
Ooh.
Hi everyone, my name is Seven and I'm the team captain of GV Esports. So as you might know, I didn't play the first season, but I was watching almost every game of my teammates, and yeah, I think they were not so happy about the result because last year we won both seasons and the first season we only placed 4th place, so obviously we were not happy about our team's performance. As you might have noticed, Min was a new entry fragger for us in the first season, but yeah, it didn't work out well. And we just changed back to our old roster because, yeah, I mean, we thought that we could play more aggressive actually with Min, but our team play I felt like wasn't on point. And now we just play with our old roster again. And I think our team chemistry will be on point, and then we also gonna perform much better. Coming into the second season, we did 2 changes. I think the most important change will be that Creeds won't be IGL anymore. I think Creeds is a great IGL, but he's one of our star players and he should definitely focus on his individual performance, because usually he's dropping high numbers for us, and I will take over the IGL role again, and I feel comfortable like calling and also focusing on my individual performance as well. This is what I basically did the last couple of years. And then also Nuke is our second substitute. I think we played with him a couple of times in the last couple of years as well, and he's a great player. And in case we need someone, I mean, hopefully we're gonna play always with the full team, but in case we need someone, we have a great second substitute with Nuke. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm looking forward to playing against Swamp Gaming from NA. Like 2 of my friends playing for this team, Famous and also Kai's, my ex-teammate Kai's. And I think both of them are probably the best players in NA of all time. So I think we can expect some good individual performances from them. And then they have also Brando, a veteran player. And I would guess that Swamp Gaming make it to the top 4 if they perform well. And yeah, so probably gonna see them in the playoffs. I mean, I feel like obviously 3BL is still a favorite, winning also the second season. But this time they can expect a much better opponent with GV. I mean, Encore in the first season was doing okay, 4th place, decent job. But I mean, last year we proved that we basically were able to dominate the whole year in West, except winning the qualifiers, unfortunately. But I mean, I'm pretty confident that we're gonna win the second season and also gonna win the qualifiers if we perform at our peak. Again, I have the 4 best European players playing alongside me. I'm just making sure the team chemistry is on point, and then we're gonna win both the season and also the qualifiers. And yeah, thank you to all fans for your unconditional and endless support. And yeah, it feels good to be back. Finally, Seven is back, and yeah, see you hopefully this time in China and back on stage.
Well, definitely some interesting thoughts there from Seven. Honestly, the most surprising one to me was him expecting NA to make the playoffs their first season back, but I guess after the performance they put up at last year's CFS, maybe he just thought they were going to be a much stronger team than what they've shown here, but I think it also just speaks to the level of competition we've seen so far this season, Laz, and I think this first match of the day is a great showcase of that.
Yeah, I agree, and it definitely was really interesting to hear just a little bit of Seven's thoughts, right? Like you said, it caught me a little off guard when he was talking about Swamp being potentially a top 4 team, and I was like, sure, why not? And the other thing I love too is, like, now that we're looking at the rosters, he made a comment about, look, like, I'm confident we're going to win this thing. I have the 4 best European players, and honestly, I think that's a pretty interesting, bit of a sentiment from these guys, because again, like, I think we do know these guys are a strong team. But I think it's just a matter of getting the pieces to, fit properly, I think. And that's always been kind of the inconsistencies, I would say, for GV. But we know they can do it. It's just a matter, can they do it now when it matters the most? And we talked about this situation. The maps are already picked, which is going to be Compound and Ankara. So this is, I think this is a pretty decent veto, I would say, in my perspective. Unless, Kyle, you have any other thoughts. Ankara might be a bit of that shaky one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to who's going to be a little bit more consistent on the day. I feel like both of these teams have had a lot of back and forth in their overall performance, and this is that point in the season where you really have to elevate if you want to secure yourself a place in the top 4 when it's all said and done, because both of these teams, they're kind of on the bubble right now, and it's not really going to get too much easier when you've only got 3 more matches after today left to play. So for both of these teams, I think this is an important head-to-head, just knowing when you have a team like LCK or 3BL in your path, that might be an automatic loss for you in the standings. So when you look at those other teams that are right around the same rank, it's a huge implication for their potential end to the season here.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing, like you were kind of alluding to, is the fact that, GV, they are in that 6th place, right? So, I mean, for them, like, they have a different path than I think than some of these other teams, but it doesn't necessarily mean, like, Anubis is going to be one of those conversations potentially for the 2-0. Yes, it could be there. We know these teams have played each other before. Anubis is only sitting at that, 4-4 record right now in that 3rd place, but it's definitely tight, right? I mean, that's the thing, and we've seen them have some really stellar performances. We've also had, the performances where maybe not so good, but I don't know, things are looking pretty good already as we get things started right away. And Anubis, they open it up with 2 opening duels in their favor.
Yeah, huge way to get the ball rolling. Anubis already a 5-on-3 situation. Still, GV looking for that early round potential. Going to be dropping the C4 in the backside of mid, but Seven trying to find that opening in mid with FaZe. Meanwhile, Creed's starting to creep up over towards the A bomb site. Jaguar still holding on to this off-angle position. He's already been good for 2 on the round, looking to try and make that a third. He is going to be challenged in the 2-on-1 here. Has a chance to catch them off guard. Almost gets the double. Creed's down to 6 HP, but Jaguar, he's already done a lot of work in this round.
Yeah, this is really, really good work, and honestly impressive from Jaguar, because again, like, I've talked a lot about him in the past, of this season, just saying, like, look, he's somebody that I felt like has kind of reinvented himself a little bit better. He's playing a lot more like fluid in his own way. The fact that he's able to start off this opening round with a 3K is pretty insane, and now just leaving it to FaZe and Creeds by themselves. Creeds gets taken out. It's all down to FaZe here on the 1-on-4. He has to come alive, but he's only got the 50 seconds remaining, and yes, he's able to find this one, but now the HP's getting low. Down to 26. Sold in the C4. Almost able to find himself another shot, but the job will get done. And Anubis, they're going to start things off with a pretty good opener here.
Yeah, honestly, for Anubis, that is the right way to set the tone. Now, GV, they've got to find a quick response here before the build starts to work in favor of Anubis on number of rounds here. Just getting that early momentum, but Dipsy, the collateral in the B pillars, takes down Creeds and 7. Another devastating double pick to start things off. And GV, this is just a tough uphill battle, it feels like already, but it's not necessarily because of their own doing. Anubis just playing very assertive so far on the GR side.
Yeah, man, that's so true. And I love to see this, right? I mean, this is where we were talking about Anubis, like a team that they're still playing together, like in essentially a house, and they're all like boot camping all the time. And it's definitely starting to show, right? And now the fact that Dipsy's able to start something off with the 2-0, getting the collat, magnificent. And already losing these players one by one. Dipsy again now, he wants to put himself leading the charge here with Jaguar, sitting at 3 kills without death. Now leaving it to Snox and Awesome by themselves in a tough situation too, because again, the bomb's already dropped it back in mid, so they have to go all the way back. They have a lot of work cut out for them. They do know that, most likely Anubis probably going to have the 2-2 setup, but it's not going to be easy. If Anubis play this disciplined, that's going to be the name of the game here. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not going to make it easier either. Jaguar comes from the back, and now all down to Awesome. He's been able to do some pretty big things, but this is a big request, and he gets the 1-on-1 duel, but Dipsy will be able to find everything done, puts himself for the quad in that second opening round, and my God, this is a statement being made here from Anubis.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing, though. I haven't had a chance to see these guys in a couple of weeks, but it feels like they're a lot more proactive as a team now than what we saw earlier in the season. Master, again, they find the opening pick right away, already putting that pressure onto GV, and this is exactly what you want to do against this type of team, because when GV feels like they have control over the map, they're such a strong team to go up against. But Anubis, again, getting proactive, finding the picks. Another round starts off 5-on-3, and it almost puts GV backs against the wall every single round so far.
Yeah, this is such a good important detail you brought up, right? I mean, it's the fact that Anubis, especially on the GR side, they're finding these opening duels. This is huge, because now when you win that fight, you can just play back, right? Like, you can kick back, relax a little bit more, and that adds way more pressure here for the attacking side of GV. So this is not going to be an easy thing, and the fact they've already lost FaZe and Snox is a huge effect too. So, I mean, this is a lot of work cut out for them again, and they haven't really been able to find more than 1 kill on each player. 7 still looking for himself on something right now. This is becoming a bit of a problematic situation. And again, there was a video talking about for GV's history. This group has been together a long time, but now they're going to have to get out of the thick of things. Dipsy almost lands that shot, but now he gets a second life, and now he can just fall on back. GV going to regroup into mid, getting ready for the fight. Doom just on the other side of this, as well as Jaguar. This is a really good little bit of a connection between these players, but look at how well and patient they're being, Kyle.
Got some really nice setup on the other side of it for Anubis. Jaguar finds the opener on the push. Doom able to find another, and Jaguar catches Awesome blind, and it's just not working out at all for GV on this side of the map so far, which is kind of a surprise, I would say. I normally look to GV as one of those teams that's usually quite strong on their blacklist side, a little bit more aggressive than other teams, but this time around, Anubis, it feels like I'm seeing a completely different team than what I would normally expect from this roster. They're pushing forward, they're getting these aggressive angles early on, and GV just doesn't seem prepared for that.
No, exactly. And I mean, the thing is too, is I think what we're starting to see, especially from, you know, a team like Anubis, is the fact that, you know, historically they have good sides on the GR, but it's never this early on. It's never this aggressive, and them finding these opening duels or getting themselves in, you know, a 2-0, 3-0 lead. So that makes a pretty big difference, right? Like, these guys are really starting to put the pressure on. They're just trying to make sure they can set the tone for what they want. And now even this tactical coming in from GV, like, you can already tell that they've kind of lost control of this already. So this is a good moment for them just to cool things down, slow the momentum, and just kind of regather their thoughts. And you can see Seven's kind of hard at work here, just talking to the guys, figuring out, okay, like, what do we need to do differently? Because I think the first thing is, let's not get killed in the first like 15 seconds. Let's figure out how we can find that opening duel.
Yeah, the tough thing here, though, is when you take attack pause this early, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because if you come in after the attack pause and then lose that next round, it can almost create this mentality that you're not sure how to react to this team for the rest of the match. So I hope it doesn't play against GV, but at the same time, if you're Anubis, you can't take your foot off the gas here. You've got to keep doing what you're doing, because it's working so well to disrupt what GV likes to do on these maps, because they're a team that likes to hold safe, late execute out of mid, but when you're going into that 3v5, it's an almost unwinnable position for GV. So they need to keep remaining aggressive in the early round and finding these kills, because every time they do it, they're finding a key entry fragger on GV and taking them out of the mix very early on, which I really like from Anubis, and I hope they continue to do this throughout the match.
Yeah, me as well. No, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing too is, like, it's a mixture of players, right? I mean, it was first Jaguar that was able to get himself the triple, and the following round is Dipsy getting the quad. So it's not just like one player is kind of being the difference maker. The whole team is being the difference. And that's a very big thing to see here. So again, GV did call the attack. We'll see if this is going to pan out nicely for them. There's no AUM here on the deck for these guys. They're just going to go straight rifles here on the BL side, and they're going to try things a little bit differently. Nades now coming in through the A main, and a little bit of aggression coming from Doom, so he's actually going to get caught, but Jaguar only good for one. And Snox able to find himself the double as well, so now this is looking a lot better, a lot more efficient than what we saw before, and Master sure gets a little bit of a consolation prize, but all of a sudden it's just down to Dipsy by himself with the minute and 30 remaining. This is not an easy situation. A wounded Snox, but again, he's got his work cut out for him here, and this is not going to be an easy retake unless we see GV just being too aggressive. But you can see the Dipsy panning things out. Will he be able to check around the corner? He will not, and there we go. GV, they finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, really nice response there from GV, putting that extra pressure onto mid early on. Anubis, though, at the same time, kind of changed things up a little bit as well, playing a passive stack instead of an aggressive pick setup in mid, and it did not work out well for them at all. The nade stack took them pretty low early on, so I'm hoping they revert a little bit closer back to what we saw in the opening couple of rounds here, and you can see they are shifting focus in that direction. You've got Jaguar playing forward over on A long. On the other side, Anubis playing just a couple players passive towards the B-bomb site, leaving mid a little bit more exposed, and I think this is how they need to play here. A lot of teams will overemphasize wanting to hold the mid position because a lot of teams will late execute out of it, but mid for the GR side, if you play it too close, it's just so easy to be exploited by the utility there.
Well, and especially if they're going to starting to get aggressive, like, you know, that Seven was talking about with the rifles, is definitely going to make a big difference here too. So considering you have the double AUMs coming in from Anubis, which I think is actually, if I'm not mistaken, that's quite new for them. Like, I don't think they always kind of ran this setup all the time. I know a team like LCK, they like to do that, obviously, people like with both their teammates, but this is it's a cool tactic we're seeing from Anubis. It's panning out well, but now GV gonna get themselves through mid. They got themselves towards the bracket. Are they gonna be able to find themselves the opening? That's the main question here. Now the split's coming in. Design just on the other side of the wall here. He's gonna be able to get the intel. He comes in for a swing, but he's not able to find anything at all. GV, they pull the rug under them now. And they have the advantage in the numbers. Master can't seem to find any sort of connection. Now leaving it to Dipsy. He's no longer for the world. And now GV put up a flawless round to get a second.
Yeah, right now GV they're making the right decisions. That's putting that extra pressure on to mid. It seems to be the weak point for Anubis. And if they continue to force that fight, I think they're going to be in a really good position here. You've got Snox as well starting to come to life along with FaZe, getting these key entries and making sure they hold the numbers earlier on. And they also seem, after that tack pause, a little bit more prepared for that counter aggression on the GR side. And they've almost set up these little traps across the map to try and deal with that. So really good tack pause value, I'd say, coming out of GV.
No, it really is. And I'm glad you said that, because I was just thinking the exact same thing. It's like, look, this is, you know, we were talking about it's a double-edged sword calling it that early, but clearly it's panning out well for these guys. And I mean, they're only one round difference here from tying this game right back up. And now Anubis, they have to kind of readjust themselves a little bit here as they've lost that momentum, but they still have the lead nonetheless. And double players here. And oh my goodness, I thought Design might have been able to find himself an easy one, but FaZe actually comes in with a bit of a quick scope and he gets something started already. And this is what we were talking about. This is what we wanted to see from GV to win these opening engagements. And Master needs to be able to find something, but it's going to be 2 misses. And now he's out. Now this is GV again with the 5-on-3.
Yeah, I mean, right now for GV, they're finding the advantages earlier on here, which is exactly what was missing from their side earlier on. So it is going to be Doom going down as well. Jaguar trying to get the flank to happen for himself once again. Able to find at least one from this angle. Snox down to about half, but it doesn't seem to stop him there. Jaguar going to go down. Dipsy left in a 1 versus 4. GV already looking for their 3rd in a row to tie things up here. Creed's going to go down. Dipsy looking for that secondary to follow it up, but GV makes the smart call. They're going to go ahead and push through and plant this one safely on the B-bomb side.
Yeah, this is a perfect position here too, because again, like, they had the time, they knew they can just go for this. One of the hardest sites, in my opinion, to retake on. So for Dipsy, like, he's got a lot of work cut out for him here. I mean, he doesn't have any more utility. Snox, again, very low, but now he has to be able to go for a big firefight. Now he's making his presence known. They know exactly where he is, so they don't have to worry about a flank. They don't have to worry about anything like that. Dipsy just trying to get the perfect timing, but it's not going to come into any sort of effect. And GV now, from that tack, have been able to come 3 in a row, making it a 3-3 scoreline. And now we're going to see FaZe. He's going to actually equip the as well. So now they're starting to switch things up just a little bit more. But man, this is definitely going to feel a lot better than what we were seeing here for GV. Now able to find another opening duel. The tables have really turned here, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that's due to FaZe and Snox continuing to cause a lot of trouble. 3 rounds since the tack pause, and they've got 14 combined between these 2 players. FaZe finally going down, though, this time around. Design getting the better of him in that situation. Now it's fairly equalized for the moment, but still awesome. Wants to take this fight from the mid tower. You can see Doom getting a little bit anxious on the angle, spots Snox out, gets the repeak onto him, and that is exactly what they needed to start off this hold on the mid push. But awesome, goes through the smoke, good for 2 on the drop down. Not what you want to see there if you're an Anubis fan, but Jaguar and Dipsy, they still have a chance to hold on here. If Dipsy can hold the line on the B-bomb side, he's good for 2-7. Not going to be able to do anything. Good for 3. It's Dipsy with the quick reactions on the B-bomb side.
Okay, well, that's one way to get yourself back into the lead, I guess, right? And GV were looking so good, man. They were finding themselves some really good connections, but these highlights coming in, like something like this from Dipsy to find the triple, just 1 by 1 by 1. You love to see it if you're an Anubis fan, and now it's a 4-3 scoreline. And GV, I mean, they're making it really competitive. This is where, you know, the first couple rounds were looking like Anubis could have been taking this a lot more assertively, but now things are becoming a bit more of a nail biter, and GV reevaluating the game plan just a little bit more. FaZe in the back lines here, just expecting some kind of big B main push. Instead, GV just going to obtain this mid control, waiting things out. Anubis on a 3-2 setup, actually kind of splitting things off a little bit here. Dipsy kind of playing a little bit more towards the B main entrance, and as well as Design playing quite aggressive as well, just getting this intel. And this is a very interesting setup. I mean, Anubis are really kind of, you know, just investigating and kind of scouting things out. Now you can start to see their compositions changing even again.
Yeah, right now for Anubis, it's really going to be playing this angle carefully for Jaguar, especially behind that box. A very risky position to play against the M4 of Snox, who almost takes him down, but Jaguar now seizes the opportunity to find that opening kill. Takes down 7, but here comes the push from the rest of GV. Creeds works his way in, but Dipsy on the support play from Vent, able to find Creeds. Here comes the rotation as well. GV now boxed in inside of the GR spawn. Design to be good for one. Awesome and FaZe trying to fight their way out of this one, but FaZe gets them lined up. 2 kills back to back for him. Awesome able to find another, and things are starting to look a little bit dicey now for Anubis. The 2v5 down to a 2-on-1 situation.
I can't even believe this. I mean, this is the situation now. Design needs to come alive. He's got the HP advantage, right? He's sitting at 67. Both Awesome and FaZe, they're very low. They're critical. So this is an opportunity here. I mean, the number advantage is in for GV, I guess, but again, the HP puts a very interesting question here for Design, and he somehow misses that shot, just hitting the edge of the box, and now he can't be able to find it. Flash is coming in. C4 going to go down. He has a lot of work cut out for him here to see what he's able to find on this 1-on-2. They're both playing different positions, and now Design still scoping things out. It's all about the duel. It's all about landing the shot here. A reload coming in just to have that extra ammo in case he needs it. And Awesome needs to stay alive, but he cannot. He's just going to get spammed away. And Design, after a chaotic round, will be able to have the hero and wear the cape, and he's got himself a 5th round.
Yeah, really good attempt there from Awesome and FaZe. It was so close, but at the end of the day, you shouldn't be in a 2-on-5 to begin with. GV just, again, giving up too many early picks over to Anubis, but a lot of that is still thanks to Dipsy and Jaguar, but this time it's FaZe who finds the opener, catches Master, getting a little bit too aggressive in mid. Jaguar able to follow it up with Doom and get that kill traded out onto Snox, but Creeds really wants to continue to find those opening picks himself here, looking for that advantage. But GV, this is where they've got to be careful. They have this tendency to try and make things happen individually, and when that doesn't work, things can backfire very quickly. But this time, again, it's going to be FaZe finding the kills. 13-2 from this guy since the reset.
Yeah, no, he's definitely popping off right now, and this is what you'd love to see for GV, right? I mean, he's one of those guys that, you know, you expect some big things, and he might not be able to give it all the time, but when he does, man, it's definitely scary. And the fact that he's top fragging like this is pretty much mayhem. And I mean, this is something that Anubis now have to realize, that he's starting to cook a little bit with that premium gas. It's all about what Anubis are going to be able to do with the man disadvantage here on the 3-on-4, and that's going to be a good start here. Jaguar still trying to contest just by himself. He does find himself Creeds, which is a really big opener. Somebody that hasn't been too hot so far this game, but like Seven alluded to in his interview, he talked about, you know, he's probably one of the strongest players. But now Anubis bringing things back to an equal footing on the 3-and-3. Bomb's just going to be dropped here outside of A main, and now Jaguar again, he's going to be able to find himself an opening fight on the 1-on-1. FaZe comes in by himself. He's now able to get that little bit of retaliation, and Kyle, somehow, some way, we're back to a 2-and-2 with 36 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to the timing here. Dipsy finds the better of it. Able to find one, gets the second as well. What a reaction to also take down 7 in that situation. But again, it's just the team play proving to be superior here for Anubis, because the individual firepower from FaZe alone has gotten GV so many opportunities in this map to have won the first half. But Anubis, they're just a little bit more adaptable, which has given them a nice 6-3 lead to close out the first half.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it was kind of going back into the history books of what we've seen so far this season for Anubis is, like, they've had decent GR sides on this map, but now it's going to be about them switching things over on the attack, right, for being on the BL side. And I feel like there was some really good moments we saw from Anubis, but there was also some, you know, in the mid rounds that we saw that they were kind of giving up more bodies. They were getting a bit overzealous. So it does kind of make me wonder what's going on for Anubis right now. Like, I mean, it's good to have this kind of a buffer with 3 rounds, but we know that GV can be a strong, you know, defensive team. So I think for Anubis, I'm hoping they've been able to kind of dig a little bit deeper in the playbook and kind of reinvent the strategies here, because they're definitely going to need it. And GV have been playing quite well considering the scoreline.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to some of those missing pieces on this side of GV. I mean, Creeds has been very, very quiet on this map so far, and this is somebody they need to be performing at a high level if they want to take down Anubis, because you've got Snox, you've got FaZe already kind of playing on that level, especially FaZe, who's probably above that level right now on this map. But then you've got guys like Creeds and Awesome, who are normally very key to the success of GV, not having the best of maps here. But on the other side, for Anubis, I'd say they've looked pretty well-rounded. The only thing missing, I would say, for Anubis so far on this map has been Master very, very quiet in that first half, but he almost got a little overshadowed by the strong performance from Dipsy. But this time, a quick collision in the B tunnels is going to be Master and Dipsy finding the opening frags.
Yeah, and this is what we saw in the beginning of the first half too, right? This is where Anubis were coming in, getting the opening duels, finding themselves the man advantage early on, and they do it here, right? I mean, that is that 4-on-3, so they are still have the advantage. So this is a good note for them. But now it's a question if they're going to be able to, you know, find their way into the site. It's going to be the anchor of Creeds, and like you said, he's been a little bit quiet here. A moment here for him to shine, and a big moment indeed, because he's the one that needs to be able to anchor this and pop off as much as possible. His teammate's going to be able to help out. Now Snox just doing some heavy lifting here, finding himself the double, and Anubis, they run right into the mousetrap. They can't even get themselves their foot in the door of this site, and now just leaving it to Design by himself. A long mission, and Creeds will get the nail to the coffin, and GV bounce back.
Yeah, great rotation there from GV, really making it so difficult to get into the bomb site. Anubis just hesitating a little bit too long on the push and allowing GV to get the information that's likely where they were going. And when there is even somewhat of a stack on the hold towards the bomb site, it is so difficult to put pressure onto that position, especially when they don't have any mid flank to work with as well. It's really just kind of funneling out that singular doorway and window, which is so hard to put pressure from. So for Anubis, this is the big test for them. They're a good GR team most times we see them, but on the BL, this is where they've got to show us what they can do, and this is where Master's going to have to find that extra value, also now being the only on presence for Anubis in the second half.
Yeah, and that's a good start here for FaZe too. I mean, he's still cooking, man. He's still putting up some massive numbers, and he's definitely wanting to fight for that MVP status so far in this game. And now Awesome coming for a swing of himself here to see if he can get himself the double, and he will be able to. And now GV, once again, loading the kill feed for them. And now they haven't lost a single player yet. And Anubis leaving it down to Dipsy and Master. And like you said, Master's been somebody that's been a little bit quiet so far this game, and being the on player here for Anubis, he's going to have to make some big connections here. Still a minute left on the clock, but again, this is not an easy thing to go against. They have 5 different players to fight against for GV, and GV look really good in the coordination of the trade frags, so this is even harder than normal, right? But I do like that Anubis are just kind of burning things out on the clock, just waiting their options out, just trying to see what they can find. But I feel like this is going to be the most difficult site to come through, right? I mean, this is a bit of a choke point for them, so they're going to have to hit some serious shots, and they're going to have to hit them pretty quick. And FaZe in the site just waiting. Snox on the other side of this, 7 just behind the box. And they're just hoping, they're just praying that FaZe is going to overextend himself. Gets caught here with some damage, but look at that. He comes from a wide swing, a Ferrari swing, gets another kill, and now leaving it to Master. A lot of work cut out for him. 14 seconds remaining. Might be able to take out 70, will not, and GV again putting up 2 in a row since the second half now.
Yeah, a lot of it thanks to the mid-round picks. Awesome and FaZe doing a great job of finding 2 each in that one. Now Anubis, they've got to rethink things a little bit on their approach. The BL side proving to be a lot more of a challenge for them, and a lot of that is due to just not being able to break into that B bomb site so far. I'd love to see them maybe just go for a quick aggressive hit onto the A bomb site and test the waters in the opposite direction, because when you've got Awesome in mid and FaZe anchoring towards that B side of the map, it's hard to believe they're going to break into it comfortably. But if you go for maybe GV's weaker players in this map so far, 7 and Creeds, both leaning more so towards that A bomb site a lot of the time, I think they could have a pretty good chance of bringing this back. But they are going to be doing kind of the same thing we saw from GV in the first half after losing the first string of rounds, taking the tack pause. We'll see if they can find that same value.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the biggest question here. And this is a good time for it because, again, like the fact we're in the second half, they were able to start things off nicely. Now GV are climbing themselves right back into this game. Yeah, it's a good time for it. I mean, they need to figure out a new game plan. And I do agree. I think it would be nice to see Anubis kind of, you know, kicking up in a little bit more of a notch, just a bit more aggression on this. I would like that. Just to, again, test the waters, right? Like, let's see, like, how hot is it on the other side of the pool here? Like, let's figure this out. And I think it's a good moment because GV are starting to build this momentum. They're starting to look a lot more confident in what they're doing. And like we said, the GR side for GV has always been kind of the old faithful, right? So I think Anubis know that they have a lot of work cut out for them. So I think this is going to be a good moment of getting that re-aggression, finding that opening duel like they did in the very beginning of this game. And that might be the key to success here.
Yeah, it really could be. For Anubis, though, when you take attack pause, you've got to come out and win that next round, and this is where GV might be able to break them and get the lead back in their hands. If they can come out of the attack pause and win themselves another round, it could shatter that early confidence we saw from Anubis, because the big advantage for GV on this side of the map is they're not being disrupted in that same way anymore. They're allowed to get comfortable, which is what Anubis kind of took away from them in the first half by being so assertive on the GR, but I am surprised to see kind of the polar opposite on this side of the map from them so far, playing a lot more reserved on the BL and kind of waiting to see if the fight will come to them. But this time, that fight is definitely going to come to them. GV going for the full push into mid right after the pause. I really like this play call to try and disrupt any sort of strategy that might have got put in place, but Anubis, they're actually quite prepared for it. Getting a 2-for-1 exchange, only losing Doom in the process. Creeds kind of just has to sit here and wait for a counter pick design, taken down to 1 HP, somehow gets out of there alive.
Yeah, I have no idea how he got out there alive. I thought he was a dead man. I was like, yep, he's gone. Not gonna happen. 7. Oh my god. This bunny hops his way to get a headshot, and now okay, things are getting a little bit more interesting. And Design, somehow, some way, again, we're talking a lot about him. He's able to find himself a duel despite the HP. He doesn't care. Back to a 2-2, and now you can see the defense here from GV. They're split apart. They have the one site anchor here in A. You have FaZe kind of just pushing down to B main. He's now going to get this information, so this is big. Now he's been able to get a lot of intel, but the question is, if he can get this timing against Master, this could be everything, and there it is. That's going to even be the bomb dropped as well. Design here, 2 HP, and now he has to be able to find a 1-on-2, and he's not going to be able to get it done. FaZe, once again, being the hero for GV. We're right back into a tie situation, and man, that was a chaotic round that we just saw, and I'm loving what we're seeing from both these teams, and the fact that FaZe is just still just dominant.
Yeah, he's definitely been the difference maker in this map so far. I think he's sitting already over 20 kills on the map altogether, so for GV, they just need FaZe to continue on this warpath. Creed starting to wake up as well only makes it scarier for Anubis, especially now after losing the tack pause second round here back in. It's going to be a really necessary round for Anubis to get that momentum early on established on this side of the map, because so far in the second half, they've lost 3 in a row here. That is a dangerous position to be in, especially on the BL side of a map that tends to lean in favor of the GR, because now that GV has got to the tie threshold, they're going to be feeling like this is their map to win, which up until this point didn't seem like it was going in that direction, but it is going to be one big change coming out in this round for Anubis, and that is Dipsy back on the I really like that call.
Yeah, I think it's the right call too. I mean, especially the fact that he was, you know, popping off and getting a lot of big kills makes a lot of sense. Love that he's able to re-equip this, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, double on the BL side is definitely interesting in my view, but hey man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, let's see if it can pan out well for them. But even GV now will push down more aggression onto B main. Look at the real estate that they have. If they get the timing right, they might be able to catch Anubis off guard, and instead, actually, it's a little bit of a 1-and-1. Now, awesome. They know where he is. The question is, can they be able to take him out? Now they're on the hunt for him. Now they're looking for him. The time is ticking, and now they already have FaZe just kind of locked in the site, just waiting things out. This is becoming a bit of a problematic situation here for Anubis. They have to be able to figure out something. 30 seconds on the clock now. Now they're not even going to hesitate. They're going to execute into this site. But it's a question if they're going to be able to take down FaZe. They have to, and he's the one that's becoming, again, the barrier. He's just not letting anything happen, and finally gets put down. But Awesome from the back lines, able to find himself that first, looking for a little bit more, but it will not come through. And now Anubis back in the lead by 1.
Yeah, really good response there, but there is a lot more work left to be done on this BL side if they want to take this first map into their hands. And you can see FaZe there thinking about going for the aggressive challenge in mid. The utility gonna force him back, at least for the moment. Snox, meanwhile, trying to get that control play set up for a long Master Jaguar and Design, though, all on the other side of it. So he needs to be pretty cautious not to get too overzealous on this peak, but he's going to be holding it patiently for the moment. But this angle, most certainly going to be challenged. Master going for that early wide swing. Snox, though, a very big mistake. Not able to connect the shots. He goes down early.
Yeah, that's a big difference too. Again, like these opening duels are really becoming a big statement for this game in this opening one here for the start of the weekend. And the fact that now Anubis have themselves the opening start, that's a really good note for them. And like we talked about, like you talked about, was the GR side being a little bit more favored on a map like this, and a team like GV, they've definitely come back and made themselves into a close game. But now the question is going to be, what do Anubis want to do with this? They're gonna reattempt Design kind of being the lurk here on long A, refighting for mid, which is just Awesome by himself. So he's kind of playing that like one and done position, and yeah, he's not even going to be able to find a kill. Instead, he's going to find himself into the grave, and now this is becoming again Anubis. Once more, they're getting themselves in the kill feed. It's been a flawless round for them thus far, and there it is. They don't lose a single person. And now they got themselves a 2-round lead in GV. They're going to need to do something again to bringing it back.
Yeah, it's a tough situation now. They're not having that same success getting those control plays earlier on. Now they're playing a little bit more reserved, but it's not working too well for them. Meanwhile, Anubis, I like the change up as well on their end. They're playing a little bit more together when they go for these aggressive pick setups. They're not just relying on a single individual to try and open up the round, which for them was kind of the missing component in those earlier rounds in the second half. And you combine that with Master starting to hit these opening shots as well, which was something kind of missing in that opening part of the half as well. And it creates a pretty good recipe for their chances to close out this map. But for GV, it's all about the setup on this round. They're playing very, very passive, and Anubis, they're going to take full advantage of this, already swinging their way into the midsection, onto the A bomb site, and FaZe going down without a frag. A huge error for GV. Creeds goes down as well, and the site's already compromised.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, you know, just making more decisive decisions, being a bit more assertive, and that's what we wanted to see. But hang on a second, things have kind of switched up now. Awesome finds himself this double. Now Anubis, you have to make sure they pull up the bootstraps here, and this job ain't done yet. It's still to a 3-3. Yes, the C4 is going to be down, but again, this is still an open situation here for GV to bring things back. They need Snox to be able to make some kind of distraction so Awesome can get out of this. And now Snox is able to find the double. Jaguar just needs to burn the clock as much as possible, but he will not in GV. I don't know how they do it, but they're able to get themselves on the retake, and they will be able to find themselves that round, bringing it to a 1-round difference. But it was looking so good, but then it just tipped on the other side of the scale.
Yeah, really unfortunate one there for Anubis, just getting a little bit too aggressive on the Snox from that retake angle. And Snox, if you give him a 1v1 aim duel, there's a strong chance he can bring a round back for his team. And you combine that with 7, starting to hit some good shots as well in this map. Things are looking pretty good, but Dipsy gonna catch FaZe early on, and they've got to be able to hold on to this B bomb site now. Awesome left alone on the back side of it, able to find the trade at the very least, but Anubis actually using this as a little bit of a bait and switch here. They're gonna send the rest of the team all the way through the middle of the map to start and wrap into the GR spawn, but Creed's blind, able to find one, and now not able to find a double kill as well on top of it. Jaguar left alone, able to find at least 2, but not enough to save the round.
Yeah, what an interesting round. I mean, this was really important. Like, Dipsy finds that opening, and I think he thought the site was open, because you could see he had, you know, utility in his hand. He was ready to just kind of make that big distraction. I like the idea, but man, that was quite risky, but it was the fact that he was able to find that opening duel again and took down someone like FaZe. That was a huge start. But again, I think it kind of fell apart quickly because he was kind of the one-man army, gets taken out in that B site. And then Anubis, they tried to react to it as fast as they could, but it kind of felt slow on the draw. And then it became a bit of a close situation with Jaguar, you know, getting the double, but it's just a little too late, I thought. But I mean, a very good attempt. And honestly, the creativity that we're seeing from Anubis, I really like it. I think it's definitely changing up a lot from what we've seen in the beginning of the season. And this has been one of the teams that, you know, I was kind of looking out for to see how well can they reinvent themselves, how well they can play differently with the big roster shuffle that they had in the beginning of the season and them all playing together primarily. And now, I mean, they're going toe-in-toe with an 8-8 scoreline right now against GV. And look at this. GV have the full read on this. They know exactly what's happening, and they're already leaning on this, Kyle.
Yeah, it's the perfect setup here. They've just got to be able to hold on to it. 3 players stacked on this A-bomb side for GV. 4 coming from A long for Anubis. Dipsy lurking in the tower position, but FaZe misses the opening shot. Now Anubis has a fighting chance here. FaZe has to try and make up for it. Gets the double kill. Awesome, good for a third. FaZe still alive on this vent position. Could be what they need to get this round for GV, but now in the 2-on-3, Master trying to get something done here. He knows they need to find a pick quickly, but he's taken down to half HP as well from FaZe on the back line. Look at the utility coming out as well from GV, trying to sneak their way into better positions. FaZe able to find one, but Doom in the 1-on-3 has to try and do it all now. FaZe down to 10 HP. Awesome, just kind of lurking and setting up for the trade with him. Here comes the push though. Doom not ready for Awesome in the corner, and GV take it to match point.
Oh man, it's just again a situation where we're seeing FaZe like this is like just another little bit of a replay. The highlights coming in again, and the fact that he's able to find that, you know, I think it was like 2.5 kills essentially that he was able to get done, and then Awesome coming in as well to, you know, kind of clean up the mess. This is a good thing to see, and like you said, match point here for GV and Anubis now needing to push this to, you know, an overtime conversation. And this is a tough one, man, because again, GV, this seems like the firepower is becoming more of the, you know, the solution for them right now. I think the creativity is definitely on Anubis' side. The strategies are looking, you know, there's more tactics that we're seeing from them, but I think the firepower is becoming a little bit more on that other side here for GV. But it's all down to this. And now it's a lurk coming through. I believe that's Dipsy just by himself here on B main, waiting things out. And this is where we saw before he went for that one and done kill. But now GV have actually done a 2-player stack on this, or a 3-player stack, I should say, but a double player just close on by for the trade. And this is a big change up here in their composition.
Yeah, I really like the play call though from GV. They're setting up in a way where there's really not a whole lot of opportunity for anyone to go down untraded. And when you're on an important round like this, match point, can't risk that overtime. You've got to play for those trades and put that extra pressure onto a team like Anubis to make that first move. But Snox, this is a very risky position out in the open on top of this shelf in the back of sight. It is very exposed. If he goes down too early, that is a huge loss on the round. So he's really reliant on getting a double kill, catching them off guard, but they're shifting in this position. He's going to have that opportunity. Look at the meat grinder there from Snox and FaZe, finding 3 kills already. Dipsy, though, able to sneak out, doesn't matter because Snox right there for the trade puts this into a 1-on-4.
Oh my gosh, it's all down to this, and there it is. It's going to be done, and GV, they're going to be able to find themselves the victory on the opening map. And it was, man, what a bit of a teeter-totter, right? I mean, Anubis looked, you know, really strong in the beginning. They had that 6-3 in the opener, and then it kind of just fell apart. And GV, I mean, you got to give it to them. Like, I thought they were out of gas. I thought they were running on steam, and they came right back into this game, and they looked pretty dominant. And despite, you know, Creed's being, you know, a bit quiet in the beginning, which was probably one of the best fraggers, and, you know, having different players like FaZe and Awesome able to, you know, have their pop-off moments, it was a saving grace for these guys. But man, it was a well-earned fight though.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, this started off as a 6-3 half against GV, and then they have a 7-2 half on the GR for themselves to win it out. So honestly, an impressive performance, but I definitely think there has to be a lot of credit in this one given to FaZe putting up over 20 kills and being that consistent factor that they really needed to get the ball rolling so many rounds for GV. But then in the later portions, you finally had players like Awesome, Snox, Creeds all stepping up and getting those key post plant holds and retakes to go their way as well. And I'm sure we'll see it in the highlight reel, because the big dynamic difference we saw for Anubis in the first half was you had Dipsy just popping off, finding these openings, but those openings were nowhere to be found once we got to the second half.
Yeah, it really kind of felt like, again, like GV, you know, they had a really slow start, but then the motor's kind of running, and then it was just, you know, it was a smooth ride, right? And that's where the biggest difference was, because, you know, we needed to see, you know, other players kind of, you know, pop it off. It was FaZe again, just kind of, you know, being the big fragger in the beginning, and then finally his teammates were, you know, able to come through as well and kind of assist him. But yeah, I think for Anubis, it's, you know, they're sitting themselves in a unique position now. I mean, they're down on the 0-1 for this series, and again, we talked about, like, this is neck and neck of difficulty in the sense of the placements in terms of the standings, because Anubis right now are sitting in that third place, but them already losing this opening is, you know, now opening the question here for GB to catapult themselves on the top 4, top 3 conversation. And I mean, we'll have to see how this second map's going to go, because again, I feel like GB, this, you know, they looked like an entirely different team as soon as that second half came through.
Yeah, looking at the stats here as well, FaZe with a 2.27 KD, 1.4 kills per round, just huge impact from him. Snox as well, though, a very solid performance. You can see on the opposite side, Dipsy and Jaguar are the only 2 players to break through to a positive KD, but even then, I felt like we were missing a little bit from both of them when we got into that second half. But like I was saying before, I mean, FaZe, what more could you ask out of him from this match?
No kidding. I mean, the fact that he's sitting at a 2.27 is just insane. I mean, like, honestly, he was the guy that you just relied on, right? He was able to find himself the doubles. He was able to get, you know, the openers, like, and this is what we love to see, right? I mean, this is so much conversation about, you know, the talent that's on GV, and we know that anybody can pop off at any given moment, but we finally get a moment to see, like, him having just a big show match, right? I mean, against a strong team like Anubis as well. It wasn't just like a, you know, top ranked team versus one of the bottom ranked teams. Like, this is a very fierce competitor, and the fact that he was able to do some big numbers like this is a pretty big deal. But I think we are just getting ready here to go for the second map, and we're just going to take that short little break as we get these players locked and loaded. So grab whatever you need, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
All right, we are back here and ready for map number 2. It's going to be Ankara to decide the fate of Anubis and GV in this one, because there are some pretty large implications for GV. If they could win this one, they would actually be tied overall with 3rd place points, which is a huge boost for them, starting today off in 6th place overall. But already, there's no time being wasted from Anubis, but the push is going to be pretty equal. But Seven somehow still alive in this position, able to find 3-4 kills. I'm just impressed. He hasn't been taken down. Finally, the nade gets the job done, but how do you allow that to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. And I mean, the fact that Seven, you know, like someone that's not always leading the kill feed and putting up massive numbers, but he's putting up the massive strats, and why not? He's able to get things a good kickstart here for GV, and yeah, a really cool highlight reel for him. The fact that he was able to find just the multitude of kills, but also just staying alive as long as he did, was kind of the icing on the cake. And now we're gonna have to see what Anubis are gonna have to do in this situation. Again, single actually, so again, this is where before it was Master and Dipsy on the previous map, but he's actually going to equip just the AK. So in this situation, a little bit different than what we saw before, and I think they've realized they have to switch things up from Compound here to Ankara. But GV starting on the GR side again, some familiar territory is definitely going to be a really nice way for them to kickstart this game off if they can maintain this lead.
Yeah, for GV, continuing that momentum into map number 2, already a huge start for them, but now it's going to come down to a whole team play situation. It's not going to be just a one-player round here this time around, and this is where Anubis has to be ready to trade and execute a little bit more comfortably. They just looked a little bit disjointed on that push, not able to trade in that opening round, and this is where they're going to go ahead and try the opposite side of the map, putting that pressure on towards the B bomb side. It's going to be Snox initially to take this fight. Has to be careful though, catches 2 players, but can't find a single one of them. But Creed's right here in line for the cleanup, able to find the kill on the Jaguar. FaZe still stuck, but it's not going to matter if Creeds can hold on like this. Another quad kill for GV in round number 2. This time it's Creeds, good for 4, but it's not over just yet. Doom trying to play spoiler, not gonna happen though. Awesome seals the deal.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, but man, they're feeling it right now from that first map victory. And now we were talking about, you know, someone like Creeds that's been really quiet in the servers, and then he just pulls up a quad kill like that. Yeah, sure, we'll take that any time of the day. And now Anubis, I was thinking like this might be a favorable map for them, but GV have really just, you know, kicked down the door here. They're not even trying to, you know, knock on it. They're just trying to make themselves an opening statement here, finding the opening double kill here too. So losing your pretty 2 strong players, I would say, so far on this day, on this weekend of Design and Jaguar, is not going to be an easy feat here for Anubis. Dipsy does have himself some really good positioning, some trigger discipline. He's able to find this double. That's something we needed to see from Anubis. And now able to put up a triple kill as well. He's just trying to be the one-man army one more time. And now he's put this into an advantage situation. GV, a little bit overzealous, a little bit too confident maybe. And they just give up to way too much real estate, allowing Dipsy to just stab him in the back. And now you can see he's by himself, just waiting things out. He's completely baited them. The bomb and everybody else going the other direction. This is the perfect distraction. And if he finds one more, it could be everything but awesome. We'll at least get something done.
There is a flank though to deal with. FaZe already right behind them, almost able to catch Doom off guard. Gets him down to about 20 HP. Now Master holding on to that flank position, but now they've got to deal with Awesome as well on the pinch play. And this is where things could still go wrong for Anubis if they're not careful. FaZe, he's so tricky to deal with in these clutch retake situations that Doom, especially with 16, has to exercise caution, but Awesome already right in his face, able to find one. Awesome gets the double kill as well, and GV continue uncontested here in map number 2, but a lot of it just comes off of the back of these individual players, because it felt like for the moment they had everything going right there for Dipsy, but they just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, and you can see the positioning was just a little bit off, right? Like Seven was playing on the top ground there, but he was kind of off on the wrong angle where he wouldn't have been able to spot it, someone from that, you know, A main corridor or the B main corridor. So that I think was a little bit of a tactical issue, or just, you know, positioning issue. But I mean, despite, you know, Dipsy almost single-handedly taking that round into his own hands, I mean, JV do bounce back and do continue this reign of terror at the 3-0. Now we're starting to see Anubis, they're being a little bit more aggressive on this. Jaguar's trying to get himself more comfortable in mid, and they're going to have to switch things up, right? Because if GV can find themselves a 4-0 or anything more than that, I wouldn't be surprised to see Anubis calling that timeout, because we saw that on Compound and it worked out really, really well.
Yeah, you'd almost have to, if you're Anubis, if you go down here, especially when you've got a 5-on-4 advantage to start off the round. Can't afford to let a round like this slip away, but the opportunity is still here for GV. Snock's getting a lot of information, and the counter flash. Creed sneaks up on the lurk of Dipsy, but it's still Anubis in control for the moment. But awesome, he's gone unchecked here, has a chance to do something big, but only able to find one from that position, putting that pressure onto the team captain here of 7, 1-on-3 to try and get this retake into the hands of GV. But Design, he's going to spot him very early on here. The nade's going to come down, not going to meet anyone on the other side of it. And this is where 7 needs something spectacular to steal away this round, but there's just no time to make it happen. Design, again, just shoulder peeking, getting that information consistently. Anubis, the triple swing, the safe play, gets it done.
Yeah, nicely done from Anubis in getting themselves the first round on the board. And, you know, again, it was a situation where I think Awesome was in such a power position, just unfortunately couldn't be able to find more than, I think it was 1 kill. So that was a good reaction coming in from Anubis. Going to bounce back from that situation because he did have the high ground. I thought he was going to be able to at least find maybe 2, if not 3. That could have been another round for GV, but Anubis react well and they get themselves a bit more composed in this one. So now still a big lead coming through, the 2-round in favor for GV still, but it's a question of what Anubis want to do, and actually a bit of a switch up in the defense coming through on GV side, actually having the triple player in the A site. So this is a perfect read. So if Anubis actually keep this pressure on in this pace, they're going to run to a bit of a trap on this one, right? The number advantage is for Anubis, but again, GV, more players than I think Anubis were expecting, and now FaZe is able to get at least himself that double kill before going to the grave, and now leaving it to a 2-2. Bomb's going to be retrievable, and there's still lots of time, so they can actually pull back on this plan if they want, regather their thoughts, and reevaluate what they want to do.
Yeah, over a minute here to work with. You can see Dipsy already starting to rotate into position towards the B tunnels, and it should be wide open for the taking. Snox and Awesome both playing on the A bomb site, but they're playing proactively as well. They've already pushed out into A long, so they know the rotation towards B has taken place, which does give them a little bit more chance on this retake. The timing could play out favorably, considering the bomb still hasn't been planted on the B bomb site, and they're already working up a play to retake it here. Snox sneaking underneath. Doom not going to be holding on to it. There's actually nobody holding on to this backside of sight for Anubis, which could be a pretty huge mistake on the retake. They've pretty much just given up this space, and they've planted the bomb in the open to try and play for a little bit of a stall. But Awesome, he has a smoke grenade to work with. There could just be a chance for them to sneak the defuse here. You can see Snox already hopping onto it, and that's going to be it. Done and dusted. Dipsy's just not ready for the ninja defuse.
I can't believe it, man. We never get to see that very often, and honestly, a very uncertain events here that's coming through. And I mean, GV, like, again, like the fact they just use some basic utility and they're like, yeah, just stick it, who cares, I think we're good. And Anubis, I think they just, you know, again, overextended their welcome a little bit on that. And I like the idea, like I could see what they were looking for, but like you said, I think the fact that they didn't have anybody checking, you know, the 6 or checking the flank, it just, that was the thorn, right? I mean, and now we're talking about a 4-1 scoreline, and Anubis, I mean, they're going to have to do something quite differently here, because these rounds haven't looked that convincing to making this a competitive, you know, Ankara so far. But GV, man, I'm very impressed. Like, color me impressed right now. Like, the fact that they've just turned on a switch and they look like a very different team right now is something to behold.
Yeah, right now for GV, this could be the start of their playoff run if they keep playing like this. It's honestly been a really good look for them. Everybody as well putting in a solid effort. Even with Snox at 0 kills, he still has 6 assists to his name, so the value definitely there across the board for this GV lineup. But Anubis, they're going for this quick split towards the B bomb site. They've got 2 in mid, 2 underneath, and then that one lurk of Dipsy coming through on the B hotel. That flash, though, actually does a lot for Snox to reposition here, but it's not going to matter because the mid flank disrupts perfectly. Snox only going to be good for 1 Creeds, still sneaking around, but it's not going to matter. But FaZe, he's still able to find 2 somehow alive in this situation, spots the remaining 2 players as well, and he stops the C4 from being planted. He's trying to do it all here.
Yeah, he really is, and it's a good job coming in too. So I mean, the fact there's some utility available actually from both FaZe and 7. Bomb's going to be able to go down, but now this just gives a little bit more time here for GV, and 7 coming from the big flank now will be able to win this fight against Dipsy. Dipsy has that feeling, he knows he's here now. So this is a bit more of a one-on-one engagement. 7's doing a really good job just, again, being a big distraction point on this. And now FaZe and him are going to be regrouped up together. One more kick of the can to see what they're going to be able to do with 16 seconds remaining. Leaving 7 down to the grave, leaving now FaZe by himself with a rifle in hand. 9 bullets to be able to do something, but it's going to be Dipsy. And the pistol will be able to find themselves a second round, and Anubis will finally get themselves back on the board again, but it's a question if they can maintain that consistency.
Yeah, right now, still a little bit shaky, even when it's working for Anubis, but if they can make this a much closer half, they've got a fighting chance going into the second. Master taking down FaZe as well. That is a huge pick to find for Anubis to start off the 7th round, and they still have to be worried about this mid presence, though. This is actually a little bit of a cheeky positioning play from GV, putting 3 players forward aggressive and mid. 7 will go down for it, but the trade right there on to Jaguar. Dipsy, though, again, sneaking into those positions. He's already got control over the GR spawn, splitting these remaining 2 players across the map, and now all they've got to do is pick a site, and they can collapse onto it for Anubis.
Yeah, this is so strong coming in from Anubis. Like, the fact that they're just all over the map. And this, I think this is Creed's just kind of knowing he's not long for this world in this round. And there it is. That's kind of the, you know, the assertive decision making we wanted to see from Anubis, and it finally comes in. And now we're talking about a 4-3 score, still in favor for GV. But honestly, the fact that Anubis were able to find a convincing secondary round like that, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it again. And single arm here from both these teams. No mix-up coming through for GV, but FaZe going to be able to kickstart again with the opening duel. Dipsy now gets himself a double. So, I mean, somebody that was, you know, doing big work on the previous map was the MVP. He's still going to be leading this in terms of frags here for the squad with a 9-4. And now they got themselves this 4-on-3. Full HP coming in from GV, but... and a wounded Dipsy, but they still have themselves a great position. But look at this aggression, awesome. He's going to have to be able to find something, but it's a bit of a grinder. And now FaZe, he's at least able to get a trade, but again, is he going to keep pressing on to this? He will. What is going on? They have no fear at all right now. Dipsy hunting for him. He doesn't check the left. I can't believe it. And FaZe, he's able to find a pistol kill, but now it's all down to the IGL. What does he have in plan for us? Is he able to stunt them now?
He's got the right idea here, going for the quick flank. He almost gave it away with an early nade, but decided to go for the sneak attack. The problem here is Anubis generally does put a lot of pressure onto their backline. Doom, though, the timing gets it just right in time before 7 goes for the swing, and Anubis, it's already back to a tie, and this is where things can start to look a little bit scarier now for GV. They've lost 3 in a row, and the momentum definitely feels like it's shifting here.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, that's kind of an interesting little bit of a tale, right? I mean, GV hot off the press, you know, had a big score line, and now all of a sudden Anubis have been able to bring themselves back in this game. And I like the idea that GV are trying to mix things up, like they were being very aggressive in the B doors like that, or the B double doors, and just trying to re-aggress. But I mean, it was just some, you know, basic mistakes, just like not checking their corners was a bit of a problem, and that's going to be a problem right there too, because Anubis, they're not quick to check that corner as well, and allowing Snox to be able to find himself that double, bringing it back to the 4-on-3 now. The advantage for GV still. Bomb still in control for Anubis. Master creeping himself through just on the outside corridor vent. And the plan of attack looks like it wants to be at this A site. That means it's going to be Seven and Awesome to locking things down here. Seven just got the pixel, able to find something, a nice little taparino. Maybe one more, he will not, but Awesome needing to come alive, and he's going to be able to with the double and making it to the 5-4 in their favor.
Yeah, all said and done, still a really good half from GV. This tends to be a BL-sided map as well, so winning on the GR is a really good sign for what GV might be able to do here in the second half, but a lot of that's going to come down to how they can continue to utilize FaZe, because still on the day, he is the top fragger overall for their team and pretty consistent in getting at least 1 kill per round, but the rest of the team here is what we're really looking for from GV. Players like Seven and Snox, who are a little bit more hit and miss with their performances, really need to step up if they want to get this done. But on the other side of things, Master and Dipsy, the double oms as well, could cause a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, I do like the double om setup coming in, you know, for the GR side. I think this is a good mix-up that we saw before on Compound, but I'm glad they're bringing that back. And that might be a bit of a commotion here for GV, but really taking this slow. They haven't really made their thoughts on what they want to do yet. Posted up expecting some sort of aggression from Anubis. But Anubis have kind of played this a little bit more passive as well. Some aggressive positioning, sure, but they haven't really like overextended them yet to be in dangerous waters at this time. But now GV just kind of posted up maybe even the plan of attack here to go right through mid, which would be very, very interesting. And I believe Dipsy's actually got, you know, a bit of a sight on this one. Master tries to get aggressive, unfortunately does miss the shot, so meaning an opportunity missed. He's going to have to pull on back on this plan. And GV with a minute left, or just under a minute remaining, they have to do something, but now the IGL, he's been sent to the grave.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough one to bounce back from now, especially with a lot of the information being given to the GR side. Dipsy as well. A huge double kill in mid, takes down Snox and FaZe. Creed's almost going down as well. The follow-up right there from Doom. Awesome. Left alone, not really much he could do in that situation. And Anubis start off the half in pretty commanding fashion here. I really like what they're doing with these control plays. They always seem to have on their GR side that one player trying to carve their own path and disrupt the round, which is something they've added throughout the season, which is extremely valuable. On top of that, Master stepping up and continuing to show what he can do here as well. Gets the opener onto Snox.
Well, and that's what we were talking a lot about, you know, for Compound, is the fact that, you know, a team like Anubis getting the opening duel, just getting that man advantage, it really felt like, you know, their win percentage was going up quite a lot more when they were able to do this. So the fact that they're doing that now, this late in the game, and kind of a map that's very important for them, where they have to get something done, if a one-on-one split, critical. But some trades coming back and forth. Anubis are going to be able to prevail on this one, putting them on the 4-on-2, leaving it to Awesome and FaZe. So the top fraggers of this team remaining. So this is a good note here for GV fans. I mean, there's still a possibility. There's still a world where it could happen, but FaZe, wrong time, wrong place. And now that's going to be the bomb dropped as well. Awesome has to make an awesome play. Finds himself that one, and Master just toying with him a little bit. Awesome down to 17 HP, but now all three players are together. The buddy system, they're just going to swing this. Awesome has to be able to land the spray transfer for his life to be able to take these guys out. Flashes come in, not going to work, but you got to give him A for effort.
Yeah, they're really going for it here on the GV side of things when it gets tough, but Anubis, the way they play on the GR side today has just been very, very good when it comes to setting up these trades and these early round picks that GV has to find a way to put a stop to it if they want to win this second map, because now it's Anubis who has a chance to close this one out on the GR side, which has been their area of comfort throughout the day. You can see GV again getting caught on some positions, but Awesome actually gets out of this one alive, takes down Dipsy, and now they've got the advantage to work with.
Yeah, and it's the cost here for Anubis too. Like, I mean, Design's very low, Doom's very low. I mean, Master will be able to find a connection, which is great, but these are some wounded players here from Anubis, and this is a favorable situation in the sense for GV, and they're going to group up towards B through Hotel, and now, I mean, Doom on the top tower position, and it's a question if they're going to actually check this, because we saw Awesome was playing in this position before previously. Jaguar going to be the first point of contact. A big distraction. GV need to be able to clear this. Could be a big demise, and so far nobody's looked, and there it is. Doom comes in for the 1 kill, but it's only a 1 and done. Jaguar just toying with them around the sight box, and now they're going to be able to find themselves at a 7-5 scoreline, and it's starting to ramp up a little bit here, Kyle, and now it looks like GV, they're going to call themselves a little bit of a timeout and probably a tactical to, again, regather their thoughts and think what they need to do differently. And I'm actually glad they waited a little bit longer on this one to pull the trigger for this.
Yeah, it's a tough one. They're going for a lot of early round pick setups, getting disrupted pretty frequently by some good counter aggression from Anubis. But the problem here is during the tack pause, it's very hard to figure out how to counteract this because it's not necessarily one part of the map that's causing them trouble. Everyone on Anubis has that ability to decide they're the person within the round who's going to go for that aggressive play to try and sneak behind GV. And I think for GV, it's just playing the game of going in for a double fake here. They have a tendency to just lean heavily into one direction once they start to feel favored over there. But with the way Anubis plays on the GR, I feel like you've got to be ready to throw that fake.
Well, I think that we're seeing both these teams are, you know, again, the comfort is really on the GR side, and that's when the creativity comes out. You know, even Anubis gets a bit more aggressive, you know, on the outskirts of A, and sometimes even, you know, just some mid aggression as well. So this is where, I mean, I think, you know, for GV, they're going to have to, again, figure out a new plan, what they want to do. And I like that Anubis are, again, kind of, you know, packing a bit of a punch on this. And I mean, I don't know your thoughts, Kyle. I was going to say, I think, you know, quite a few of these players like playing together in the same house. I think it looks like at least like 3 out of 5, maybe. I think that always can be a bit of a buffer as well, just kind of having that like in-person communication, that like instant comms. I don't know if you have any different thoughts or similar thoughts about that.
Yeah, it definitely seems to help. I think they only have one player not with them, so it's definitely a good position to be in. I mean, for 3BL, we've seen what over the last couple of seasons they've been able to do in having that kind of team house environment, and it just kind of helps you build that extra little bit of trust and chemistry. And in these situations where a couple of seconds can make a world of difference, having that extra bit of trust in what your teammates are going to do in those situations can really be the difference between getting a playoff spot and not for some of these teams. So I feel like it's definitely a nice advantage for Anubis to have here. But at the same time, GV is no stranger to these types of situations. We already saw on map 1 what they were able to do coming out of a pause and just regaining that composure. They're just one of those teams where I feel like GV doesn't really consider themselves down in any situation until the map's over. They're kind of similar to 3BL in that regard. They just have the experience on their team to be comfortable in a situation like this score.
All right, well, 7-5 still in the favor for Anubis. The double om for Master and Dipsy equipped. Single om here for FaZe. And GB now have kind of, you know, vacated the idea of pushing anybody towards, you know, B right now. They're playing a lot more passive here with the one player on the outskirts of this. And then I believe as well, that's awesome, just kind of scoping things out deep in middle. So a bit of a default situation, but a bit more passive on it, but at least getting some control of just outside A main. And just kind of, you know, toying with the idea, a 3-player stack on this A site coming on from Anubis, and then kind of the 1-on-1, right? So I do like this. They're playing a little bit more turtled on this. They have the, you know, the round advantage, sort of being a little bit more, you know, disciplined on it. But even despite that discipline, FaZe is going to get the opening duel in his favor. So that's going to be the big kill coming in all the way from the other side from B main around Hotel. And that's a great start. So now Anubis, they're going to have to regather a little bit of a game plan on this, just considering they've lost the man advantage so early on.
Yeah, for Anubis, it's really just going to be trying to find that opening. And ultimately, it seems like just hoping that this comes down to an A bomb site push, because this 3-player stack is a huge risk, because if the bomb goes B, it's almost certainly a round win for GV, but now GV gets a lot of information as well. They spot 2 players on the A bomb site. This is going to give them the information that the B bomb site probably only has 1 player on it, knowing someone is usually going to be covering mid for Anubis. So I'm curious to see what they'll do with this information, but GV also playing this one extremely patient for how much time is left on this clock. Only 30 seconds to get that C4 planted, and it's still back towards the BL spawn.
Yeah, this is really scary because, again, only 23 seconds remain, and they have to have the variable for problems to arise, right? And I mean, this is an open B site, so they might actually have themselves a bit of an opening. Dipsy's, you know, the one player to cause a little disruption here, but it's 10 seconds and they got to get something done. Dipsy now spots one of the players. That's going to be the C4 dropped, and the remaining seconds coming through, they're going to be able to get the plant down. They will, just in the nick of time. And GV, they're starting to win these gunfights, but Design, he's been able to get himself a good blueprint, and now leaving it to the one-on-one. And it's going to be Creeds to come back into this situation with a 6th round. And my God, I can't believe they ran the clock this low. And they barely hold on for the round. But hey, a round's a round.
Yeah, very, very sloppy one up to the finish line for GV, but they do still manage to find it. Dipsy this time playing a little bit more aggressively over towards this A-long position. Almost gets spotted out there by Snox and FaZe. He's able to get out for the moment and just kind of reset here. But for GV, they've got to be a little bit cleaner on the engagements. Their only round win so far in this half still did not look the best, especially with them running down the clock in that fashion. They only had half a second left to plant the bomb, so they definitely need to be a little bit more proactive earlier on here, and it seems to be the direction they're leaning in. All 5 players now grouped up towards this A bomb site. Design and Jaguar on the other side of it for Anubis.
Yeah, Jaguar, he's going to be the first player to have contact, and no, he's not able to find anything, and either is Design. So GV, you know, surprisingly, they take, you know, 2 kills for the price of not even losing anybody at all. And finally, Master gets something done, and now, okay, we're starting to see Anubis loading things up a little bit differently. All players here on the back side of fence to see what they can do, but the utility's flying through. Creed's just trying to reposition himself as much as possible. Utility now depleted here from the defensive side, but Anubis, they're just going to be guns blazing on this one, and that retake is something to behold. And there it is, Doom finds himself the double, and Anubis will get themselves an 8th round, and it was looking so good for GV, but honestly, you know, something that we haven't really been able to see from Anubis is the fact that retake, it looks so clean.
Yeah, honestly, really good utility on the retake from Anubis. A lot of good counter flashes, and honestly, for GV, they just didn't seem to have the right idea in how to play that one together on the post plan. So for GV, the time is ticking. Only 2 rounds away from a victory on map number 2 for Anubis and Master. He's going to be sneaky into mid, gets Creeds, and able to get through the smoke back with his life. Dipsy, unfortunately, going to meet the opposite fate here in the A connector. Awesome takes him down early on, settle the score, evening things up to a 4-on-4 situation. But for GV, not necessarily the worst response here. Now they've got a numbers down situation. They know on this A bomb site there could be an opening for the taking. Design left alone to try and hold on to it.
What a scary position for Design too. Has to come alive on this one, and now the flash has come through, and he's blind, and it's all about surviving. If he can stay alive as long as possible, this is just going to buy them time. And now GV, they're just swarming into the site, and there it is, 7. He's able to find himself the double, leaving it to a 2-on-4. And GV, they get a little bit frustrated from the previous round, and now they want to make it a 1-round differential, only losing 1 player, which I think was Creeds, if I'm not mistaken. Timeout going to come through now from Anubis. They're going to call it. And honestly, this is getting a bit scary for them, and this is where we saw this before on Compound, where they had a good lead, things started to get a bit bumpy, then they get a lead again, and then here we are again in a situation of a 1-round differential. And I'm glad they're calling this, but man, oh man, this is getting close for comfort.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire here. It's up to Anubis to try and close it out this time. They had the early advantage on map number 1 and couldn't hang on to it. It'd be kind of a shame to see that happen to them twice in a row, considering they have looked a little bit better in this second map. But at the end of the day, it's really just going to come down to how they handle these pressure plays from GV, who are so good at disrupting in the mid round. Not only that, on the post plant, they're a very difficult team to deal with. And that's where I think this team is having a lot of issues on this map for Anubis, because the GR side, it's very hard to be successful with aggression on this map just because of how large this map is in the opening lanes. And there's not a whole lot of room to really do anything fully as a team that's aggressive, so you have to be willing to take a little bit more of a risk if you do want to be aggressive on the GR side of this map. So I'm hopeful they still go for those picks, because especially when we look at Master at this map compared to the first, he's looked a lot better, and I think he's been more successful in those fights against FaZe. But at the same time, it's going to be all about calculated risks, I think, at this point for Anubis.
Yeah, I think so too. And the other thing to note as well is, like, for GV, like, I think, you know, Creeds is starting to get himself back in the game. He's fragging out a lot more. We saw even Seven has been able to put up some pretty big rounds. So that was kind of the scary thing we were talking about, is, you know, on Compound, it was GV felt like it was really FaZe and kind of these little trinkles of everybody kind of doing something. But now we're starting to see GV feeling a lot better about this. The firepower is starting to, you know, be a little bit more of a disaster, you know, for Anubis. So I that's what also I think they have to realize as well, is that, you know, GV is starting to wake up a little bit now, and they're starting to fight back a little bit. So I'm going to be curious what the plan of attack is for Anubis in this kind of a situation, because I feel like, to be honest, I feel like it's been, you know, a little bit of these high pressure situations. This is where they haven't been able to really get the job done. But I mean, the one thing about Anubis that's been really exciting to see is, like, the development they've had from the beginning of the season to now. But I'm hoping they can kind of rewrite their history right here and now.
Yeah, for Anubis, this map could be the difference between a playoff spot and potentially missing out at the end of the season. For GV, though, could be the same situation here. This last map is the difference between 3 points on the day or 1 for them. So a lot more to lose if they go down here, because 3 points on the day puts them in the top 4. 1 point probably doesn't. So for GV, there's definitely a lot of pressure in this round. Jaguar, though, gets the opener. Dipsy gets the double kill from underneath in the tunnels. FaZe and Snox left in a 2v5, but they've already found themselves at least 1 kill apiece. FaZe looking for more here. Spots out Jaguar. Can he get the follow through? Yes, he can. The 2v5 already down to a 2-on-2 situation, and Master and Doom looking to try and hold on to it. FaZe down to 35 HP. Snox still alive and fully healthy, holding on to the tunnels, but the bomb still is yet to be planted, and this is where they're going to have to deal with Doom, who's just anchoring on the back of this B-bomb site position, playing along the wall, waiting to see if Snox will make the mistake, but Snox, he gets the kill anyways, even getting caught off guard there in the moment. And now Master, this is a difficult task, because you do not want to lose this 2v5.
No, you definitely do not. And I mean, Master, you know, somebody that's been a little bit quiet. I mean, the pistol should be able to get the job done, right? Both these players, critical HP. He's got 6 bullets here to see what he's able to find for 2 kills. Gets that 1, can't get the second done, and FaZe will find the trade. So right back into a tie situation, and this is what I was kind of talking about, man. This is where I said, you know, Anubis, it's about, you know, can they be able to rewrite their history a little bit? They had such a big advantage, and it kind of fumbled, right? And now we're talking about a tie game. So we'll have to see what they're going to do a little bit differently. Is now the pressure's starting to cook. And this is where we see Dipsy, again, equipped with the Om. He's going to be playing in this position, whereas Master has been the one that's been doing this over and over again. GV, a little bit more decision-making coming in from Awesome. Just, you know, a little bit more deep in mid this time. They aren't just playing fully back. But Anubis, I mean, you could see, I think they're starting to get that pressure to them, because look at their composition. They have a 3-player stack at A and just kind of playing very, very passive and giving up a lot of real estate for GV to have.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky decision here, especially if GV can sneak an early kill onto one of these 2 players towards the B side of the map. It leaves them very exposed to a B hit here. It's really reliant on Dipsy and Master making things happen, but to have only 2 OMs on 2/3 of the map is a bit dicey if you ask me, because if just one miss happens, that player's down and out. Trading like that with an isn't going to happen too easily, and it just leaves them a little bit overly exposed if this bomb doesn't go towards A, and so far it's definitely not leaning in that direction.
Well, and we saw that one round where GV, you know, went for the execute in the site with what, like 10 seconds or like less than 15. Like, it was just madness. So we'll see if they be a little more decisive on the decision making, maybe. But a 4-1 split, and now look at the composition from Anubis. They're actually already on the rotates. Jig is up. Doom's able to find the lurk of Snox. And time is ticking now. 30 seconds. 7 wounded. Got hit in the kneecap. A's able to find another duel against Doom. Players waiting for them. GV is in a full mousetrap. And now Design gets that double kill. And it's all just down to Creeds. A star player for GV. Needs to come alive. Gets this first. Knows that someone should be close on by. Picks up an He's just juggling guns. And now he has to stick the plant. But the nade is going to dunk on him. And Anubis, they're going to put themselves on the map point to see if they can get this to a 1-1.
What a map it's been, but it all comes down to this. GV in that dreaded tire die situation here in the final round of regulation on this map, and Anubis, they're gonna waste no time in this one, just pushing mid and A long, but Snox able to catch the first pick here, but Design on the follow-through. Master as well, looking to make that impact happen, but GV holding their feet to the fire here, get themselves a lot of damage and 3 kills along with it. Dipsy all alone, and it's looking like overtime is most certainly going to be on the horizon here. Awesome gets the final kill to send it all the way, and GV find the tie, but it definitely makes you wonder, Laz, why they went for this such aggressive play in the final moments.
Yeah, you literally took the words out of my mouth, and I was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure why Anubis went for such a ballsy play right at the end. Like, I would have liked that earlier in the game or in the match, but I think, you know, doing it for the last round where they had, you know, the position to win this, and the fact that they lost those opening engagements and they still kept pressing forward, to me, I felt like they should have just, you know, pushed back, regathered themselves, and try to reposition. But instead, they were like, you know what, we're going to still win this. We're going to win on our aggression, and GV were prepared for it. Like, they essentially knew that was going to be happening, and it was kind of a gift. And now we're at an overtime situation, and yeah, I'm questioning that one a little bit here. But for GV fans in the chat, I'm sure they're very ecstatic that there's another moment here where GV are still in this game and it ain't over yet. But we'll have to see what will be a little bit different from this little bit of a short break, in the sense of, you know, just getting ready for the first round of OT. And I mean, I'm gonna, again, all my eyes are on Anubis to see what they're gonna do differently, and it's definitely a big question mark.
Yeah, here we go, right into overtime. Potential playoff spots on the line for these teams in these final rounds, but it's going to come down to what they might do a little bit differently in this overtime situation to try and catch the other team off guard, because this is when you've got to bring out all the stops, because this is potential seasons on the line with this final map of the series. FaZe goes for the opener, unfortunately. Not going to fully connect there, just a partial connection. And Dipsy gets the kill to trade it right back, and already a 5-on-4. Anubis getting that extra pressure over towards the A-bomb site. These two players just left to kind of sell the fake, but it seems to be working. It's only 7 to anchor this A-bomb site.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a scary note right now. I mean, for, you know, the fact for 7 to lock things down, he's done it before, but it's a lot of responsibility, because he is the sole anchor in this A site, and the rotates are long. Like, it's not like it's a quick little movement that you see, and now he should be calming this, just doing a little bit of damage, but now he's going to be behind single box. They're going to know he's here. Gets read like a book, taken out, and now the site is going to be open here for Anubis to get the job done. There's a lurk come through on from Design, but he has to get moving a little bit faster. It might not even matter at all, and actually, He gets taken out, and there we go. And Anubis, they have themselves a decent round, a little bit of a mixture in the playbook, and they get themselves the opening overtime round.
Yeah, really good read, getting Seven into a position where he was stuck alone on that A-bomb site. The flash as well, perfectly timed to make sure he couldn't find a lot from that position as he did previously at the start of this map. This time, though, Creed's big headshot in mid, able to take down Jaguar early on. Anubis, though, sending Master for that counter play into the hotel, almost able to find that shot onto Seven, but Tipsy runs into trouble, getting out of there with 1 HP. It's a bit of a rough start already for Anubis.
Yeah, it is a really rough start. Essentially, you know, Dipsy surviving on the skin of his teeth on this. And GV bouncing back really, really well. Dipsy able to, I don't know how Dipsy does this. This is the second time he's had 1 HP and he's able to still get duels in his favor. He doesn't care at all. 100 or 1, doesn't matter. He's going to get something done, but now he's done his job. He'll lead the charge here. He's just kind of waiting things out just on the outskirts of Hotel, and bomb's going to be picked up here from Anubis. No decision yet, though, and it looks like Master maybe looking for a connection in middle. Question if you'll be able to find anything. Snox is going to be just through window. Now, actually, a very decent read from GV. They've essentially read that, okay, let's just stack the B bomb site. We'll have the lurk of our other player just on the outskirts of mid. So Anubis kind of, again, with all this time they're burning, it's allowing GV to be prepared for this. And this is a situation where, again, GV are in a power position, and Snox is tenderizing, and there it is. Creed's coming in with 3, and he just locks it right on down, and back to a tie game again.
Yeah, very good hold coming out from Creed's and Snox in that one. I was a bit concerned at the start of the round because GV ran 3 OMs in that one, but the OMs didn't really do anything for them, so they're going to go ahead and drop at least one of them coming into this next round, but it is just going to be FaZe now as the second OM drops as well. Right now, GV, this is a huge round, though. If they can steal 2, they'll have the lead going into the second half of overtime here with a good chance of maybe finding themselves in that 2-0 position. But right now, Anubis, you can tell they are hungry to find the opening pick to get that answer early on. Looking favorable for them. But FaZe, I like this change of position. Playing the off angle in the mid tower could be enough to catch them off guard. But when you've got 5 players coming in your direction, even a half miss could cost you your life.
Yeah, it could. Definitely could. FaZe, and there it is. There's the miss. He's not able to find that connection. Good nade work coming in, but even actually surprisingly Design up the ladder. He's able to take down FaZe. I was thinking he was a dead man, and even Snox is able to get himself a double here too. And Design tried to, you know, from the heavens, try to get something done. But what a chaotic round we're seeing. I don't even know what's happening right now. And leaving it just to Dipsy kind of on the outskirts of mid. That's going to be the bomb dropped. So that's a big impactful kill from Creed's. It's back and forth we go, and all down to Master to see what he's able to find here. He has to fight for the bomb control. And it's down to 7 here. 1v1. And 7 has repositioned himself, hoping that the decision is going to be towards this B site, but no. Master being a mastermind, and he's going to be able to have a free plant at this A site, and he's going to buy some time for the post plant. This is huge, Kyle.
Yeah, a lot of time to work with for Master to reposition. 7, though, he does have a nade to work with, and Master is under half HP, so a nade kill not out of the question if 7 is able to find this positioning correctly. But no, he just uses it to clear that close corner, but at least he's got that information to work with. Master going to be stuck on the staircase, but the timing is everything here for 7, able to get the connection as well. Going to be a huge round now for GV to take away, winning that first half of overtime 11-10, 2 away from the 2-0 sweep. But it's not over because Anubis is now back on their comfort side of the GR.
Yeah, I think for Anubis, I mean, we talk about digging deep and doing everything they can to you know, again, they need to find this game just to have a 1-1 split, right? I mean, this is for GV to be in a position for the 2-0. And like we said, a lot of conversation here today was about the playoffs and getting yourself secured for it. And this, you know, any teams that can get these 2-0s at this late in the state of the season is magnificent and also huge and impactful. So, I mean, this is where Anubis, the pressure is on for them. They have to be able to figure out something now, and it's not going to be an easy feat. I mean, GR side for, you know, for GV is a really big bonus for them. So I am curious what these discussions are. You can see in the player cams, these guys are just kind of getting ready, like some heavy breathing, some conversation, but what is going to be the plan of attack?
Yeah, it's a tough one for Anubis. They let it slip already in the first map. Doing that twice in a row is going to be a tough pill to swallow if that is their fate. But GV, they know it here. Only 2 rounds are needed to go their way to take this one. If it does go to a golden round, though, Anubis will get it on the GR side, so not necessarily the worst position for Anubis, knowing it could go potentially that full distance into a golden round finish. But for Anubis, they've got to be a little bit careful here. Look at Dipsy's position. He is caught between every player of GV right now, able to find himself 2 kills somehow before going down 7, just a little bit late there on the backstab. So ultimately, some good value being found regardless.
I feel bad for 7, man. This is a couple times where I think, you know, he has the right idea, but I think he just has an off angle where someone kind of slips right past him and he has no idea, right? So then the fact that Dipsy gets himself in a position where he's able to get a double kill like that, it's just so unfortunate. And that's where we talk about positioning and, you know, the time management of everything. It's really unfortunate for 7 in this series here today. But I mean, Anubis now in a 4-on-2. I mean, again, look, you have the strongest players right now so far in this game alive. This is starting to pan out nicely, and if they're able to find this without a death, that could be huge. But now it's just Creed's. He's got the C4 in his hand. It's a question if he's going to be able to lock this down by himself, scoping every single option possible, just clearing all the sites, making sure he's even going to re-aggress on it again, but he'll get punished for it. And Anubis, they bounce back, and we're at 11-11. But this little bit of a highlight from Dipsy, honestly, I think that was the full difference maker in this.
Yeah, honestly, it was. You can't afford to have Dipsy doing stuff like this, and again, he's already doing it in this round. Gets the double as well, gets away with 2 HP. I swear, every time we see Dipsy getting away, it's just by the skin of his teeth here, and he just makes it look so easy. And now for Anubis, this could be what gives them that fighting chance. Eventually, he will go down, but again, if you can find 2 big frags to start off the round, that could be all you need here. But Snox able to find another. Both arms now down for Anubis.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's great to see, you know, someone like Dipsy, you know, starting things off with aggression, getting the double. But it does make me a bit worried with him getting taken out now. Like we just saw there where GV were able to find themselves 2 quick kills. So it's back to equal footing of the 3-3. So what was a big lead at first for Anubis is kind of fallen a bit short again. Doom getting really aggressive and does win that timing. So now instead of re-aggressing on this and pressing forward, now he's going to press back. This is where he kind of pumps the brakes a little bit. And this is what you love to see, because now GV, being down in the numbers, they have to even go for more of a hunt. But Creeds, my God, he's able to get the pixel ahead of design. And Jaguar will get this trade done, but this thing is just a mayhem of a round. And Doom now just again biding his time, falling back, just playing the buddy system. Snox trying everything he can. He is able to find this duel. Jaguar, is he going to be able to have the timing of this? Goes a bit wide, puts the arm, makes the connection, and Anubis, they're going to get a 12th round. But man, this thing is just a grind.
Yeah, really tough rounds, back and forth. A lot of them just down to these simple 1v1, 1v2 situations. Nobody's safe in this one yet. Anubis looking for the close, but Master going to bait perfectly into Doom, but the trade right there from 7 to make sure it's not too far out of reach just yet. But Master, he's still kind of stuck here in this forward hotel position, but Dipsy again looking for the double kill opener. Faye is going to punish him a little bit sooner in this one, and this is where GV has to hold an even numbers situation. They know they've got Master down to half HP as well. And the A bomb site, if they can figure it out, is wide open. And this is where GV has to kind of just ease into this round to try and find that information. If they start to peek out a little bit too aggressively alone, it could come back to bite them. But ultimately for Anubis, it's just making sure they don't give up a free pick in this situation.
That's exactly it, right? I mean, this is where Anubis, you know, in the defensive position, everything here, all the stakes on this round, so important. Master needs to find this connection, and he does. The pressure, I was wondering if it get to him, but no. He handles it well, and 3-on-2 with a minute remaining. It is awesome in phase, the last two remaining players. The bomb is in their control, and looks like the eyes are going to be set for this A site. And Design kind of just playing in their spawn, so will be a retake scenario, which I think is a good note. Not giving up the body, instead just kind of playing the buddy system, playing the numbers in their advantage. This is a really, really smart play from Anubis. They still have plenty of utility. And now the bomb is going to go down. They realize what they have to do. We've been able to see them pull up a lot of strides here for the retake. Utility starting to fly through. But GV in a position here where they have to have all this firepower to push this thing to a golden round. Otherwise, Anubis will be able to have themselves a 1-on-1 split. 20 seconds remaining on the timer. Awesome comes in for a big swing. He tries to be the hero, but now leaving it to FaZe. Missing a shot, uncharacteristic of him. A pistol to get one done. Can he be able to find a second? Yes, he will! And we are going the full distance in this game.
Here we go, golden round. Of course, it's FaZe, the player, to send us all the way there. It looked like Awesome for a second was going to be the one to do it, but the angle's just a little bit more favorable for GV in that one. And now, in the golden round, it is truly anybody's map for the taking here. It's been a 50-50 match throughout. We saw even in map number 1, it just went down to those final couple of rounds where GV were able to win it. But this time around, it's going to have to be on the BL side for GV if they want to find themselves the big 2-0 win. And it's already 4 players putting that pressure on towards the A bomb site. The C4 is still down outside of the B hotel though, and this is where you can tell Anubis understands the importance of this round. Normally they're very forward, they're very proactive, but they're pretty turtled up in this one.
Yeah, this I don't blame him too. I mean, all the stakes are here, right? Like, this is the last round to see what you can do, and man, oh man, that you know, that stress, and you can just, the tension of this is all-time high. And now GV, they're not even going to mess around on this. A full execute coming through onto the A side. Jaguar playing the tight corner, but he's not able to find anything at all. But Design, it's only 1 kill. Now Doom, hesitant to go for the peak. Smoke's now flying through. It's just raining utility. And they're split apart. Anubis trying to see if they can find a spam. Not able to. A strong position for GV. But again, now even Master finds a great connection with the Alm. Takes down the IGL. Back to a 3-3. 27 seconds remain here for the timer. Double player's going to swing on through A main. And Dipsy, he's able to find this double, leaving it to Snox by himself. A heroic play needed. He's able to find this one, spraying frantically, but it's not meant to be. And Anubis, they're going to be able to have a 1-on-1 split here today.
Huge round, but it all comes down to Dipsy being the hero of the day there. A huge double kill to open up the retake, and more importantly, get themselves a map win, because this blocks GV from now tying them in points and keeps themselves in that 3rd place position overall. So a huge round to take away for Anubis, but it was definitely not an easy path to get here. This is the most I've seen GV put pressure on this team in quite some time, and it was a huge amount they had to overcome to actually get this final round to go their way.
Well, exactly, right? I mean, this is where I was kind of saying from the beginning of the season, it was exciting to see what Anubis has been able to do, but we've seen a lot of these great performances, but then these moments where they kind of fumble the bag a little bit, and it kind of looked like that was going to be the tail here. It didn't look like they had any control of the game at any point, and then They bounce back, they get themselves for at least that 1-1, which is really good in terms of the, you know, the rankings like we talked about. I mean, because if they would have gone down 0-2, that could have just catapulted them way more down. But again, you got to give it to GV, because I really do think they played really well. I loved seeing Seven, you know, putting himself in some highlight reels. Always love to see Creeds, you know, just being the beast he is. But again, it's hard not to ignore, you know, FaZe just able to be the big hero, but also the exact same thing for Dipsy. Like someone that I feel like you and I have talked a lot about in the past, where, you know, previous seasons we said, you know, Dipsy is one of those exciting players to see. I don't feel like we got to see an individual performance like this from him in a long time, and I feel like when it mattered most, like he definitely delivered.
Yeah, I feel like for Dipsy, the biggest change this season has been him taking on that hybrid role, having that accessibility of using the AWM when he wants to, has just shown a lot more of the value he can provide as a player, because every other time you see him making a big play, it's with an AWM in his hands now, which for this team adds a lot of value, because as we've seen, there's not a ton of teams in this league that are consistently strong with a double AWM setup, but Anubis is starting to become one of them.
Well, and that's the thing, where you just we talk about the rankings and we say it's, you know, you can never just take it for the full picture, right? You're like, well, GV, they're a team in the, you know, the rankings technically where they're ranked number 6, and like a team like Lazarus is beating them right now, and you know, unKnights are ahead of them, and you know, but that's not going to matter. Like all these teams can beat each other any given day, so I think that's the thing for GV. Is I think it was a bit surprising, like we talked about in our, you know, our death segment in the beginning of the day, is saying it's quite shocking to see the placement of them in 6th place right now, but all it takes is for them to find themselves a 2-0 and they could be able to have themselves a conversation of top 4. And I mean, the fact that they did go 1-1 today, obviously they were hoping for the 2-0. It was definitely on the deck of cards here, but you know, for them, I think it's a good note, just the fact they can split it off, just considering their path might be a little bit different than, you know, a team like Anubis is in the later portion of the season, but I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, overall, looking at the stats here, pretty comparable, I would say, across the board. The big standout, of course, being Dipsy in this second map, a 1.8 KD and 1.3 kills per round as well. Definitely the strongest and most consistent on this second map across the entire lobby. And honestly, if they had traded him a few more times, the match would have been GV's. It was just that simple here. Shutting down Dipsy didn't happen as soon as it needed to, several occasions, and those were the rounds that Anubis was able to take away from this one. And ultimately, it's no surprise why he's the MVP here, because he was that key difference maker.
He really was, and I mean, that's the biggest thing, is that he really was the hero they needed. They needed someone to, you know, pull at the bootstraps and kind of frag out, and he was doing it. And I really liked, like you said, and I'm glad this is a point you brought up, is the fact that they kind of went for this hybrid model. And I didn't get to see him very often have the AWM in his hands, but I think it was a good mixture where we saw him with the rifles and we saw him with the AWM, and he just kind of did it the way he wanted to, and look at how well that he played. This is the most comfortable I've seen him in probably forever.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be interesting to see what this team is going to do moving forward, but this is going to be where we take a break after our first match of the day. But stay tuned, we've got 3 more big matches on the way. We'll see you there. All right, well, we are back here and ready for our second matchup of the day. This time it's going to be LCK taking on TBI, and as much as we had a very close first matchup of the day, I'm not expecting quite the same outcome in this one. LCK pretty confidently in that number 2 spot right now, and TBI, I'm not sure about you, I just don't know if they have what it takes in this one. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, that's the thing is that, you know, the overall ranking, it's difficult, right? Because I mean, you're talking about LCK with one loss. I mean, the whole time, I think that was back against like Lazarus, where they had a little bit of a blip where, if I'm not mistaken, that was like a 13-12 game, like, so it went right to the distance. But for a team like TBI, I mean, I think we were pretty excited to see what they could be able to do with that roster shuffle that happened in the beginning of the season. We thought maybe there might be something a little bit different, but unfortunately they just haven't been able to find that footing, right? And they're kind of sitting in this position of, like, you know, a 2-6 with, you know, 2 draws. So it's kind of, you know, this top, you know, heavy team taking on the bottom heavy team right now. So we'll have to see if something might be a little bit different in this match. But I mean, really, in all seriousness, I think, you know, on the paper, it's LCK should be able to have this 2-0, and it's no disrespect, of course, to TBI. I think it's just, we know that LCK are a dominant force, and they're fighting for that top 3 placement, and really, they haven't looked like they've had a lot of mistakes so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it there on your screen. The facts don't lie. The win rates on rounds, 75% across the season for LCK, only 30% for TBI. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, but TBI is, I would say, still improving the season over season. At the end of the day, they are still one of the younger teams in this league, and it's a pretty stacked season. I would say probably one of the hardest seasons we've ever seen when you compare all of these teams side by side, but it's also a roster that went through the most growing pains this season as well, losing their 2 arguably stronger players, that being Design and Master, going the way of Anubis. And considering they've had to rebuild, I do like some of the things that this team has brought to the table. But when you look at the other side, these players are just deadly to go up against, because LCK, when it comes to the aim game, this is one of the best teams in the league. You've got players like Design and Raffin who are lights out when it comes to their rifling, and not only that, you probably have the best double arm setup in the league as well, that being Spoxy and Flex to deal with.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the biggest thing, right? Is I think, you know, you have Spoxy, which is the old reliable with the arm, but then you have Flex as somebody that can be really scary with it too. So that double combination, like you talked about, couldn't agree more. I think that's going to be pretty big piece for this. And I mean, this veto probably going the way I thought it would have. I honestly kind of was having I don't know why, I had a little bit of a feeling like TBI maybe we're going to throw a little bit of a curveball and try something a little bit different. But I mean, the fact that it's going to be Port, you know, for the pick of LCK makes a lot of sense, just given their history so far on this map. They look pretty stellar on it. And then the decider being Anakara, yeah, probably I would give this veto, in my opinion, still to LCK. I think this is going to favor them quite a bit. But I'm not saying Akara is off the deck here, but I think this definitely puts that win rate percentage in favor for these guys.
Yeah, it really does. And even looking at the history, the previous meetup was a 10-1 and 10-8 victory for LCK the last time they met. And I believe the 10-8 was Compound, which was their first ban on the LCK side in this map pool. So you'd have to think they've got a pretty good shot here, especially when you consider you get to kick it off on the GR side of Port as well, which is usually a pretty comfortable position for any team to be in, especially the way LCK likes to play on this map. So for TBI, I think at this point in the season, it's kind of one of those positions where you don't have a whole lot left to lose, so it's just proving what they can as a team and ensuring they hold themselves at least in a high enough standing to not have to worry about being that team that's auto-relegated out in that 8th place position, because that's the biggest thing I think TBI is probably working against right now, is making sure at the very least they stay above Swamp Gaming when the season's over.
Yeah, well, exactly, right? I mean, I think for them it's just all about surviving at this point, and I mean, they still are a team that can compete, and I said this before in the first game. I said, look, like, any of these teams can beat each other theoretically any given day, right? I mean, it's going to depend on how well TBI's played. We have seen them, you know, go pretty far in terms of score lines against some really top teams. Like, I think even 3BL, like, there's been some 10-7s, 10-8s and things like that. Not necessarily a win, but either way, they still pushed the boundary. So we'll have to see if they can do that against a team like LCK, but you know, you talked about him before, and we'll see him again. And that hybrid, you know, little model here from LCK of Flex, he's already been able to find himself the opening 2.
Why not a third along with it? Flex, just doing Flex things to start this game off and causing havoc, downing the C4 as well with that second kill. Really leaves things wide open. Gainer able to find actually a double kill somehow from this position. Flex as well taken down to half HP. They got a little bit too confident on this mid position after winning those 3 picks, and now it's kind of falling apart a little bit. Raffin trying to make sure they can maintain control over this one, pushes out of B long and is able to find Booker. A little bit of a shaky fight at first, but now Gainer, he is left alone. No C4 in hand to work with, but I don't believe Spoxy actually called him out here on this position, but he goes for the check anyways, and LCK will win that opening round. But this is where LCK is so hard to deal with. You've got to find Spoxy and Flex, and you've got to be very careful of the approach on both of these players.
Oh, exactly. And it's always so weird to see Spoxy with a rifle. I feel like it's just like when you look at his overall stats, it's like it's just nothing, right? Like his 10% of his, frags are essentially with a rifle. It's always with the arm, right? So it's always a little weird to see it with a rifle, but yeah, I mean, again, that combination of him and Flex is so lethal. It's so scary. And the fact that, like we said, Flex was able to start things off with the opening 3, that's that pesty, play style that I think all these teams know to expect, but he somehow, some way is able to find himself in great positions to win those fights. So it always makes it very annoying to be quite blunt about it, but it's just, factual. But now, I mean, LCK will be able to start the opening round in their favor. TBI, they have shown us they can have a decent BL side, and Flex actually does miss a bit of a shot here, so King almost able to find himself an opening duel. But now LCK, look at how much, congestion there is here in mid. Like, they just put all their players essentially towards us. Now they're going to reposition themselves on this and kind of change up the composition. And actually, I really like this. I think this is the right call.
Yeah, honestly, it's a really good rotation here, but TBI, they still have a good opportunity to maybe execute onto this B bomb side. It's only really one forward player to deal with. It's going to be Raffin, and then of course you still have that player lurking in the shadows back there. And it's going to be Dezane just playing behind that secondary box on the back of site. But I like the way they're playing this as well. It's a double counter flash position, so if they hear the push coming and there's a lot of noise made from TBI, LCK is going to have a chance to double peek off of this flash. And this is where I'm not so sure of TBI's approach here. They've already made a little bit of noise, so look at the rotation. LCK, all 5 players in a position where they can now quickly swing onto this B bomb site. The counter flashes are going to be thrown. Flex able to find one, and there's so much attention put on to Raffin. The rest of LCK is just starting to clean things up from the back of site here. Beva, though, sneaks over the top, drops down into pit, able to clean things up with Dirty, but it's still going to be Spoxy, the threat they've got to find a way to deal with, and Gainer able to get this one to a close.
Oh man, and the time was ticking too. I mean, that was under 10 seconds, and I was thinking maybe LCK were going to be a little bit of a sneaky double and run the timeout, but I mean, Spoxy, I don't even know how he saw that player through the smoke. I mean, I didn't even see him myself, so guy's got the X-ray vision or something. But man, a bit of a grinding round, but TBI right back into it. Trades, left, right, and center right now will favor TBI. Gainer's pushing himself into mid. Some good positioning from him. So now LCK have to regather themselves in this and reconfigure the game plan. And King, he might be able to have a backstab on this. The timing could be good, but oh no, there's no ammo in the gun, and he's gonna get punished for it. So now LCK bringing it back to the 3-3. 30 seconds remaining on the timer. They have the utility available, everything they need to get this retake through. And that's Spoxy just in their spawn point. Flashes coming in, and they're just going for the swing. Dezane able to find the head of one. Dirty connects the arm for another. Lineclaw doesn't check his 6, leaving it to the one-on-one. It's a sticking of the defuse. He's going to get off of it, but Dirty once again comes up with a dirty 3K.
Wow, huge plays for TBI to start this one off, especially leading it now on the BL side. Not what we would expect from LCK, but it's been some struggles on these holds, especially towards the B-bomb site. Raffin, normally a very strong entry and anchor, only getting 1 kill on the 2B pushes he's been up against. TBI as well, getting the opening pick here in round number 4. Flex, the player to go down early on, not what you want to see if you're an LCK fan here, it's definitely a bit of a rough start, but it also just shows you the preparations that a team like TBI has still been putting in throughout the season. This is a team you can tell every time we see them, they're hungry to improve.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I mean, that's always been the exciting point for a team like TBI, despite them being kind of in the lower ranks, is like I've always said that them having their massive roster shuffle, it still made me excited to see what they can do. Obviously, it's not the results we were expecting to see, but like I said in the beginning, is that they are a team that has been able to go toe in toe with some of the top teams, and that's what always made it really, really exciting for watching them. Is just the fact that you can never really count them out, and that's always the piece about them you can't underestimate. And I don't know if LCK may be being a little bit overconfident right now, still early on. Sure, yes, it's a 2-1 scoreline, but right now TBI do have the lead. LCK already losing Flex early on. Raffin's going to be able to connect the rifle for the head of Beva, so this is a good start. Now Spoxy might have his moment to shine here. Flash is coming in. Zane trying to see if he's able to connect here. Spoxy into Zane, the combination, it's just too lethal, it's too deadly, and now Dirty by himself for a 1-on-4 with 40 seconds remaining. A tall task at hand, and it's not meant to be, and who other than Spoxy to be able to put the arm to connection, and we're right back into a tie game.
Yeah, ultimately the rotation's just super strong there from LCK, especially Dezane, up to 6 kills already on the GR side, really elevating what they've been able to do for LCK to get themselves back to the tie. But now it's up to TBI. A 2-2 is a very strong start for the BL side of this map, but it could be all for naught if they let it go to a 7-2 against them at the end of the day. They've got to keep this one close throughout if they want to have that chance going into the GR side. But for TBI, it's going to be all about the B tunnels this time around. 4 players working that approach, but Spoxy, he's tough to deal with on this off angle. Already able to find one, gets the second as well. King making that cardinal mistake of peeking with a nade out, will be punished for doing so. But Gainer actually able to take down Flex. Again, Flex in mid, getting a little bit too aggressive on the peak. Seems to be the consistent issue for him, but doesn't seem to matter when the rest of the team is ready to go for LCK. 3-on-2 now, as the bomb works its way into a pretty open A bomb site.
Yeah, the site's going to be open, and I think with this utility, they should be able to get across. And oh man, Beba, he actually got caught in the kneecap, so you will survive. You will be able to get this done. What is going on? How does Spoxy see these players? Oh man, locked and loaded. LCK, before I can even finish my sentence, they just get the retake done and dusted. Right back into a lead, and it was looking pretty decent. There was a lot of trade frags back and forth. But again, I love this reposition from Spoxy. He typically plays in the A tower. There we get to see him, you know, pushing a bit more aggressive in B main. That's what you want to see, right? You love that rotating on player just to kind of, you know, manipulate the map. And it just makes it even more problematic when you're on the attacking side to figure out what to do. And now, I don't even know if they know what to do, because it's just LCK loading up the kill feed one more time, and they're just winning these fights. Gainer gets himself a little bit of retaliation as well as Booker, so all of a sudden now it's back to a 3-3 through all this chaos.
Yeah, right now LCK still looking a little bit dicey in these mid-round plays. They're going to lose Lion Claw as well. The trade though from Spoxy, able to get them another kill. Dirty as well. Had to be pretty careful getting out of that one. Almost taken down. The backstab from Flex almost on his head, and now it's going to be a tough round to win out. Both Booker and Dirty pretty low on HP against Flex, and Spoxy looking pretty healthy in this one. The C4 still in their control as they work their way back into mid. I believe Flex might have actually spotted one of them underneath the mid bridge, but look at Spoxy on the flank, grabs them both. They had no idea that flank was coming through.
Oh man, you just love to see it. Big play coming in. LCK, I agree with you. Like, I think, you know, this is where, you know, we had that little bit of a conversation just saying, like, look, like, it's the top, or I think I said this, I said the top heavy team, right? Like a number 2 ranked team in the standings right now, taking on the pretty much the second bottom team. But that's the thing about when you have this, you know, overall higher rating in the standings, you can't kind of let your foot off the gas, right? You can't just kind of you know, think, okay, this is going to be an easy day in the office. No, like that's where we were saying, like, these teams can all beat each other. It just depends on the day. That's where the competition is so fierce. So I think for this moment, I think it is a technical issue. So I think for this moment, it's a good little bit of a chat. LCK, again, their expectations in this series, in my opinion, should be a 2-0. But I mean, the way this game's going, it's not really convincing to have that, you know, bit of a conversation. So I'm really hoping they can kind of cool themselves off a little bit here, Kyle. And I mean, for TBI, I mean, this is definitely what you want to see. Like, they're pushing a team in a bit of a stressful moment early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely shows you nothing is guaranteed, and that's what some of these teams have to be careful of. I feel like some of the teams get up against a TBI or a Swamp Gaming, and they assume that it's going to be a win for themselves, and then it ends up costing them a map sometimes too in these crucial situations. And that's where, if you're LCK, you've got to be playing every game like it is extremely important, because if 3BL makes one misstep and happens to take a loss, LCK can be right there to swoop in and grab that #1 spot. And when you've got a ladder seeding for the playoffs, the #1 seed is guaranteed a top 2 finish, so a lot on the line if they can make that happen.
And there it is again. LCK just coming in, getting things done early on in the round. 4 kills coming through all over from the players. And now just leaving it to Dirty by himself here with Yom, and just kind of in a situation of no bomb control, no real estate. And this is not fun. This is not something you want to be in, right? And now for him, I mean, this is probably a conversation between the team to go, okay, that was a bit of a meat grinder round. That's not what we want. But LCK on the brink of finding themselves this 5th. Dirty misses the shot. Now LCK staying a bit more composed on this. More nades flying through, the knife's out, and there it is with Flex. Who other than him to get the knife, a dagger to the gunfight. And LCK, they are going to put themselves closer and closer to securing a decent first half here. And 5-2, it's starting to get a nice lead.
Yeah, that's the disappointing part, I'm sure, for TBI. You have a 2-2, it looks really good on port. A 7-2, not so much. And that's what LCK is pushing for here. Flex able to get 2 before going down to Dirty. Early 4-on-3 favored. And it's going to be really just up to these remaining 3 players to try and find any sort of chance to turn that back around. But LCK, just shot for shot, they are so tough to go up against. Even when they have a couple of misplays, there's always that one player who can turn things right back around. And it is going to be Dirty looking for that kill in mid, trying to sneak up here with Booker, but Lion Claw right on the other side of the double door is able to spot out Booker, not going to connect on the shots, but gets that information at the very least. And now it's just a matter of deciding what direction they want to go for TBI. They do have a lot of control towards the B side of the map here, but they still have a 2-man hold pretty much any direction they look to go.
Yeah, especially when you have the 3 players remaining. This is not an easy situation, again, with the 2-2, like you said, for the defense. So for LCK, they're in a good position. Raffin is going to be able to find that first opener. Blocking things down in the site. Dirty's trying to see if he can get a shot through just the tightest crack in the window. Not going to happen. The bomb is still in their control, though. So again, that's going to be in the possession of Booker. But now Dirty looking like he wants to lead the charge here to put the arm in connection. And just misses the timing just by a second here against Lion Claw. Might be able to get a little bit of revenge. He will not. So LCK sitting pretty here on the 4-on-1 situation. Booker, tall task, but he's already starting to make it look like it's achievable. He finds this too. 24 seconds remain, should have enough time for the plant, but the question is, where does he want to go with this post plant? But it's not even going to matter, because Zane, he's already there behind enemy lines, and LCK now putting themselves on a 6th round. And it always looks like we have these little, bit of moments where TBI can bring it back, but then LCK just go right back to work in their ways and keep on winning.
Yeah, honestly, LCK, this is all their game at this point. TBI, they had a 2-2 to start off this first half, but since then, LCK in full control here. It's especially devastating to come out of the pause round and end it with a knife kill to the back here. It almost just puts that tilt factor onto your team, and gives you that mental block that could be enough for LCK to just kind of waltz their way into a pretty big opening map in this one. But I would say when you look at the overall series map picks as well, this is the one where I would expect LCK to have a more one-sided performance on. The second map, maybe a stronger chance, but Flex in this midsection just so tough to deal with, taking all of these fights one by one. Even with 4 players in mid, it doesn't feel like there's any way to help each other against Flex.
No, there isn't. I mean, that's the fun thing about watching Flex play, right? I could only imagine what it's like when you're playing against him, but like, he's just such a pest in a good way, right? I mean, he's just that guy that, you know, gets in your face. He can just be aggressive. You can't find the kill against him because he's hiding in the right angle. So he does all these perfect things for his teammates to be able to, you know, assist him. And there it is again. He's like Beetlejuice. You say his name so many times, he's just going to load up on the kill feed again. And he finds himself multitude of frags. And TBI, they haven't been able to find a frag in their way yet. Flex is wounded down to critical HP. He finally gets removed, but that's all that's going to come through out of this round, potentially. Unless Beba, in the position he's in, able to mow down the spray, but he will not. At LCK, dominant fashion here with a 7-2 scoreline. And honestly, again, I think it's just Flex, you know, kickstarting these rounds early on is becoming the thorn in the side. I mean, the fact that he's able to get these kills early and mid is really the problem.
Yeah, at this point, it's just going to be a really, really tough one on map number 1 for TBI. They've had a lot of opportunities, but the problem is just shot for shot, they can't win these opening picks against players like Flex and Dezane, who just have the superior firepower, it seems, in a lot of these fights. Not only that, LCK is so good at, even when they have 3 or 4 players in front of them, being able to pick them out into individual fights one at a time, and that's super key as well. And TBI has not been able to navigate that appropriately. They're still giving them those opportunities to take fights untraded, but if you're LCK, that's what you want all day long, because shot for shot, there's really no team that goes toe-to-toe with them outside of 3BL and making those plays. So it's going to be a tough one for TBI going into the second half. At least they're on the GR side now, which should be a little bit more comfortable. The problem they're going to have to deal with now, though, is LCK is also one of the strongest teams when it comes to utility on the execution, so they have to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, and you could just see even on the player cams too, like for TBI, like they're just, you know, the look of defeat, right? I mean, you know, a picture says 1,000 words, right? But they just look so deflated right now, and maybe things can switch over on the GR side for these guys, but LCK, I mean, like we talked about, you know, a very versatile team. They, you know, I don't think there's really like a, you know, they're a heavy GR sided team or a heavy BL sided team. I think they're very strong and well-rounded, so which makes them even more scary to play against, but we'll find out. Single OM actually from both these teams. So, I mean, LCK, we talked a lot about them in the pre-show, is that, you know, they're the team that really run the double OM setup quite consecutively, but in this case, they are just going to leave it to Spoxy. And I'm glad that Flex is actually, again, just playing, you know, with the rifle, allowing him to just kind of play that lurk. He's always the guy that just pushes the boundaries and tries to find those like small openings when you're on the attack. And they're just kind of toying with ideas right now, getting that B main control. And Flex is still kind of in middle by himself. He's going to find this timing potentially to cut things off right in the middle. And that's going to be important, because if he finds this kill against Gainer, that could change things around. He gets spotted, but look at that now. He actually repositions entirely. And now King, he's able to find himself that double. So locking it down, biding a little bit more time here for TBI on the rotates. And the bomb should be able to go down. It's not in the possession of anybody yet. They're still scrambling for it, but they got plenty of time to work with. But Dezane able to find himself the 3, and Spoxy with the icing on the cake here with the and they're going to keep on trucking.
Yeah, for TBI, that's a round you really have to be able to find the way to win. They had the numbers advantage, but then they just stacked up trying to push onto that smoke from the GR spawn, and LCK, they'll eat that up all day long. Raffin as well gets the nade kill with Dezane to start off the round, taking down King. Gainer as well, sprayed through the boxes in mid. And already LCK getting closer to putting that map point onto the table. Only 3 more players in their path to find that 9th round. Dirty as well maybe even spotted on that jump peak over the top flex. He's going to go for it. He knows Dirty's on the other side of this, maybe actually going to go for the A hit instead. And Beva certainly has no clue what's coming his direction in this one. And it may not even matter. The flank perfectly timed here, and LCK just looking to put the nail in the coffin in this one.
Wow, that honestly, I hope we can catch that on the replay, because again, it may not look like a huge detail for the casual viewer, but I mean, the fact that Flex was able to find himself in mid like that, creeped on just the right-hand side there, and slipping past the defensive player, that honestly just won the round. I mean, he was able to have all the real estate in the world, and then he was able to find that double. So that is huge, and that's where we talked about, you know, the fact mechanically he's just so gifted and he can just glide through the map is definitely something to behold. And now TBI again needing to scrape up so many rounds, to bringing this back to even a conversation, you know, for the overtime and to push it. And LCK, I mean, they lose Spoxy early on, but they still have everybody else alive. Booker is critically low on the HP, and now Beva gets caught in the worst position here. He was trying to, you know, reevaluate his game plan, but he gets punished for it. And now LCK, they're just going for a full gunfight. Now they're just trying to get the job done, and it might be all over here, folks, for this first map, as King, now the remaining player, Rappin, bringing the pistol out, tries to get it done. King and the critical HP, and it's just a matter of time. And LCK are going to be able to secure it with a nade on top. And they have a convincing opening game where it was looking a little bit dicey in the beginning. But man, oh man, did they reconvene themselves and look a lot better after that technical.
Yeah, LCK. That's what we expect out of them right there. A 10-2 confident play across the board. TBI, they did have a really neck and neck start to this map. But once LCK got into that comfort pocket, it was all over after that point. So I'm hoping maybe map number 2 shows us a little bit of a closer match here, but this is just LCK looking in that playoff form already. This is a team that I'm sure kind of has that chip on their shoulder after falling short and not making the finals in season 1, and you can tell they are hungry to make it to the finals this time around.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I mean, that's been the exciting thing for LCK is, I mean, they really do look like a scary team. Like, them and 3BL are the top 2 teams right now, and they are definitely a force to reckon with, right? I mean, it makes me more and more excited to see what LCK can do. Like I said, the early part of this game was a little bit scary, but I think they were able to kind of, you know, get themselves back into their comfort. You know, they just had to figure things out, and it looked like another easy day at the office after, like I said, that technical. And I think we were sitting at like a 2-2 at one point, and then essentially they just won the whole game out. So I think for LCK, like we said, this is a lot of expectation that they should be able to find this 2-0. Anything less than that would be probably a pretty big upset. But I think in the fact that we're seeing them look, you know, this good and clean, it just makes that extra reassurance for playoffs that, you know, it's only a couple weeks away, and it just makes me more and more excited to see what they're going to be able to do this time around for the second season.
Yeah, it almost feels like in season 2, the top 2 have separated themselves even further this time around. I was looking at the overall round differentials. You've got LCK now over 50 round differential, 3BL over 75. Anubis in 3rd place has a 4 round differential, which just shows you the difference between being a top 2 and a top 3 team in this league. But as we look at the stats, they tell an even greater story here for LCK. Dezane 4.0 KD, 1.3 kills per round, and honestly across the board everyone looking good on the LCK side. Nothing overwhelmingly needed there, but for TBI it's going to be a full turnaround required in this second map, and I'm hopeful they can do it, because I feel like this team, they've got some of the pieces of what could be great, but unfortunately just not looking like their day so far.
No, definitely not. And that's where we were kind of saying, you know, like, any team can beat each other, but at the same time too, and I'm glad you brought that up, is the fact that, you know, like 3BL and LCK really are those 2 teams that really have kind of cemented themselves as like a different tier, it feels like, you know, in terms of this league, and they really are a whole different monster that you have to go against. But I mean, for TBI, I mean, they're gonna have a few minutes now for a little bit of a break as we get ready to go for the second map, and we're gonna have to see what tricks they got up their sleeves, because they're gonna have to pretty much execute all those things right here and now. But until then, we're gonna just take that short few minute break here as we get ready for Mankara, and we'll see you in just a few.
All right, we are back here and ready for our second map of the series. TBI hoping to bounce back after a pretty difficult 10-2 loss on Port to kick this one off, but it's rightfully so. LCK just kind of hitting their full stride here as a team in that first map, and the big question now is, will they be shut down in map number 2? I'd find it hard to believe, but you know what? Maybe TBI has something special in store for us here.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe, right? I mean, it's the biggest question here. But I mean, honestly, I think, like we said, I think for LCK, like they look like they have a pretty deep map pool. I don't think there's really been a map where I've been too worried about them playing on it. And I mean, you know, look, we talked about TBI, maybe something up their sleeves, and well, so far they got a man advantage up their sleeves, and leaving with Dezane a pretty good position, some pretty big aggression coming through on this, and oh yeah, he's gonna get the timing, and Beva no longer for this world. Back to a 3-3. Dezane still overextends the welcome a little bit now, and TBI once again back into a player advantage, but for how long, that's the question. But LCK, I mean, it seems like they're kind of starting these rounds off in the beginning pretty aggressively, and they're trying to see what they can get away with. A little bit of a flex, no pun intended, but you know, I mean, we'll see if they go back to their, you know, standard way of playing. But I mean, it's still an open bit of a ball game right now, and Booker does actually spot a player that crossed through. Will he be able to find this kill? He will, leaving it all down to Lion Claw, someone we didn't get to talk really about at all in the previous map, and now maybe a moment to shine.
Yeah, he was pretty quiet in map number 1. Didn't really have moments where he was too needed to pop off, though, with the way that one went. But if he could pull off a 1v3 to start off this second map, it would be quite the statement to keep things heavily in their direction. But Lionclaw, he's already been spotted out. Dirty, able to get the job done and start this one off with a win for TBI. But as we saw in the first map, it started off neck and neck. So I feel like if you're TBI here, you've got to swing even more momentum early on if you want to win this one.
Yeah, and even TBI just kind of, again, very passive, waiting things out. I think they're expecting that full aggression once again from LCK, but LCK just playing the mind games, man. They're just kind of sitting back, relaxing, playing a very standard setup here for the GR side. And honestly, I think for TBI, I mean, they've always been a team, I don't know if you would agree, but I feel like they're a team that, I feel like their BL sides are quite strong, or they can be quite strong despite, you know, obviously their record. But I mean, you're going against a top tier team, but is there anything you would want to see differently from TBI on a side like this, on this map, Kyle?
I think the big thing for TBI is just going to be not being too nervous to go for map control. They seem to be a little bit scared when it comes to challenging on some of these parts of the map. We saw it in map number 1 as well, where they really just put too much attention on that midsection, and they're kind of falling into the same trap here as well. And when you've got 2 OMs on the other side, you don't really want to go for those long lanes. You want to go for those quick little bursty fights. So I'd like to see them put more attention towards B here, which does seem to be the direction they're leaning towards in this second round. But I can understand the hesitancy, because when you've got Spoxy and Flex kind of just roaming round after round, not really playing the same spot twice, it definitely makes you play a little bit slower than maybe you should.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, the fact that, you know, that they keep rotating their positions and mixing things up, it always makes it a bit of a guessing game. And now Raffin just here deep in the vents, and now he's gonna have 4 different players towards his direction. Will he be able to find this? Ooh, it's a bit of a labored spray, but he's almost getting himself that 2K. But now it's going to be the key to get themselves into this site. The plant's going to come through with 10 seconds remaining. LCK now 3 players surviving here for the retake. 35 seconds. Gainer. Challenging spray for him too, but he gets it done. Losing these players one by one, and TBI might have been able to find themselves another round, unless we see something from Spoxy with 40 HP. No utility at all, and Beva will get the job done. And honestly, a decent start coming in from TBI against LCK, and this is kind of what we saw in the beginning of the first map too, where they had that 2-0 lead.
Yeah, so far, really good work from TBI. A lot of that comes down to, though, LCK playing fairly spread out. I'd like to see a little bit more trade setups coming out from them. I think just because they know shot for shot they're a stronger team, they are playing a little bit too risky so far, but you can see them falling into a little bit more of a default strat now in the 2-1-2 in this third round. I do like this change up, playing a little bit more composed, not playing too overly confident, and making sure they have more comfortable trade positions in this third round. And I think this is where you'll see kind of similar to what we saw in map number 1, them after they lose and get exploited for a couple of rounds, that's when they really start to recalibrate quickly.
Yeah, and that's kind of been a thing for LCK is, you know, I don't really feel like they're a team that always kind of has a really strong kickstart. It feels like they are that team that, I don't know why, the wheels, you know, they have to move a little bit slow, and then finally once it's rolling, it's rolling, right? The rubber hits the road, it's all good, but it seems like that takes a bit of time for them. And now Raffin playing a pretty interesting angle. I haven't seen this in a long time, and it's only a one and done kill. Now Flex trying everything he can with the pistol, not able to find anything at all, barely any damage inflicted, and Gainer now coming in for the double kill. So put a 3-on-2 situation. Gainer critically low, and I believe that was Spoxy that's actually going to get spotted now in Dirty. He's actually still going to aggress onto this, gets punished for it. Now Spoxy again in a clutch situation on the 1-on-2. This time a little bit different of a scenario. He's got a full belty utility. He's got a little bit more time to work with. Booker gets a bit aggressive, and look at this now. Even Spoxy one more time. It's a little bit of duck, duck, goose, and he's just going to go all the way around. He's going to change his position again. They know that Gainer's very low in HP, so all he has to do is land one shot with the pistol, and it's a done deal. And look at what he's been able to do here. He's just been able to go all over the map, and there it is. He just gets the easy little one-tap arena with the pistol, and LCK, they're right back into this game.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose if you're TBI. It was a pretty solid start, but getting Spoxy in a position where he can get 2 different 1v1s there, not going to be ideal. And this is where TBI has to show they can bounce back immediately. If you allow the tie, the early 2-2 right back on the table. We saw what LCK did with a little bit of momentum in that first map. So it's going to be Booker trying to add that pressure, but gets caught on the push from Flex. This is where TBI starts to look a little bit disjointed here. You've got a couple players kind of lurking out by themselves, but Beva makes the better of that fight in mid, able to get one, but Lion Claw pushing up on the opposite side of the map, able to get himself a kill onto Dirty, but Gainer, he's snuck into a good position here, and I don't think they've actually caught on to it.
I don't think they're aware of this. Oh no, I was thinking Gainer was in a strong position there. He might have been able, you know, if he bided the time, he might have been able to find something, but not gonna be the case. 3-3, bomb's gonna go down, and LCK now leaving it to Raffin. He's been able to find 1 kill, but now he has to look for 2 more, maybe, and yes, he will! Raffin eradicates all 3 from the back lines, and LCK once again, they put 2 rounds in a row, and we're at a tie game.
Yeah, it's a bit bitter as well when it's off the back of back-to-back clutches where TBI actually has had the advantage all 4 rounds in this map, but LCK single-handedly has taken back 2 of them thanks to both Spoxy and Raffin. So this is what really separates these 2 teams. It doesn't matter the number of players alive for LCK, it's a winnable round, but when LCK gets the advantage, they almost certainly close it out, and this is where TBI has to show they can hold the advantage once they find it, because LCK, you give them a couple 1v1s even with the numbers down, these guys know how to win the aim duels. Spoxy, though, quickly traded down as both him and Booker fall early on in this one.
Yeah, seems like Spoxy, I mean, I know he's got 5 kills so far, and it's a good start, but it seems like LCK are kind of losing these players really quickly. Like it almost doesn't feel as convincing when they're going for these fights right now in the early parts of the rounds. It's like you said, in the clutch situations or the middle end point of the rounds where LCK, that's where they thrive. So But again, you can't take anything away from TBI. I mean, they're still with a 2-2 situation. They're definitely looking, you know, pretty good in this situation right now. And King now going to lead the charge here up to mid. They're just going to all group up together on this. They made their presence known. I believe that should have been heard from Dezane, but he does get at least that one kill to kind of slow down the aggression line. Claw, I thought he might have been able to get that timing. He just misses it. Plant's going to come through. And now Line Claw, he's about to get flanked. He has no idea that Dirty's, you know, on the back skirts of this. And now a 2-2 once again. 29 seconds remain here for the C4. Dirty alive here with Yom. Misses the shot for Raffin. And Raffin will be able to find him with the rifle. And now he just has to find another one. And there he is. Raffin once again with a clutch scenario. And we're going to see LCK putting up 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, and again, it's in a situation where you had the advantage in the hands of TBI. It's a 3-on-2, but it doesn't matter when Flex and Raffin are on the case. They'll get it taken care of. For 3 in a row now, TBI, they've had the advantage 5 out of 5 rounds and have only won 2 of them. And that is why this is that much more frustrating of a match for them, I'm sure, because they're making the right calls. They have the right position set up. They're just not winning some of the key aim duels in the late portions of the round. Raffin able to open it up with one. Beva right there for the double kill trade, but Dezane still has to be dealt with as he finds a second here on the top of the bomb site. 2-on-2, make it a 2-on-1 as Spoxy quickly rotates in to take down Booker. Now Dirty left alone, 20 HP, and the C4 down in the arches.
Yeah, and he's so low too. 23 HP. Yeah, now they know exactly where he is, and a bit of an awkward positioning for him and never easy. And LCK now putting themselves in a bigger lead in this situation, and not bad at all. And this is where we talked about, you know, they had a bit of a slow start on this, but now they're starting to get themselves back into a confident situation. But we talk about confidence, it's actually King. He's able to find himself that opener as well, and that's a good way to start things off. And honestly, I mean, this thing is still neck and neck, down to a 4-on-2. TBI now been able to find themselves some big kills and Flex by himself to see if he's able to be the clutch master he is. And unfortunately for this round, he will not be. In TBI, they bounce back.
Yeah, much needed round there. A lot of this half has to be thanks to Beva and Dirty getting those key frags when needed, but it's still not over just yet. This is a BL-sided map, so LCK winning the GR would still be quite the bit of hurt to deal with, but Lion Claw gonna swing in, almost gets the double. Beva getting out of there with 35 HP, but the HP advantage definitely looking good for LCK. 2 OMs in the mix though, so they have to play a little bit careful here. Spoxy gets caught off guard by Booker on the swing into the B bomb site. Now Raffin and Flex are starting to look for the retake, but Raffin, he's been 2 for 2 on these B bomb side retakes with the numbers disadvantage. Flex alongside him again. If any 2 players could do it, they've already shown they have that potential.
Yeah, Raffin really, you know, he's really come alive in this series. I mean, he's put himself in big numbers, and can he be able to find himself, you know, going 3 for 3 in the terms of this this retake? And now Flex, big swing. He's able to get this first opener. Still making a bit of a distraction as much as possible. Rafa, there he is, peekaboo. And now will he get Beva? He will not. It's down to the 1v1 with 10 seconds remaining on the timer. Flex has to get moving quickly. He's spraying frantically, but it's going to be LCK once again for the clutch. And they will just get it in the nick of time, but a round's a round in LCK. It's looking a little bit more challenging to get these this lead, but at least they're coming through in the clutch, I guess.
Yeah, it's just so tough to see every time TBI, they get these advantages and then they're just dismantled right in front of them. Since it's really been all but 1, maybe 2 rounds where LCK has had the advantage. But LCK still has 5 of these rounds to work with. This time, They grab the opening advantage. Flex, what is that? Back-to-back one taps with the Colt, gets a 4th kill as well, and ends this half in a devastating fashion for TBI.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, yeah, you can do other than Flex, right? I mean, he hasn't been able to, you know, put up the numbers like he normally does, and he was thinking, okay, guys, I haven't really been able to do anything, so let me just have a big round for myself here, and you love to see it. It's just he's always able to get himself in that highlight reel situation. But now we're to 6 and 3s. We go right into the second half, and TBI, honestly, a very good first half. I know the scoreline doesn't maybe paint the full picture, but it was very close rounds and a lot of advantages they had, like you talked about, and it just kind of fell short. And I don't know if I want to call it like lack of experience, but I think it's just, you know, maybe the experience is their team. But that's where LCK, I think you can see the different caliber, and now sitting it at the 6 and 3. But we'll see how TBI can play on the GR side. And even LCK, they haven't been able to find anybody. A little bit of damage inflicted against Booker, but really that's kind of been it so far.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slower pace coming out from both teams in this round. Nobody looking to overextend too far. You can see Gainer kind of creeping up a little bit in the B Hotel, but a lot of the attention from LCK being focused on this slow execution towards the A bomb site, which should have at least 4 players moving that direction pretty soon. But actually, it's going to be King who gets a little bit proactive, finds the peek into A connector, able to find one, but he's not getting out of this one with his life. Raffin on the backstab, catches him rotating out of the A connector. Gainer as well. Thought he had the perfect timing for the flank, but Lion Claw right there and attentive gets it done, and still the advantage held for LCK.
Yeah, and Bev is able to find the head of Flex now, and right back to the equal situation of the 3 and 3. 38 seconds remain on the clock. Lion Claw puts the pistol to the gunfight. Will succeed on this one, leaving it just down to Dirty and Beva now, the last 2 remaining players, to stop any sort of aggression here for the bomb to get down. Player's going to cross their way into the site now, leaving it to Dirty by himself. A tall task at hand here, and he's been exposed, and now LCK will continue on with a 7-3, leading the charge here. And honestly, the one thing that's really good to note here is I think for LCK, like if you look at the kill ratio, the distribution, like it's very close, right? I mean, I know Raffin's sitting at 10 right now, but Flex with 9, Lion Claw 7, Swoxy 7, like it's very even in terms of everything. So the love is spread here. And talking about things getting spread, it's going to be, you know, TBI just kind of pushing themselves on the map here and taking these players out and just trying to get themselves an advantage here.
Yeah, TBI, they do have the numbers for now. Booker able to find himself one before going down, but Spoxy and Dezane still going to be tough to deal with on the retake. Dezane able to find themselves a nice opening and the bomb site along with it. But in this position, King and Dirty do have a quick flank in progress. Dirty going to be coming all the way from A long, but King already holding closely on the archway. But this is where Spoxy and Dezane don't have to rush things. They still haven't yet planted the bomb, and now they're looking for information here. Dezane almost gets caught with an 8-out. Dirty gets the repeat right back onto him to secure that kill, and now Spoxy is left alone in a 1-on-2 situation. But we've already seen within this map he's able to win them by himself. But now the big question is, where will he go on the post plant? He does have the bomb planted for the mid tower if he decides to go all the way through there. Actually, it might be a little bit far off of it, so he's playing for the aggressive peak here in the situation. It's definitely a high risk, high reward play style, but Spoxy, it's kind of what we've come to expect from him. He goes for the wide swing for one, knows the second might be in the corner here, second guesses it, doesn't matter, hits the shot anyways, and LCK get the round.
Yeah, man, I was getting a little bit nervous, and it was like, you know, Spoxy, he can be a clutch player, but I mean, that repositioning he did over and over, you love to see it for any LCK fans. And that's the thing, like that's where we talked about any of these players on this team, they're so deadly and they have like the full package, right? And Spoxy puts up another big round for them in the 1-on-2, which really, again, TBI have themselves in these advantage situations where they could be able to win a round, and it falls short. And that's really been the tail of the tape for them so far, which is so unfortunate. But I mean, this round already is an opener. I mean, Spoxy's down to like less than 10 HP. Raffin already taking more than half of his HP, essentially gone. So this is a really good start for them to get a bit of a kickstart for something maybe, but they have to finish the job here. I mean, they have to be able to find these kills, and that's a good start for Dirty to activate this AWM. Needs to get something done. Looking for a little bit more. Spoxy pucks underneath the window, pops open, takes him out, and right back at it again, Kyle. It's a 4-4, and look at the positioning and the real estate that we see coming through from LCK. Bomb's actually going to get dropped, so now their plan has changed. They have to actually, execute a very different game plan now.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough to deal with, especially considering Spoxy's already down to 3 HP, and he's kind of just stuck here now in the GR spawn along with Lion Claw. Flex kind of has to be the player to help open things up here because the time is ticking, and that C4 is stuck outside of the B Hotel. You can see Spoxy here looking to make the play onto Beva. Lion Claw right there. Flex, though, getting exactly what they needed, an opening frag towards this B side of the map, but the flank is quickly coming behind him, and I don't think he's going to be ready for this one. Booker! Oh my goodness, that looked a little bit too close for comfort. Misses the opening couple of shots, but thankfully hits it just in time to keep his life. But now LCK, they've got to make a play. Only 15 seconds on the clock to get the C4 planted. Spoxy going to be spotted out here, going to try and get this cross for the plant, but he's taken down early on. Lion Claw, only 8 seconds, knows he's going to have to force the issue here and plant this bomb, but with only 3 seconds, there's just no time to make that happen. TBI will take the round.
Yeah, that opening duel, or not even opening duel, but the engagement where we saw Spoxy, I think we might catch it on the replay. It was just before that, but I mean, the fact if Spoxy could have made it across and got the plant down, that could have changed the round, honestly, entirely, right? I mean, that could have made a huge difference, but that's good work coming in from TBI. They were able to find the right, frag at the right time, which, buys them another round of putting up 4 on the board. Now LCK, they're not messing around. They're just going to barrel into this. They don't want to wait anymore. The patience is running out, but maybe patience is a bit of a virtue here because now TBI, they've been able to just decimate in this round, leaving it all down to Flex, and it's only 1 kill, and there we go again. TBI, a bit of a speed round run, and now they have 5.
Yeah, TBI, they're starting to claw back here. It's not necessarily quite enough for comfort just yet, but for LCK, they are starting to falter a little bit here, but Flex getting this opening gives them a nice start to the round. Dirty right there on the other side of the map, though, to take down Raffin in response. So pretty even trades regardless, but TBI, you can tell they're still more comfortable on this GR side of the map. Even map number 2 looking pretty decent on it, but it's going to be up to LCK to show us what they can do. They've got the opening pick onto Booker, but since then, pretty passive setup across the board.
I'm a little bit surprised that, I mean, I guess for LCK, like being this passive, it makes sense just considering they just full belted the previous round, but I thought they might have been able to be a little bit more assertive on this, but instead they're just going to run the clock a bit more. I don't hate this, and I think that's the lurk, if I'm not mistaken, coming all on the other side of the map of the one player. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, Spoxy gets away with it too. Oh no, Dirty. I can't believe he missed it. It was right there in front of him, and he just drops the bag at the wrong time, and now he just gives up his body, and this is not the right thing to do. And now there's the lurk of Flex, and I was going to say Flex is probably lurking on the other side of the map, which he is, and now LCK, look at that. They just clean house, and they have now put themselves in match and map point.
Yeah, really good look in that round from LCK, starting to bounce back and showing us that they probably have what it takes now to get the job done here on map number 2. For TBI, it's going to require 4 in a row to even think about taking this one into overtime. But for LCK, just one step away from another 2-0 on the season. And Spoxy might have found the opening they were looking for to make that happen. Beva gonna go down early. King, though, he might sneak through the smoke. Is Spoxy ready for it? Yes, him and Dezane both ready on the other side of it. Takes this one down to a 5-on-3, and for TBI, these three players are also very spread out.
Yeah, not a great position for TBI, leaving just to Booker and Dirty now. Will they be able to find this? No, and all down to Dirty now. A 1-on-5 does find this first. They know where he is. They're hunting for him. They want to get this done. They're looking to see if they can, and Dirty's still making things a bit more difficult. But LCK toying with their food, and there it is. LCK will be able to get the job done with a 2-0. The first one here for this weekend, and honestly, a bit more competitive than I thought it would be on this second map, but at least, again, the win is a win, and for them, they're going to still maintain themselves in that top 3 spot guaranteed.
Yeah, right now for LCK, it's kind of the expectation here that they'll take the 2-0s all the way up until they probably play 3BL. Again, at this point, I'd be surprised to see them drop a map outside of that team. But you know what? For TBI, they did at least have some strong potential. They showed us there was a lot of rounds, especially in the second map, that were very competitive. You think about all of the rounds, TBI actually started off having the advantage. They just struggled to close them out in those clutch situations. Had they won every round, they actually had the numbers advantage, and they would have won this map.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, that's where, I was thinking for a map like Ankara, I was a little bit questionable about TBI, what they've been able to do in this. I know they've beaten teams like Lazarus, but that was in like a, overtime, which went into a golden round. And I didn't think this was going to be the map that they would win necessarily against like a team like LCK. But again, I'm very impressed that they were able to, put up some bigger rounds, and it was still quite close. And I think you made a really good point in the beginning of this match when we were on the second map, is the fact that honestly there was so many advantage situations that it just kind of seemed like lack of experience, or like kind of that mid-round decision maybe just kind of lacked a bit more, whereas LCK, that's where they thrive, and that's where it kind of just panned out well nicely for them, right? So still, again, TBI showing us these big glimpses of beauty that they can bring things in for competitiveness. And honestly, I'm still pretty impressed despite the scoreline here for them today, and I hope they take this as a good thing moving forward for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I think moving forward now, the big question is still going to remain if in the rest of the season we are going to see LCK or 3BL drop any more maps here, because for either one of them, that's the name of the game. You give up one map, there's a chance you lose that footing if you're 3BL. So LCK knows they kind of need a picture-perfect season if they want to hope to be prepared for that potential slip-up later on from 3BL. But, I mean, looking at the stats here, there were some at least shining moments on this map compared to the first for TBI. You did have Booker and Dirty putting in some extra work in this one to try and get them into a much more favorable position. And if you look at the other side as well, it's not as if LCK had it easy going on this side this time around as well, because there was no one even breaking the 1.5 mark here in map number 2.
Well, exactly. And I mean, the thing was too, I think the first map, it was Dezane that put himself at like a 4.0 KD ratio, which was just kind of insane, right? So, and I mean, he was, in the KR ratio as well, like he was sitting at I think it was a 1.33, but you can see this was definitely spread out a lot differently for LCK, which I think obviously we were saying like this was a bit more of a challenging map for them, but at the same time, like no surprise at all for the MVP to go to someone like Spoxy. He had himself a really good, consistent game. And again, he had the clutches, he had himself some good highlights, and that's what you need, right? And that's always the exciting piece about Spoxy, is that, he's such a strong sniper player that he can just, even put in clutches as well. Like, it's becoming a full package deal.
Yeah, honestly, that was the big difference maker here on map number 2. It was those clutch factors. You had Flex and Spoxy kind of just stealing away so many rounds here, to where TBI, it just felt like they were a little bit demoralized in what they were able to do in those situations, and it kind of just starts to stack up and eat at you here. But you know what, maybe in the future they'll show a little bit more strength moving forward, because at least for them, probably some easier opponents on the way for TBI. But that is going to be where we leave things off for the second match. But don't go anywhere. When we return, still 2 more very important matches on the way. All right, we are back here and ready for our third matchup of the day. This time around, it's going to be Lazarus taking on unKnights here, and this one's a bit interesting, I would say, just knowing Lazarus won 2-0 in their first meetup, but it almost seems like coming into this one, the tides may have changed a little bit in favor of unKnights, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, the biggest thing for me is the fact that, I think Lazarus, like you said, historically has been able to, have a pretty decent start. But I think I'm a little bit more worried just in terms of the matches they've had more recently, right? I mean, they're kind of sitting in this position where Lazarus are number 6 and unKnights are on number 4. But for Lazarus, I mean, they went 0-2 against 3BL, which I guess you could argue that makes kind of sense on paper. Then they had a 1-1 split with Swamp, and I mean, again, Swamp Gaming, as you can see, like they're number 8 team in the whole league, and the fact that is a pretty convincing win for Swamp too. Like a 10-6 is pretty decent, and the fact that Anubis were able to take them out with another 2-0 as well. So I don't really know if I'm feeling confident right now for Lazarus fans, because it seems like the win column is just not becoming a thing right now more recently. So I'm hoping they've been able to have some pretty deep conversations with this roster, and Loons has been able to kind of reevaluate the game plan on what they need to do to moving forward on the later portion of the season.
Yeah, it's kind of must win, I think, for them in this situation, just knowing what they've got left on their plate for the final 4 rounds here, because after unKnights, Lazarus' schedule is LCK, GV, and 3BL, which is honestly the schedule nobody wants to see at the end of their season, because it means you're almost surely losing one of those matches, if not multiple matches in that final run of games. And already being in 6th place, you've already got your back against the wall a little bit, but just knowing what's on the horizon can make a match like this feel that much more crucial. But on the other side of things, unKnights, I wouldn't say they're safe just yet either. They did lose 2-0 in the previous matchup here. Lazarus has shown their playstyle meshes really well against this team. For unKnights though, I think it just comes down to how those heavy hitters are going to perform today. And to me, I look to a difference maker like Alucard coming into this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think Compound being, picked in the vetoes makes a lot of sense here. I'm actually, to be honest, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Subbase kind of creeped its way as the deciding map, and I wasn't really expecting that, to be completely honest. So I think that actually does add a nice little bit of flavor into this, and I think Compound will be a good way to kickstart this game off. And I mean, unKnights with this pick, probably feeling pretty confident for Compound, but I do agree. I think both these teams mesh really well together. This is probably one of the best matchups we have here today, I would say, just in terms of the skill sets. But I agree with you. I think this is a must-win scenario for Lazarus, because they have one of the hardest roads ahead of them, and if they could find themselves at a 1-1, that'd be not too bad. A 2-0, if they can somehow, some way do it, definitely be huge, and a cherry on top, just to giving them a little bit of relief in the conversation of the later portion of the season, because they are that team that somehow, they're kind of like GV, where they, I don't know, the last couple weeks of the season, they just seem like they're a different roster, and they play way better when all that pressure's against them and they start winning.
Yeah, for Lazarus here, I think it's going to be still a 2-0 potential, just not as easy as the first time around, because I felt like the first matchup these two teams had earlier on in the season, everything was clicking like almost perfectly for Lazarus, and unKnights was kind of having an off day. So I would say that perfect storm probably doesn't happen twice here, but I feel like a 1-1 in my mind is probably where I would guess this one ends up. But for Lazarus, that's still just knowing that schedule on the horizon, kind of a dicey position. I almost feel like Lazarus needs a 2-0 to make the playoffs here.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing too is, I mean, there's so many great players that are on this team of Lazarus, and I think we got to see earlier on today, like a couple highlight reels of, players from Lazarus, like, like Vise is somebody that looks like he's playing a lot better since he's been on this team individually. And I mean, this is where we were kind of talking about the stats, right? Like, look at the win rates, like it's very, very close. And I mean, the placements are just neck and neck of each other, like unKnights sitting in 4th, Lazarus being in 6th, like we said. So this is a very close game and probably the best matchup we'll have. But I am really, really curious to see who on these teams are going to be able to kind of, pick up the socks, and who's going to be able to one to kind of frag out. Because at the other side of the coin of this too is unKnights, they have all these players where Alucard can be a really big difference maker with the HCZ can be somebody that can pick up some multi-kills as well. So, and also Pietro, and I feel like Pietro's been playing quite well for most of the season too as well.
Yeah, I'd agree. unKnights, they've definitely had some significant step-ups throughout this season, and ultimately, in my mind, they're still a front-runner to be in those playoffs. After all, this is the team that was second place at the end of Season 1, and under pressure, they seem to do better than a lot of the other teams here in the league, so I'm definitely expecting them still to, at the very least, make it through to those playoffs, but it definitely has to start here because their schedule's not that much easier than that of Lazarus as well. They still have to take on one of the big two teams in their remaining schedule. They do have TBI as one of their closing matches, which might be a little bit safer compared to Lazarus, but when you're sitting in that fourth place position, knowing you have a hungry team like GV that has a pretty easy schedule right behind them, it's going to be an equally important match, I think, for unKnights to try and pull the win.
Well, exactly. And I mean, that's the thing too, is about, you know, unKnights might have a slightly easier path, like in terms of paper, but I mean, the thing about unKnights, and they've shown progression, is that like even against GV, they went 10-8s, and yeah, they didn't get a win on it, but they showed that they still can compete against a good team like that. They've also gone, you know, a 10-8 loss against like a team like LCK, where again, they seem to have the, you know, a bit of a number on some of these top teams. And I know there's obviously a lot of history with unKnights and LCK, but unKnights, I still feel like the advantages for them in this situation. I am really worried about the last, you know, couple weeks of results from Lazarus, and it makes me a little bit worried for them going into this. But it is a new day, it is a new weekend. Maybe things will be a little bit differently here, but when you're kind of that player mentality, it's hard to get out of that kind of that rut, right? Because you know that things have not been working out, and especially in the critical part of the season, it adds extra pressure.
Yeah, at this point, I think it really just comes down to who's put in that extra work and extra preparation, because on paper, this is really a 50-50 matchup. I feel like, especially when you look at the sniper duel in this match, I'm very curious to see how that plays out, because HDZ and Alucard have both looked really good throughout this season, and these are two of the strongest snipers in the league going head-to-head, and they're kind of that key entry for their team as well, and I think whoever has the better of the day between those two could be that small difference factor that it takes to push a team above the top.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the OMs are going to be really important. HDZ, I hope we get to see some of those highlight reels from him as well, because he is one of those guys that definitely can, you know, make some big plays, and he's kind of like Spoxy like that, right? I mean, he's probably not the consistency of someone like Spoxy or like Flex or any of those kind of guys, but he is somebody that we've seen in previous seasons that he can be a difference maker. He can be able to pack the punch, and that's going to be the biggest question here. And Alucard to me is kind of that structured, like old faithful player, which is definitely very, very useful.
Coming into Compound, though, as usual, it is a pretty GR-sided map, so whoever gets that, which is going to be unKnights first, should have a slight advantage in getting this one started on the right foot. It is going to be HCZ as well, deciding to snipe alongside Alucard on this map. For the moment, Kiko already pushed up in connector, going to be taken down early, but the response is there from Beck, able to find two before going down, almost a third there onto HDZ, who barely gets out with his life. So some good counter aggression, but still pretty even numbers for the moment.
Yeah, definitely even numbers in this situation, and HDZ critically low in the HP, but bomb's going to be retrievable. And I like that unKnights did try a little bit of aggression right off the gate, like first round of their matchup. I think that's really good, just again to see what they can get away with, setting the tone here. And now for Lazarus, I mean, this is where I've really struggled with their you know, the blacklist side, is the fact that I feel like they take a lot of rounds slow. It seems like they're really thinking about what they want to do, which is great, but at the same time, I don't think it always pans out very well for them. And it almost seems like they kind of overthink these situations. So hopefully this won't be that time, but you can see that even unKnights, they're really tucking tail on this. They're really not playing aggressive. They're just allowing a lot of control for Lazarus. They're just getting ready for retake scenarios. And this is honestly, in my opinion, is probably the best thing they should be doing with the numbers that they have right now, and the fact that Alucard is still alive here with the OM.
Yeah, a lot of this round comes down to this quick response they're going to have when the execution comes through onto the A bomb site, and also Lazarus having control over the tower position. They can quickly plant that C4 to have visibility from the tower, and because the site's been given to them, it gives them that extra little bit of time to get a good post plant set up in position here. And now unKnights, they've got to play the guessing game as to where all of these remaining players are going to be lurking. But HDZ, that is the crucial player they've got to take out early, but he's going to actually catch HCZ, his former teammate, on the other side of it. And the nade as well, going to be used to spot out Pietro on that vent peak. But with only 15 seconds, they've got to go in guns blazing and hope for the best here. But Lazarus, with the positioning, should have all of the advantage they need to close this one out. Alucard tries to get in there and sneak the defuse, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and even right away, I mean, it looks like, I don't know, it might be a technical issue potentially, but yeah, it already looks like the players have exited the server instantly on this. So very, very interesting. And I wasn't expecting to see this go for Lazarus's way, but again, this is where I think we talked about a lot of history of these teams playing each other. Just the fact that in this matchup, it really is pretty much even. They know how each other play. They know all the tendencies. So it's going to come down to a lot of the individual plays and just kind of those little bit of timings to be able to find those engagements. But I mean, we'll have to see. And I mean, I think, you and I talked about this in the early portion of the season is, I think unKnights had, in my opinion, a little bit of a leg up over a lot of these other teams because they got that LAN experience as a team. They just did a little bit of a roster adjustment, but I know the LAN wasn't like the best results for them, but I think just being able to have that like boot camp and that experience really did kind of put them in a big advantage just overall about the team cohesion.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot to get that experience under their belt, but they do have to deal with the one disadvantage they have in this series, and that is having a former teammate on Lazarus here. HDZ, I feel like, has a lot of information he's probably putting into the conversation here, whereas on unKnights' side of things, they don't really have that same insight. They don't have a former Lazarus player in their mix, so it definitely provides, I think, a nice strategic advantage, at least for Lazarus, though I would say the firepower, I lean slightly in favor of unKnights in this matchup, so I think that's really what it's going to come down to is can the Lazarus strategic play put them above that slight firepower difference we might see out of unKnights. And so far in that first round, it seemed to be the case. They got a good read. They snuck into an open A bomb site and were able to just play the favorable positions and not necessarily have to rely on these aggressive 1v1 aim duels to win that round.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point that you bring up, and I do agree with you. I think in terms of like when you look at the rosters and the firepower, I probably would give that slight edge for unKnights as well, and I do think it's pretty close, and that's the thing, right? Because like when we talk about Lazarus, like we've seen rounds where Vise has been able to reinvent himself and playing really pretty much lights out. We've also seen in the early portion of the season where Jin actually was a huge playmaker and he was putting up gigantic numbers. So whereas I think in the previous season it used to be someone like Madison that was kind of really pulling up the bootstraps and playing quite well for this team. So I think I do agree. Like I think there is a slight edge for unKnights. Definitely not discounting what Lazarus can do to pack that punch, but I'm just wondering about the tactics as well a little bit. I would probably, in my opinion, give a little bit more of a favor to Lazarus on that side, but again, that's where it's just a very slight difference here. It's not by any big stretch of a margin, but that's where this matchup is just so exciting to see who's going to be able to outthink who and who's going to be able to outfrag who.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately what it's going to come down to. I think the big wild card still for me in this unKnights roster is that addition of Kiko, because he's been very hot and cold in what he's been able to provide in comparison to MKZ, who he has taken the spot for here in Season 2. So I'm curious to see if he's going to have an elevated performance here, because I think he's one of those key players that can step up at certain moments and really put them over the top, because Alucard, that's someone we expect to be kind of consistent at that top level for this team. But when you look at the Becks and the Kikos of this team, I think that's kind of their key difference potential here.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought him up, because Kiko definitely has been such a hot topic here for this roster. And I mean, that's always kind of the scary part whenever you're a new player in a team. Like the spotlight is going to be on you, because there's a lot of questions like how well are you going to fit? Are you going to be able to perform? All these things, right? And I do agree, it's been a very hot and cold moment for Kiko, but when he's playing well, he's playing very well. And when he's not, obviously it does become a bit of an anchor situation, and it does make it problematic. But again, it always is it's a tough conversation. You and I could probably sit here forever and have our own podcast about it, just the differences of players and their roles and meshing as a team and all those functionalities. But we'll have to see, you know, how much more he can bring that consistency. Kiko, actually, we're just talking about him. He's ready for the counter utility on this. HCZ going to be taking the first point of contact on this engagement. I don't know if he actually was able to spot buys just briefly through the smoke. I think he might have just missed him. And now you can see Madison that's just going to creep through this. HCZ, he's treading on some very, very dicey waters right now. Both players exposed right now, giving up their positioning. Flash comes in, doesn't look like it connects, but the guns are blazing. They're able to get themselves the opening engagement. Now Beck finds a little bit of a reply back to a 4-4. Kiko is critically low on the HP. And Lazarus, they're going to tuck tail. They're not even going to entertain this execute anymore.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reposition now coming out from Lazarus. Still looking in the direction of the B-bomb site, though. Going to be grouping up for a re-engagement onto this off angle. It's really going to be up to unKnights to deliver the response here. They've only got 2 players on the bomb site. Kiko playing that anchor role, but they're going to flash through the smoke, so Kiko has to be ready for it, but he's completely caught off guard. Jin getting 2, finding the first while completely blinded as well. A bit of a tough blow dealt to unKnights now as they start to set up for the retake, but Pietro and Alucard, they don't have a whole lot of utility to work with, and Loons and Vise have this nice forward pressure set up on the doorway, and Alucard, even with 1 kill, there isn't really going to be too much way out of this one.
No, not at all. And I mean, the HP is so low, but it still doesn't matter. And now Lazarus putting themselves in, again, that lead. And Loons puts himself for the double kill to get the job done. And unKnights now needing to find something a little bit differently. Double Om's going to be equipped. Alucard and HCZ trying to see what they can find for this. Single Om for the attack of Lazarus. And actually, it's a 3-player push into this B main, so they've actually gained a lot of real estate on this. This could be a full firefight in such a tight corridor. You can see Lazarus is just kind of grouped up on this, and I think they actually have the inkling of this too. They might have actually heard something, or they just have a full read on the scenario, the possibilities, and now they come through, and now it's going to be Madison. He's going to be able to find the double kill. A swing and a miss coming through from HCZ, and it's all down to Alucard on a 1-on-5 attempt. 2 players critically low on the HP of Lazarus, but they're going to get this bomb down into the B site, or even potentially on this A and just kind of lurk things out. But Alucard, a very, very tough scenario, but that is not going to make things easier here for Lazarus. The lurk of the bomb gets taken out, and it should be a done and dusted round, and it will be. And Lazarus with a 3-0 start already.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the conversation we were having earlier. It's the strategy taking over and beating these shots on the other side of it. They're just winning with the utility usage and the way they execute. They've kind of worked their way into every single round off of just good utility and good trade setups for Lazarus. And for unKnights, they're playing a little bit too individually for this to work out. So if you're Lazarus right now, you've got to keep on that same pathway, making sure you've got that solid utility in line for the execution, but also just continuing to read the way these defenders are playing. That's where they've been so successful, especially when you look at that previous round where they were able to catch on early to that stack, nade it out, and just pre-fire onto the positions they were playing. And for unKnights, this is why you're seeing a much more passive round. They've gotten a little bit too forward in a couple of rounds. It's cost them the early numbers advantage, and now Lazarus, this is going to force them to play their first round into a full 5v5 passive setup.
Yeah, and this kind of makes sense. Yeah, again, that we're seeing this passive setup, you know, for unKnights, especially with being down 0-3 for them. Makes a lot of sense that they're just kind of turtling up it a little bit. Even Lazarus being a bit more hesitant too, because they probably were expecting some kind of aggression or counter aggression coming through. Now the double player stack from the long A of the defensive side of unKnights. Gonna pull back on this plan now, just using the utility. Pietro seeing if he may be able to find something, but oh man, he actually gets caught in the middle of the smoke. Jin able to find that opening duel. Alucard already taking some big damage. So Lazarus, they've already put themselves in a great position. You have 2 players on long, you have the rest in middle here, just waiting things out. So this could be a full sandwich if they want to, or they can use this as a fake, and it's actually already looking like they're going to put that bomb towards B main, waiting things out. Madison just going to be able to find 2 more and just eats them alive and leaving it just to HCZ and Kiko now, and they're just scratching their heads wondering what is happening in this round. Where are they going?
Yeah, right now, unKnights, they are scrambling to find anything they can out of this round, but Kiko going to find a nice start to that, catching Madison on the flank. HCZ able to find one onto Loons on top of it, and they're just going to go ahead and push through. HCZ able to get one, but HDZ on the other side of that smoke might catch him off guard, but no, HCZ, good for a second, takes it down from a 5-on-2. Now we're in a 1v1 situation. Jin, the last player alive to try and keep this one uncontested for Lazarus, and he's just going to be dancing behind the bomb site here, playing that clock, forcing that pressure onto HCZ, and he's got the perfect angle to get the job done. 4-0. Lazarus a little bit shaky in this one to close it out, but still looking very confident in this matchup.
Yeah, honestly, like, that's a good thing you bring up, because again, I love that we saw Lazarus. I love the execution. That's where I was kind of saying, like, look, I think the strategy, they're going to be the stronger team in this. I don't love what we saw in that later portion of the round for any Lazarus fans. I mean, that was a huge lead in terms of the players on the field, and all of a sudden it became, what was it, like a 5-on-2, and then I think it turned into a 1v1. So, I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from HCZ. He definitely popped off, but it's really scary that the ship was that rocky in that kind of a moment, and it kind of felt like Lazarus were just giving bodies up when they didn't need to. And I feel like Lazarus are kind of one of those teams that there seems to be a lot of discipline, I think, from Loons' leadership, but that was definitely a bit of the leash was a bit too loose, I think, for that one for me. But either way, it's still a 4-0, like you said. A round's going to be a round, but man, oh man, things are going to have to get a little bit more tight if they want to maintain this lead.
Yeah, for Lazarus, it's all about keeping that momentum as long as possible. It's going to be a 1-for-1, but Jin makes it a 2-for-1, takes down Pietro in a nice trade setup on a long, and now with the numbers advantage, they can look to go in for the execution. You can see here Kiko trying to sneak into the corner pocket of mid, maybe to catch them off guard if the mid push comes through, but it's only going to leave Alucard alone on the A bomb site and HCZ alone on B, and both of them are solo holding with just an AWM in hand, so one missed shot is all it's going to take for Lazarus to break through in either direction unless they get caught off guard in mid from Kiko.
Yeah, and you can even see Kiko is getting a little bit desperate here. He's trying to find something. And this is the right idea. When you're down in the numbers, you want to be able to find an opening engagement somewhere. You're just hungry for a frag, but instead it's going to be Alucard right in the crosshairs of HDZ, and now, I mean, right back to a 4-on-2, but again, that might not mean a whole lot here when the number advantage is there. Loons will be able to save himself, gets the spam, leaving it to HDZ by himself. Aggression still coming through from Lazarus. I was a little bit nervous about that, but not gonna matter. It's all gonna work out, and it does look like attack is probably on the cards here. I would imagine, just because how fast those guys exited the server, they need to have a conversation. And honestly, I don't know about you, Kyle, but I feel like maybe it's a bit too late for the call out for me. I would have liked it around maybe a bit earlier, but I mean, it's good that they're doing it now where it's still achievable to come back into this game.
Yeah, I think for unKnights, there is still a chance, but when you give Lazarus a 5-0 lead on what is usually the harder side of the map on Compound, definitely paints the picture that they should be looking pretty likely to at least win this first map of the series. And honestly, it's impressive to see, but I think the value is, as we've mentioned, in the strategic difference here. I think even though you could probably argue Kiko going into unKnights gave them a stronger individual player, you also lost the veteran presence of unKnights having the mind of MKZ, who is a longtime player on that team, who can add that strategic value into what the team can do. And that's kind of what I feel like unKnights has been missing so far in this second season. They seem to have a lot of good aim duels that they can bring to the table, but strategically, it seems like when they play against one of these other teams that's in the top 5, top 6 conversation, they struggle quite a bit more than they really should.
Yeah, it's true. For some reason, they have a bit of difficulty when there's teams around like their area, like, and they can't seem to get themselves bigger wins. But then when they play like top opponents, they play really, really well. So I don't know. It just seems a little backwards to me. But I mean, I never would have thought the scoreline would be where it is right now. I mean, we're talking, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 4-0 or 5-0 right now. I think it's 5-0. But I mean, that's the thing about this game. We knew it was going to be neck and neck. There's still lots of possibility for unKnights to bring things back, obviously, but this is such a hill to climb, right? I mean, you're down by 5-0. The half is essentially, secured for Lazarus, essentially, but it's just how big of a gap is it going to be? And unKnights now needing to use this timeout to really, really polish up what they need to do, and we're about to find out if that's even going to be the case.
Yeah, at this point, it's up to unKnights. They may be the more favorable team in the overall standings, but not if they go down pretty heavily handed by Lazarus. But if you're Lazarus, this is just what you need here, a chance to climb up the leaderboards before the schedule gets even harder. And honestly, this is looking like a Lazarus that could go toe-to-toe with even one of these top 2 teams if they keep playing at this level, just getting a good read on their opponents every single round so far, it seems. But at the same time, unKnights, they did have that pause break to maybe recalibrate here and come back a bit stronger to try and close this map out with some more rounds on the board. But it is a lot of early pressure already onto just HCZ playing solo in this position and getting even more forward presence as well. There's almost a point of no return from him on this off angle. He's going to be one and done, drops the C4 at least, so a lot of information for unKnights to at least rotate around and work with.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well that, I mean, the fact that, Lazarus are potentially going to be going for this B take as well. I mean, I feel like once you have that site control, I mean, like we talked about this a million times, is like this is a really difficult site to, retake on for the GR side. So it is a double stack, but it is a 2-2, and Lazarus should know this. Like, they should be aware with the numbers where they're at right now with the 4-on-4, that there should be 2 players locked in each site. So it's a question, do you really want to go for this fight in the B site like this, where I think in other situations that it might just be like a 1-player anchor? But actually, this read might be perfect because it looks like unKnights, they're actually trying to re-aggress for mid. They're trying to fight for some map control. They want to get some information, and just like that, they pop 2 kills. Now they know that was a bit of a fake, and it's a question if now Lazarus can be able to, prevail in this situation, because now it's a 2-on-3. Vise is able to find something. Plant coming in the corner. 38 seconds remain, so unKnights do have a bit of time to work with on this, but this is going to be a tough situation. I mean, again, the numbers are very limited here for Lazarus, but can they do it, Kyle?
HDZ, he's going to have to connect here. He misses the first shot, though, and that could be the opening unKnights needs to sneak into this bomb site. But HDZ, this is a huge rotation from him. Moves all the way back to the opposite doorway, but he misses the shot onto Kiko as well, and that, unfortunately, is going to cost them the post plant. Just barely with enough time, unKnights will get their first round on the board. But again, it is very scrappy up to the finish line for Lazarus. This is where they've looked still a little bit rough around the edges, even when you consider the scoreline being 5-1.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if HDZ would have been able to find that shot, I was actually kind of surprised he missed it. I think he just moved at the wrong time when he had to scope in, but if he would have been able to find that duel, I really do think that could have changed it around. And that's where we talk about these little minute details that can really change the round. So, I mean, it was just one shot that could have been the difference maker potentially, but at least for, unKnight fans right now, they're going to be celebrating. The tack timeout does pan out nicely for them. They finally get back on the board. The goose egg is going to be gone. But now it's a question, can they bring things back in this first half and making it a little bit closer, because Lazarus are in a great position where they're going to have the lead, but it's a question of how big of a lead will they have moving in when they go on that defense. And HDZ, he's already been able to find himself a good connection, taking down Pietro. A little bit surprising of a person to find, but Pietro, I think, just overextended his welcome just a little too much.
Yeah, at this point for Lazarus, it's just playing the game of holding on to the 5v4 advantage and making sure they trade out for the remainder of the round. And this is where Lazarus is probably going to do their standard of running down the clock, waiting to see if unKnights will get a little bit too aggressive to try and find a way to counteract the disadvantage that they're facing on this hold. But with only about 45 seconds to get the bomb planted, they've got to start moving a little bit faster now, putting that attention towards the A bomb site. They're going to leave Loons on the lurk towards this B tunnel position, but even Loon's going to group up now for the 3-2 split. The C4 looking its way up long, but again, it's just Alucard kind of on an island out here towards this A bomb site. If he gets split on this bomb site position, he might get taken down, but Alucard goes for the wide swing, takes down Menacin, and now unKnights know they've got the information they need to lock this one down. Beck good for 2, Kiko good for a 4th overall on the round, and Jin, there's just no good path to victory here. He has to find the double kill right away before the rotation comes through, but it's not going to happen. unKnights able to find their second.
Yeah, we're starting to see the bounce back now, so things are looking a little bit better. The conversation clearly has been able to be beneficial for unKnights. 2 in a row. A little bit of nades getting thrown deep in mid. Shouldn't have made a connection for Lazarus. Looks like they were ready for that. They had a bit of a read on that situation, expectation that was probably going to happen, but Lazarus playing very slow, now re-aggressing in mid, waiting things out just a little bit longer. unKnights, once again, right back to a pretty standard setup for them. They don't look like they're trying to entertain anything aggressive right now. They don't want to do anything too creative. I think they just want to go the old faithful of default, which honestly, I don't blame them. It's starting to work. So leaving a little bit more of an aggressive stance in the sense of Pietro, I guess, deep and long A, just in kind of that A main corridor. But otherwise, it's really just kind of maintaining position. And Lazarus kind of looking like they're banking an idea of maybe potentially B, but they've done this before where they make some noise and then they kind of just pull back the plan entirely. And they like to go for those double fakes.
Yeah, right now for Lazarus, it's about breaking that momentum after the pause here, because unKnights is starting to feel pretty good on their end. So it does seem like a B split is in the works, but a lot of this utility not going to find anything on the other side. HCZ just playing a passive off angle, moves to the corner pocket on site. The flash, though, perfect coming out from unKnights to stall off this push towards B. Now that is a lot of information to work with. They definitely would have heard at least one of these players towards the B side of the map. You can see Beck playing a little bit more aggressive on this angle, setting up for the push, but this is the patience game Lazarus loves to play. They play so slow on the execution, it causes their opponents to overthink it a little bit.
Yeah, with the time running this slow, I mean, this is scary now. They have to be able to be flawless in this, and that rifle making the connections is perfect, and HCZ backstabs them, finding the triple, leaving it all just down to HCZ by himself now. And this is not a good situation. 10 seconds remaining, no bomb. He is in the worst position in the world, and I think this is a guaranteed round. Yes, indeed. And just to get the kill is a nail to the coffin. All right, unKnights now really bringing things back, and this is becoming a little bit nerve-wracking for any Lazarus fans too, because again, we were talking about a 5-0 at one point, and look at the scoreline now. Now unKnights look like they're revitalized, refreshed. They look just a whole different team now, and they are making this look like there was never any sort of a worry in the world.
Yeah, right now for Lazarus, this final round is a huge one. If they can find it, it's the difference between a 1-round half and a 3-round half for them. And with the amount of work they put in to kick off this map, it would be crazy to see it all taken down to just one single round of separation going into the side swap. But for unKnights, it's definitely been the bounce back they were looking for. Starting off this round, though, it is going to be just some slow movement towards the B pillars. 3 players over there for Lazarus. On the other side, though, only HCZ just jump spotting on the doorway. Loon's going to spot him out, but no connection either way just yet. So Lazarus, it seems to be they're going to be going back to their bread and butter here, running down the clock. But as we're starting to see unKnights taking full advantage of that and catching those last-minute mistakes now.
And Lazarus really have a sight on this B side. And actually, surprisingly, HTZ, I was thinking maybe somebody else would be lurking in mid, but they're going to do the 4-1 split. Ton of utility being depleted now. It's all a bit of a ruse, right? I mean, they're just kind of seeing if they can, you know, catch somebody off guard. I think, you know, HTZ just trying to see if he might be able to find a rotator. There's no bite. So now Lazarus, once again, this is going to reconvene in mid. Probably back for the split. It's a question if they want to go for the A hit. Deep smoke's going to get thrown now. And they are going to commit to this right-hand side, leaving the lurk of Jin just on the other side of B main. He might be able to catch these guys off guard. It's becoming a bit of a sandwich, but I don't know if unKnights, I think they look prepared for it. Kiko only able to find this one, but now Beck and Pietro cleaning things up just a little bit, and HDZ remaining with critical HP, and that's going to be done and dusted, and that's going to be a 5-4 half, and unKnights, honestly, have been able to come back and make this a very competitive game, and the fact that they did a kind of reverse sweep in the sense of rounds is pretty insane.
Yeah, Lazarus felt like they just kind of lost their steam coming out of the pause, but at the end of the day, 5 rounds on the BL of this map is still a really good half if they can kind of redeem themselves a little bit on the GR and start off strong, and that is really where unKnights has to try and carry this momentum as long as possible into the second half, because even with 4 in a row, if you allow Lazarus to get that early momentum felt on the GR side, they still have the lead going into this half, and if they start off with a 6-4, they're still going to be looking pretty good at their chances to close this one out. So I'm hoping they're using this kind of pause time in between the halves to just kind of refocus for Lazarus, because the team we saw in the opening 5 rounds was certainly not the team we saw after the pause.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's very impressive to see that, you know, a team like unKnights, like, you know, after the timeout, I was kind of wondering like what kind of conversation they were going to have, and they look like a very different team, and the fact they've been able to bring consecutive rounds and pretty more convincing, to be honest, as well. Like, it wasn't even like they were, you know, scrappy rounds of like 1v1s or big clutch situations. Like, it felt like they really just kind of refigured out their plan. Like, they just needed that couple minutes just to have a conversation and look a lot more clean than what they're doing. So you gotta tip the hat a little bit here for unKnights, because that's never an easy thing to do, and the fact that they were in a position like this to bring it back is pretty cool to see. Definitely, no doubt at all. And it does look like it's going to be double OMS here for unKnights and just the single on the side for Lazarus. So actually a little bit of a change in the difference, which is also, again, a nice thing to see.
Yeah, right now for unKnights, it's going to be up to them to try and control the pace on this BL side. I'd assume probably not going to play it as slow as what Lazarus likes to do on the BL, but you never know on this map. It can be one that's a bit daunting to push through. And we can see already a pretty spread out setup, playing the 2-2-1 on the side of unKnights, trying to get that early presence in mid, but now shifting their focus a little bit more towards the B pillars. Jin, for Lazarus, the only player holding on to this off angle outside of the B doors, but for Lazarus, this is kind of where they thrive, because they're not a team that likes to be too aggressive, and when you're on the GR side of Compound, there's really no absolute need to be an aggressive team.
There really isn't. And I mean, the thing is like, I think both these teams are kind of the slow style, honestly, I feel like, which is always pretty interesting to see as well. The fact that, you know, they are slow and methodical. It comes down to the small details, right, to find these rounds. And now we're gonna see unKnights, they actually, I think that's Pietro, if I'm not mistaken, he's actually been able to make himself across. Actually, he pulls back on this plan and he will get taken out, but Kiko will be able to get the job done. Finds himself the double. Now it's the guns blazing from top, but actually unKnights, again, a convincing gunfight coming their way, and now just leaving it to Jim by himself on the 1-on-3, and the bomb's going to go down. So again, he only has 1 PC utility remaining, but this is going to be about the firefight, and he has to find somebody from unKnights kind of, you know, overexposing themselves. Jin with a beautiful 1-tap, now down to 2. Somebody on his left, somebody on his right. Kiko has to be able to remain composure, can't give up his body for this. And I think, oh yeah, Jin definitely spotted him, and now it might be a bit of a gimme, but HTZ will get it done, and unKnights bring it all the way back to a tie game.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get scary for Lazarus, because unKnights, they're also up to 5 in a row without a shutdown kill, and they've carried that through to the second half. And if you're Lazarus, you've got to be looking for that shutdown very, very soon here before things get out of control. But unKnights, when they get those shots warmed up, it doesn't even matter sometimes if the strategy's not as pristine as it needs to be. Sometimes they can just kind of strong arm their way into bomb sites like we just saw there. So for them, it's a nice advantage to be able to play this way, but they've got to be able to keep it up here. Meanwhile, for Lazarus too, they're going to feel the pain of not being as assertive on this side of the map as well if they're not willing to take a few risks here and there, because unKnights, if they're running down the clock and Lazarus isn't really doing anything to gather information, Lazarus is kind of just going to be playing a guessing game in terms of where they place their numbers.
And this is the thing when you have two teams that are like slow paced and they take a lot of time in this, like there's always so much guessing, right? You don't quite always know what's going to happen. I mean, they've played each other so many times that yes, we know there's gimmicks, but I think that's where they're always constantly just rechanging their game plans and reevaluating their approaches on everything. And you can even see, I believe Beck is going to get ready for the smoke that's going to cover off on towards a door or a main. And it will land. So now it kind of makes me wonder if they're just going to go through the right-hand side of this, split into this B site potentially, depending if they're able to find any opening duels. Things could be changed a little bit. Loon's in a very tight position behind the pillar. He might be able to find something, but no, it's a full face of lead now actually, and HDZ trying to get everything connected here with the Yom, but he just can't get it done, and all the pressure in the world, and unKnights now on the brink here to put themselves in a lead position, something they haven't been able to do yet in this game. Bomb's gonna go down, leaving it to Vise and Jin, the remaining two players. HTZ holds the top ground, and Kiko does get the instant trade back, leaving it to Vise by himself. A tall task in hand here with 20 seconds remaining on the clock. No more utility to rely on, and he has 3 different players to go against. A difficult situation indeed. And now the question will be, can he be able to find some sort of an opening? And the answer will be no. And unKnights now have figured out the puzzle, and they're in the lead.
Yeah, for Lazarus, it's unfortunate, but it's kind of a story of missed shots kind of working against them in this map now. And it's a bit unfortunate just considering positionally they're still making good calls here. They've had 3 on the A bomb site for both executions onto A, but those 3 players are consistently getting 1 between the 3 of them when the push comes through, and that's going to be a big problem here if they start having these issues continue to snowball. It's already given 6 rounds in a row over to unKnights after Lazarus had a 5-0 lead in this first map of the series. So for Lazarus, already a big slip to even get to this point. It could have definitely been theirs to take away, but shot for shot, it just doesn't seem like they're holding their feet to the fire anymore, and unKnights has caught on to the way Lazarus wants to play this game. So I almost feel like Lazarus is putting themselves in a dangerous position if they aren't willing to maybe change things up here.
Yeah, I agree. I really like to see a change up in the style right now, just to, again, figuring new things out. And this is really a tough scenario. Again, like we talk about, like when you're in the server and playing, and when you had a big lead and then it's falling apart like this, it is so nerve-wracking, and it doesn't matter what skill level you are, it's always going to seep in. So that's the problem here too, right? And I mean, I know Loons is a well-versed IGL, but you can never ignore, like, you know, that situation. You know that there's something happening that's not working, so they need a change up now. Like, nothing has worked for 6 rounds consecutive for unKnights to bring things back like this. So what are they going to do differently? And leaving it to Jin as the anchor in this B site, close on by, I believe that's Vise to now rejoin him. Is it going to be enough? That is going to be the biggest question in this scenario. Utility getting thrown, Gonna connect. Pietro gonna take some big damage. Jin gonna be blind, but he's not gonna be blind enough, and he's still causing a lot of commotion on this. And unKnights have Beck now able to find himself that triple, and now he might be the hero in this round to save them again. And now look at the position he has, and Beck comes alive with the quad kill and HCZ to get it done. And unKnights, it's a scrappy round, but they're gonna keep on moving.
Yeah, that's a round you cannot afford to let slip, and it just comes down to, again, missing those key trades. The fact they allowed that triple kill to happen into the quad without any sort of positive response there has really come back to hurt them. So, I mean, at this point, Lazarus, they're the team that has to find a way to change the pace, because it's not like there's anything special happening on the unKnights side of things. It's just Lazarus, when they need to anchor the site and hold on to it, they're just purely not winning the fights that they need to, even knowing where the execution's coming from. They have the prep there. You can tell they have the numbers ready to go. But it doesn't seem to matter, because shot for shot, unKnights is just proving themselves to be the stronger team today.
Yeah, again, it's, you know, there's such a crazy story or storyline when we talk about this matchup, right? I mean, it's the fact of Lazarus had such a great start. I was really worried for him unKnights, and then all it takes is one timeout or a tactical timeout, and look at the situation we're in now. And it's, you know, I'm not going to call it a reverse sweep yet, but it's definitely on that path right now where they have won 7 rounds in a row, and finally Lazarus are going to call the attack for them. We'll see if this is going to pan out as, you know, nicely as it did for unKnights, but man, we need to see a change up from Lazarus. And that's the thing, is when you're starting to lose these rounds and you're kind of just doing the same thing over and over again, it doesn't pan out well. Like, you know, there's the expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but clearly something is broken, so they need to fix it. But this is a good moment for them to have this conversation. It's still within a 2-round realm. It's achievable, but are they going to be able to find, you know, the equation to getting themselves back in this game?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to they've got to be a little bit more aggressive on this GR side. A lot of the teams we've seen be really successful on this side of the map, it's because they're willing to put that aggressive play style into the midsection here sporadically to catch their opponent off guard. If you're comfortable that a team's not going to approach you on the GR side of mid, it just gives you so much flexibility to rotate back and forth across this map and set up perfectly for a late execution here. So if I'm Lazarus coming out of this pause, I'm putting someone like an HDZ or a Loons in mid and telling them to play a little bit more aggressive to try and bottleneck this map control unKnights is kind of getting gifted to them every round.
Yeah, no doubt. And I agree. Like, it would be good to see like the on player like getting a little bit more aggressive, finding that, you know, connections and being able to remove the complexity of this game so far and kind of just, again, be in the driver's seat a little bit. And there's so much responsibility being the sniper player, especially on the defensive side, right? I mean, this is where you have to be able to rotate it as much as you can and catch everybody off guard. And look at unKnights, like they were just pulled all the way back. They barely left their spawn. Like, they were expecting Lazarus to like come out the floodgate and just be aggressive, but in this round, not the case. It's actually just a little bit more aggression in the sense of, you know, towards like an A radio there, just kind of waiting things out. Nothing really too different in terms of the defense, but at least there, you know, there's some good read. But what is Lazarus going to do now? Are they going to try to do a late round, little bit of aggression and catch something off guard and fight for map control? That honestly would probably be a good idea.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case, though, for Lazarus to change things up. It's just going to be kind of a little bit more of the same, playing that safe style. This time, 3 stacked towards the A side of the map, so they're kind of banking on a mid to A push coming through from unKnights, which, to be fair, might be the call we start to see happening from their side of things. But Pietro's still going to be lurking in the B pillars as well to play a potential flank roll if that push goes through. But for unKnights, there's probably not too much worry on their side of things. I mean, once you have 7 in a row, you start to feel a little bit invincible in these team fights because they're just consistently leaning in your direction. And now we can see the collision in mid. Vi is going to get caught very, very early and alone. Madison a little bit late on the repeat, able to find one, but the numbers still not looking too good for Lazarus in this one. And Jin going down makes it even worse here because HDZ, he is all alone here. 15 seconds to plant, not really going to matter too much as the bomb goes down, but HDZ, he is just stuck here in this corner.
Yeah, and he tries everything to, you know, catch somebody on the edge of the smoke and maybe find a quick duel, but not gonna work out at all. All right, so unKnights continuing on. That timeout didn't seem to make some sort of a difference here for Lazarus, but they now equip the double arm, so Jin's actually going to equip it for himself as well. A little bit of a fight. Alucard gets caught here right in the shoulder, down to 22. And Pietro actually, funny enough, he equips the double arm too, and look, there it is. So it's kind of, you know, the 2v2 in terms of the snipers. They're just trying to see who's going to outduel who. And now even posts up all the way in the back. Look at how far back he is. He's literally in spawn. He's just waiting for some, again, deep mid-aggression on the top end there. And Lazarus already losing a player this early on. Kyle, I really don't like this right now.
Yeah, it's a tough one because they did have the right idea. Going for that pick was the right move. It's just unfortunate that Alucard was hit in the shoulder because now he will be alive in the round still with 20 HP to work with. And for Alucard, that's not going to make him any less impactful because he's got that arm in hand, and Pietro has one as well. Can even pick up the rifle on the ground off of that downed player as well if he wants to. So for unKnights, they really have full control again to work with. And now because they're down a player, Lazarus, they're probably going to play even more passive, not willing to give that up. But it creates a disadvantage for them on the hold because there's kind of a couple players now that don't really have any support system to work with if the push comes their direction, that being both Vise and Loons. They have to frag out from those positions because there is no help nearby.
Yeah, no assistance at all. And I just, yeah, this setup from Lazarus, you know, and now you're down in the numbers. I mean, it's an interesting one that they're kind of turtle up on this, which I understand, but it's also, I was hoping to see them kind of re-aggress or something, find the lurk of one player. You can already see unKnights has somebody slowly and surely coming down long A, just trying to find something. I believe that's HDZ. Madison does find himself actually somehow to find the triple and just mows them on down. Somebody needing to put up a big highlight, and there it is. Madison finally getting something done, making a quad, maybe the ace, and no, but HDZ will put this back into their favor. They finally get around after 8 attempts, and it all comes down to Madison pulling up a big heroic round for the triple kill. That's maybe a kickstart they needed.
Yeah, Lazarus, this is their chance to fight back. It does feel maybe a little bit too late to make it happen, but maybe this is their chance to get that momentum back on their side. They need 4 more rounds to get it done in a row in regulation. Otherwise, it's definitely going to be that risk of overtime potential here. But unKnights, they still have only given up 1 round in this half, and see if they can get the momentum back in their hands. It's going to be a quick trade in mid, but actually Lazarus dealing a lot of damage in the process. Kiko and Pietro about half HP or less on both of them. Alucard going to still be alive and kicking, but Kiko not so much here, taken down by Loons and HDZ on that cross peek into the GR spawn. Loons still holding on to that angle. Madison trying to get sneaky behind him, able to take down Pietro. And look at this from Jin, a nice off angle, and Lazarus, they are right back into it.
Yeah, somehow, some way they do it. And I mean, this was a really convincing round too. Like, I mean, everybody was able to put up some decent numbers for this. A 1-round differential here from a tie game. And unKnights now, they're going to have a little bit of realization. They're going to have to change up their plan as well. I mean, they tried to be a little bit more aggressive through mid. Didn't work out. Now they're just kind of being a little bit more aggressive in the sense they're not just kind of posted up in the back and mid this time. They fought for that mid control. They're going to be able to have it for the time being. Lazarus right back to the same setup with essentially a 1-3-1 if I was looking at it, and unKnights, they put a little bit more lean towards this B side. The Lurk and Pietro just kind of in mid, waiting for any rotators, maybe anybody just playing aggressive, so it's a good call. And if they can be able to find this duel against Jin, that would be a big opening for them to have this site if they wanted to. But unKnights have really just kind of pumped the brakes on this and are a bit of a coast situation and really, again, evaluating what they want to do for this. And the tension is so high, and Lazarus finally show us they have a bit of a pulse.
Yeah, right now it's really going to be up to unKnights to try and get that momentum back here in this round. They're starting to feel the heat. Lazarus putting that extra pressure onto them. Jin just playing the off angle here on the B bomb site. He's got the support now as well with Vise right behind him. The time is starting to tick away from unKnights. They've got 45 seconds on the clock, and they're going to be going for a full reposition back for that mid execution here. Alucard still holding on to the tower position, but again, Menacin trying to play spoiler in this one, holding on to the corner of mid, playing the edge of this smoke very carefully. They've got to make sure they check this corner going in, but again, they're going to leave him unchecked. At least Kiko able to get the reaction and the trade there. But now with only 20 seconds, they are forced to take aggression on towards this A bomb site. It's going to be HDZ good for one. The trades, though, looking a little bit better for unKnights as Kiko gets the jumping shot on Devise. It's a 3-on-2, but they still only have 10 seconds to plant the bomb. Alucard will be able to get it down in time. Loon's caught on the wall, not going to stop him from getting the kill. Kiko down to 9 HP as well. Loon's good for a second, and it's now on to Alucard, 1 versus 2. Jin gets it done, and Lazarus somehow brings it back to the tie.
Yeah, honestly, it comes down to the big play of Loons, right? I mean, he was able to find, I think that was a double, if I'm not mistaken, but that was enough that they needed. And now the tires are definitely inflated, and we're back to a tie game. unKnights, it looked like that could have been their round. A really good take from them, but the post plant was the big demise for them. Kiko already down to critical HP. This time unKnights try to be a little bit more aggressive. The nades, the utility work from Lazarus. It's a sight to behold right now. Manacin, I think he might have heard somebody, but it looks like he might not be expecting it. He might get traded here. Pietro will get it done. And now Beck actually just going to full speed his way into this. Being aggressive, waiting for his teammates. A chaotic round. Guns are just flying everywhere. Leaving it to HDZ once again, and unKnights, they were having enough of this slow play. They want to step it up a notch, and they definitely did. And now we're on map point.
Yeah, it's been a crazy back and forth here. A lot of big streaked rounds, but now all it takes is one to make the difference here. Lazarus needing one to tie. unKnights getting it takes this one 10-8 for them in regulation, but with how back and forth the last couple of rounds have been, this is truly anybody's for the taking. A lot of it just comes down to unKnights and how they want to approach this first fight across the map. They've struggled quite a bit towards the B side of the map, so it wouldn't surprise me to see a late hit towards this A side of the map, maybe a fake towards B to try and cause a bit of an over-rotation, because Lazarus, they play so safe that they only have limited opportunities to get information, which can force an over-rotation if you play the cards right here for unKnights. And it seems to be early on, at least, they're putting a lot of attention towards B.
Yeah, they seem to have their sights on this again, and I mean, maybe they know that there's like kind of one player just anchoring the B side, I guess, but they seem to always have this lean, and I actually don't mind this too, because again, like, they don't have to worry about any aggression, they don't have to worry about like losing that map control or real estate, which I think is really important. But right now, I mean, the lean so far from the defensive side is really on towards A, and just leaving it to Jin by himself. And again, if he falls in this, it's just that opening they need, and there is the rotate that is still available, which I believe, I'm just trying to remember who that is, but in mid, in the back of spawn, I mean, it's going to be a quick rotate from Vise, but that's the thing. Like, if Jin gets taken out without getting at least a kill, this could be it. This could be enough here to get unKnights the opening they needed. And there it is again, able to find that extra kill. Now the nades are just reigning supreme. Bomb's gonna go down, leaving it to the 3 players remaining here of the defensive side. Do they have enough in them to find something? Madison takes down the lurk of HCZ, and things are starting to get a little bit more of an even footing. It's back to the 3-3. Time is ticking though. Utility getting a little bit more limited on this one. unKnights posted up waiting. They know the attack's about to happen any moment here. A moment to pounce, and Lazarus, they have to get moving. Time is just dwindling a little bit away here, and it's all become down to the situation of Madison by himself. Will he be able to do it? He will not, and unKnights are going to be able to seal the deal, and they get themselves a secured first map on a long road ahead.
Well, it's a tough one to close out, but for Lazarus, it's going to feel that much more devastating in just the fashion that it went against them. This started off as a 5-0 lead for Lazarus, and then 8 in a row for unKnights, and then just a crazy back and forth to close this one out at the finish line. But ultimately, it felt like Lazarus was the team that dropped the ball here. They had so many things going right for them, but unKnights, when the pressure started to be felt, this was the team to rise up.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a big story because we talked about Lazarus. We said this was a very even matchup. The fact that it was a 5-0, and the fact that unKnights took 1 timeout, and different team, totally different team. Like they didn't even look the same before, and the fact that they pulled up, what was that, like 8 rounds in a row as a comeback. That's where I was talking about the mental hurdles, and I think for Lazarus, like I think we got to see it, right? I think, despite if they would agree or not, I mean, this was a big comeback, and that's never easy to deal with, and that frustration will just seep in really quickly. And unKnights won a lot of those rounds pretty convincingly for the most part. There's definitely a couple rounds that turned into those like 2v2s, maybe the 1v1s, but it felt like unKnights, they just kind of activated themselves to play a totally different game, and a big victory for them. And I was kind of already writing it off in the beginning. I thought Lazarus had, you know, some kind of strategy or homework done, but I think it was unKnights that have proven that they still are a very top contending team.
Yeah, a lot of resilience needed to pull off that type of comeback, but it all comes down to just having the right conversations and knowing when to take that pause to break the momentum here. And for unKnights, this could be their difference to locking in a ticket to the playoffs for this season. And for Lazarus, it now creates a very large uphill battle for them to think they're going to make it into the playoff picture here, because now this is kind of a must-win map for their playoff hopes going into map number 2. But as we take a look at the stats, pretty equal across the board, but I would definitely give a shout out on the Lazarus side to Madison, because I felt like this was actually a really strong match for him individually, even though Lazarus couldn't close it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I 100% agree. Like he definitely has the highest KD ratio, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Despite them losing this game, he came alive in the second half, and I mean, it looked like he was able to find some good triple rounds. He was able to find some good openers. That was just the impact. But Beck is going to be the the MVP in the sense here for unKnights, and I feel like Beck, he was a bit of he was the MVP, but he was a bit of that like silent MVP, if that makes sense. Just like, it wasn't like it was crazy flashy rounds, but I think it was just enough where he was doing so much work to kind of steer the ship, and also just putting himself in decent numbers here for this game.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Lazarus, they had a really strong showing, just wasn't enough here, but at least now it's going to be sub-base as kind of a good change-up potentially for them to maybe bounce back on as that second map. But we are going to take a quick break, but like I said, when we return, it's sub-base on the way. All right, we are back here and ready for our second map of the series. If you missed the first one, it was a bit of a crazy back and forth. You had a 5-0 and then an 8-round streak from unKnights to put it on an 8-5, but then ultimately ended 10-8 in favor of unKnights in a very close-knit battle up to the finish line. And honestly, lads, coming into map number 2, I'm expecting a pretty similar outcome.
Yeah, me too. I definitely think the scoreline is going to be really, really tight and close again. I mean, do I think it could be a 5-0 and an 8, a 5-0 for one team and then an 8-0 for the other team? Probably not. But, you know, I mean, we'll have to see. There was only a few minutes of a break. Like, it was about a 5-minute break here for Lazarus. I think they had some really deep talks to figure out what they need to do differently for a map like Subbase. And like we said, I mean, obviously the points and, you know, getting 2 zeros is the name of the game here. But for Lazarus, I mean, they're in that position where, you know, we were talking about the standings. They're sitting in that 5th place, unKnights sitting in that 4th. So if there's a way that they can split things off, that's obviously the best case scenario. But if unKnights can find themselves a 2-0, boy, oh boy, is that just going to catapult them so high in the rankings and just giving Lazarus even more of a run for their money to see if they even can contest for playoffs.
Yeah, right now, it's a very important map for Lazarus, but so far, not the best of starts. Madison at least able to take down Alucard, but that might be the only kill they find in this one. The rest of Lazarus going down pretty quickly on the B-bomb site, only leaving Jin and Loons alive on this rotation for the retake 2-on-4, but Jin, he does have a chance to sneak into this position, but Kiko catches him early. Loons able to trade it out, but it's still a 1v3 in front of him. Only 20 seconds to swing through and grab the defuse, but there's just no time to work with to spot down all of these players. He's able to at least spot Pietro in the rafters, but with 10 seconds on the clock, there's just no clean way out of this one. Beck just has to stall and play the timer, and there you have it. It is going to be unKnights getting the opening round.
Yeah, and unKnights are going to maintain the terror here, right? I mean, this is where we talked about they did the comeback of 8 rounds consecutive, and then they won the map out, and now they're going to be able to have this opening round in their favor, which is a great start. And I mean, this is a map where it's difficult because on the BL side, like, you always got to fight really hard for that site control, but I feel like once you have that site, it's not always the easiest to retake on. So that's going to be the situation here too. Like, Lazarus, we'll have to see how polished their retake setups are going to be for a map like this, because it didn't always look the cleanest, honestly, when we saw them previously, and even even other games, and even earlier of this game too. Like, it didn't look like the retakes were that much to brag about.
Yeah, honestly, for Lazarus, they haven't looked the best since the start of map 1, but they still have that time and opportunity to redeem themselves now on map number 2, but unKnights, they're looking to keep stringing those rounds together. It's going to be Madison and Vise. A nice little cross setup here on the B lockers. They're not going to check the corner either. Madison getting away with a nice free pick, but it's quickly going to be answered by Pietro. Vise not able to find that secondary trade frag, and that kind of equalizes things for the moment. unKnights starting to set their sights back towards the mid and A side of the map, and just kind of leaving Alucard to lurk towards B. But at this point for Lazarus, again, it's just so hard for them to read where the bomb's going because they don't really play for info too much.
Yeah, and unKnights, actually, they're going to go around from A main, and look at that shot landing on the Loons. So full face of lead, and now look at what they're doing. Kind of a different, unorthodox way to get themselves in the safe site. And now Jin, can he be the anchor? And maybe he will be. He's a bit of a headhunter. He finds the 2, realizing he's still got a bit more company. Plant's going to come through in time. It's actually a bit of a fake too. They actually did hear something, and the swing's coming through from HTZ. Nicely done. Leaving it just down to HTZ by himself now. 15 seconds remain. He's going to get ultra aggressive. He's able to find this one, bringing it into the 1v1. Can he land the Alm to make a connection for Lazarus to get around back? HTZ just toying with him. The nade might be able to do some decent damage. Not enough. It's a bit of a tickle. Missing just the pixel of his head. Barely seeps on by through the hairlines, and now can he be able to find something? These guys are both just jiggling away. It's a bit of a dance. 12 seconds remaining, and HCZ now just trying to buy as much time as he can, but he will finally get the bullets to land, and unKnights will continue on with this 2-0.
Yeah, that's got to be a frustrating round if you're HDZ on the other side of that missile. He just wanted any opportunity to maybe catch him, but HCZ was just not giving any ground there to work with, and it just goes to show the mechanical ability he has as a player to just sit there and toy with the angle and play the clock perfectly to secure the round. And for Lazarus, every round against them starts to feel like that 8-round streak could happen again, and that is where I worry for Lazarus. They're a team that kind of allows momentum to come against them pretty consistently from what I've seen, so I'm hoping they can find a way to break it earlier on here, but so far unKnights shot for shot, they're looking good on the entries.
Yeah, and I think that was such a boost of confidence as well for unKnights. I mean, the fact that, you know, it was looking very absent in the beginning and they've just changed. They've evolved into a different Pokemon or something, I don't know. But now they're just playing way better. The shots are landing a lot better. And now they're, like you said, Lazarus are kind of just giving up this momentum that Lazarus are going to take full advantage of. Double players, triple players now onto the stairway. And Vise and everybody's here. It's a full fight. Like the massive choke point. This couldn't be worse. This couldn't be any worse. We talk about meat grinding rounds. This might be one of them. I don't know who for. This is not a great situation. unKnights still causing a lot of disruption on this with 14 seconds remaining. Lazarus, they have to get going. The time is just ticking away. Under 10 seconds remaining. Alucard still causing a little bit more of a distraction. The rifle might be able to have enough here. The time is just too low. There's no way the defuse will be done. And Pietro, a headshot for a little bit more of insult to injury, and unKnights will continue on again with this undefeated round streak.
Yeah, for Lazarus, that is an incredibly risky position to try and retake from. 4 players on the A staircase, almost never going to work out because there's no way to divert their attention anywhere else, and it really just caused them to go right into a wall of bullets. And for unKnights, that's exactly what they were looking for here. 3-0, feeling just as confident on this second map, and the shots looking great for them as well to hold on to these rounds and create even more separation in what we've been able to see them do here. Right now for Lazarus, though, they're still not out of this one yet. They've got to try and change things up a little bit and maybe take it easy for a couple of rounds and just set up some passive trades. They have had a few rounds that looked like they could be good at the start, but it's almost like they have these setups, but they just aren't hitting the shots behind them. And that is where I worry for them, because if the strategies are good, but the shots aren't, you're still going to get taken down by a team like unKnights who has that firepower to overcome.
Oh, 100%, and I'm glad you brought that up, because again, that was where I think you and I were agreeing that we're like, look, like I think strategically Lazarus probably has that edge, but the firepower leans on the other side for unKnights. And now we're starting to see that, like you said, if you have the strategies and you don't have the firepower, it's not really going to mean a whole lot, right? You might be able to have some good strategies and some good executions, whatever, but the firepower is also the other part of the equation here. And unKnights, they're being able to survive in this game with their firepower, so it's definitely a big difference. And right now, I mean, Lazarus trying to see what they can do to hold on. A little bit of good work coming in from Jin, but trades coming back and forth now is going to pan out nicely for Lazarus in terms of the HP, because Pietro and HCZ very low. But back all of a sudden, look at that, rabbit out of the hat, and he's able to find himself that double kill. So now Lazarus down into a deficit situation one more time. Alucard trying to see if he's able to find some sort of a connection. The bomb's dropped in the worst spot, and now Alucard all of a sudden, the tables have been turned, the tables have been flipped. He's got 10 seconds, he doesn't have the bomb, he has to get moving, and it's only 6 seconds remaining. Now he just has to be frag hungry, and this round is over. There's not enough time to get the plant down, and that's going to be Lazarus to win it with just time management alone.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to HDZ. He made the perfect call here. Instead of setting up in a potential 2v1 they could lose, he just runs and jumps into the vent just in case things go wrong to guarantee the round win. A really smart move coming out of him just to make sure they guaranteed themselves the win, because when things have been as dicey as they have, you can't afford to take risks in the aim duels if you're Lazarus at this point. So I definitely really like that call, but moving forward, they're gonna have to do a lot more than that. You can't win every round just off playing the cat and mouse game.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Yeah, and that's one of the examples where, you know, necessarily the firepower is not gonna, you know, have to rely on winning the round. I mean, there's only so many times I feel like you and I have been here where we see the time management is a, you know, a round winning piece, but unKnights almost had that. But either way, Lazarus, they finally get themselves on the board, which is a good note for them. But it's a question of, can they use this to shift that momentum like we talked about? Maybe so, maybe not. But unKnights have kind of taken a bit of a slower approach on this. Again, just reconfiguring the game plan, looking things out a little bit more. Having the lurk for Alucard, he's going to push all the way on the right-hand side of the map. Everybody else towards this A stairs, which is Jin just kind of being the anchor on this, and then having Loons kind of in radio just to support him if needed with the utility. So now Jin, realizing there's a bit of commotion happening, but it is a ruse. Once again, this is where we see unKnights kind of just playing a bit of a fake. Now look at how quickly they're going to come through mid. Now they're going to try to switch things up, maybe. But a double fake one more time, why not, Kyle? And leaving it for Jin to see if he's going to be able to have that firepower. He's tapping away, looking for more bodies. But it's going to be actually Lazarus that the bodies hit the floor. And now they're on a retake scenario once again.
Yeah, trying to push through a smoke on top of it, going to make this extremely difficult. Kiko as well still has a flash and a nade to work with to try and stall this retake even further. HDZ almost with a chance to take out the ankles of Kiko, but just in time. He's going to figure it out and reposition. But now, again, Lazarus, they only have 10 seconds. There's just no time to push through for the retake, and unKnights give themselves a 4-1 lead on what I would say is actually a GR-sided map as well. So this is really not that great of a look for Lazarus so far.
Yeah, this is not great. I was thinking, you know, like, I would think the defensive side would be a little bit more favorable in this one, but that's the thing. Like, when you're on the blacklist side and you can get one of these bomb sites in your control and your possession, I just feel like the retakes are so difficult for the GR side, and I think we're starting to see that, right? Like you said, I can't remember if it was Loons, but he was trying to push through a smoke or buys, but it's just, you know what I mean? There's so many choke points that makes it so difficult. So it's really important for the GR side to be able to find something in the opening part of the rounds. But even now, Lazarus, they have a long road ahead of them here with 3 rounds of a deficit unKnights, putting themselves in a decent lead, but they know they can't let their foot off the gas yet. The job is not done, but boy, oh boy, they are definitely looking pretty good for a conversation of that 2-0 eventually here.
Yeah, for Lazarus, it's going to have to be a night and day difference to get themselves back into this game. Otherwise, it's looking like it may already be a bit too little too late for them to bounce back here. We are seeing this early pressure towards the A doors, though. Beck just kind of pre-firing, using that M4 to the full advantage, shooting through these walls and these boxes. It's going to be the best place to put it, but for unKnights, they're not really looking to force the issue here. They're actually putting this push into place over towards the B bomb site. But Lazarus, the timing there not going to be great at all. Pietro spoils the double peak coming through from Vise and Madison. Only 1 kill going the way of Lazarus so far. Meanwhile, 3 now on the board for unKnights as they take control over the B bomb site. You can see Jin here desperate to try and get something going on the retake, able to take down at least Pietro in the moment, but there's still no way to break through into this position. The cage is just completely locked down, but HDZ through the window on the L turn is able to find another kill, but it still might not be enough here. Alucard takes down Jin. HDZ, he is left alone, and the pinch play is there. HDZ spots him on the corner box, and now all they've got to do is keep him between their crosshairs and run down this clock. And HTZ, his only hope might actually be an interviews here. There's no one directly in a position where they could have stopped it, but now, unfortunately, because he's going for the fight, he's ran down the clock a little bit too much, and now there is just no time here to get this one done unless somehow he actually isn't hit here. I'm surprised he didn't just attempt to stick it instead of going for the fight.
Yeah, I thought he would have actually just tried to go for the attempt. It was a little bit of that split second decision where he's like, you know what, I'm just going to go for the fight, whatever. But either way, I mean, now, again, like, that's where we see, like, the retakes are really, really difficult. And I'm glad you brought that up, because I was a little bit nervous about that bomb plant position, to be honest. I was thinking, like, that was actually probably an opportunity where he could have just stuck the defuse if he wanted to and just try to see. But honestly, it was a good attempt from him, just wasn't enough. And now we're going to see a tactical coming through, and that is going to be called from Lazarus, as you can see on the screen here, needing to just kind of find out what they need to do differently. And this is where, look, I mean, they don't look very energetic on this, and I don't blame them, because this has been a very difficult series for them so far in the map 1, and now where this is going on map 2, things are just not going their way. But this is where I do hope a lot of the team members are kind of contributing to Loons, having the conversation about things they're noticing, what can we do to call something differently, because an IGL can only do so much. So I'm hoping there's some conversations, whether it's verbally or written, to their team chat, just to kind of figure out what they need to do.
Yeah, it's a tough one to rebound from Lazarus. They've got the experience on their end to maybe make that happen, but it's just so much pressure to deal with, since I'm sure they're thinking about the fact that if they can't win a map in this series, it kind of means their playoff hopes are going to go down with it, which is a scary position to be in, knowing your only way to the playoffs, if you lose here, if you're Lazarus, is you have to beat either 3BL or LCK. That is a scary task for anyone to go up against.
Oh man, like, it just, yeah, like, it's such a tough road they have, right? And that's the thing, like, if you can't 1-1 split or even have that 2-0, it just makes the morale even more of a deficit, just in the sense that you're going to be playing some of the best teams to finish out the season. Like you said, who knows? And I mean, Lazarus have proven me wrong so many different times in so many different seasons, but man, oh man, they would have to really have like the TSN turning point or something here, right? Like, they're going to have to do something really big to switching things around. But like we said, I mean, when we saw these tacticals happening, things really did turn to a whole different chapter. So we'll see if this is going to work out for Lazarus. It didn't before, but not to say it can't do it again. But they have a lot at stake here to bring themselves back into a competitive game. And unKnights sitting pretty, feeling really good right now. Already some good aggression coming in from Kiko, getting some good information, and unKnights have actually changed up their plan entirely. And look at the triple nade stack. They thought somebody be in the corner, but I like this little bit of a variety.
Yeah, not too bad here coming out at the start. Lazarus, though, playing this one in pretty much the most passive setup you can run on sub base. They've got 2 in the back corner of B, a passive player on lockers, 1 in the A control room, and 1 on the A bomb side. So they're definitely stacking a little bit more favorably towards this B side of the map, but it makes sense here. It seems to be where unKnights has been leading the majority of the round so far, only leaving HCZ to hold on to the A long push. But Beck going to be doubling up with the M4s here on this side of the map, so maybe they'll have a good lurk presence they can bring to the table. But for Lazarus, it's just going to be if they can actually hold on to their positions. They've kind of decided the game they want to play is just passively holding the angles, but they've got to show they can connect on the shots here.
Yeah, we definitely need somebody to come alive, right? I mean, this is where somebody from Lazarus, I mean, it was Madison before. I think he had that previous MVP. Can he be able to do something a little bit differently? We talked a lot about HDZ, and honestly, I really wish he was a bit more activated. Okay, that might be enough. We'll see if he's able to find more. There it is, HDZ getting himself that double. Make it a triple. Now he's finally come alive when he needed to. Alucard does find himself that 2-piece, bringing it still the man advantage for Lazarus in this situation. Alucard spots the barrel, able to find another one. A bit of an overzealous push, but Madison still able to scrape himself in this one. Down to the 1v1. Alucard on the brink of an ace clutch here. Down to Jin, rushing him. 1 shot to hit, 2 bullets in the chamber. Only needs They're just dancing around each other, and Jin will get the job done. A full face of lead and a little bit of BM on insult to injury there too. And Lazarus, they're back in this game.
Yeah, really good play there from Jin. To go over the top of the missile is just the smartest decision you can make there. But HTZ as well, you got to give him a lot of credit. Started off the round with a huge opening triple kill. It was just equally matched on the other side from Alucard, which almost negated the potential there on the round. But thankfully, Jin able to get this one secured for Lazarus. If they can make this a 5-4 half, ultimately not too bad of a position to be in. And now it starts to beg the question if the reverse could potentially happen to unKnights here on the verge of that 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, there always is that conversation, and it's never impossible because it's definitely happened before, and we just saw it, but there's a long road ahead here, and honestly, if Lazarus can use this tactical in their favor to get a couple rounds back on the board, maintain a little bit of consistency as they can transition to the second, that'd be massive, to say the least. But even on Knights, I've kind of taken a slower approach on this, just waiting things out, expecting some kind of aggression. And I do like this. I like that, again, they're just kind of mixing things up pretty much round by round. It doesn't feel like they're playing just defaults. It actually does look like they have very different plans what they want to do. And now putting that C4 a little bit more towards this B site, potentially. 4 players out on the outskirts of A main. This is a little bit scary for the bomb to be out by itself like this, but I mean, there's no threat. But again, it's a bit of a dicey one for me, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely some risks being taken here, but I feel like for unKnights, they're not really too concerned. Even with the 2 rounds against them, there should still be another one on their way, I'd imagine, before this half is over. Loons goes for the peak, though, gets a lot of information, spots 3 players on that shoulder peak towards this split. But for Alucard, he's got to be that key player again in this round. He knows how valuable his position is if he can clear that path on his own. And unKnights, they might be able to do it here if they can take down Vise quickly. It is going to be a 3-on-2 situation. Pietro only on 2 HP, though. They've got to scoop up the bomb and still play safely on the hold. But Pietro, he's the player that's going to make the difference here. The flash comes through, doesn't even bother HCZ or Pietro as they take this one away for unKnights.
Yeah, we're at a 6-2 as well, right? So we're going in the last round of the first. And I mean, honestly, if unKnights can find themselves sitting at a 7 rounds, I mean, this is already a great scoreline. So even if Lazarus find themselves at a 6-3, it might be enough for Lazarus to have some momentum switching things over. But for unKnights, honestly, if they can put themselves at 7 and only needing 3 to get things done on the defensive side, I mean, that's already a big check mark, right? I mean, they should feel pretty good about this. And they look like they seem like such a different team on sub base. I feel like when we seen them on this before, they didn't look as clean like this. They definitely looked a lot more polished on this one. But leaving a bit of a 4-1 split, HTZ just kind of splitting things off, making sure no over aggression coming in from the GR side of Lazarus. And again, they're just really evaluating all their options, and they're just kind of biding time. And I really like this. They're just kind of clearing everything up. They're not necessarily committing to it, and they're just doing some insightful views.
Lazarus, what do they have left, though? That's the big question here. Is there any potential to swing back and win this map? Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a grim fate potentially coming out of this weekend for them. But for unKnights, it could be a chance to lock into the top 4. 2-0 would give them a nice 3 points on the day, especially in a day where Anubis and GV weren't able to scoop up 3 points themselves, only getting 1 apiece in their head-to-head earlier on. So definitely a good sign for them to climb the leaderboards at the end of this first day of the weekend. But HDZ is going to start things off right for Lazarus, gets the opening pick. Loons as well gets the swing onto Kiko. Now they've got a nice 5-on-3 to work with. The C4 dropped as well in the hands of Loons, but Beck on the drop down, going to be good for 1. HCC holding the off angle. They're going to scoop up the C4, and now they've got to deal with this lone player on the bottom of A. It's going to be Jin, who could definitely swing through for the backstab here. He's worked his way already into the lobby behind Beck, who has absolutely no clue what's coming, and Lazarus, it's going to be a full collapse onto the position. HCZ now left alone, 1 versus 4. Not really much he can do there, and it will be Lazarus getting the round.
Yeah, a nice little bit of a rebound coming in from Lazarus, the fact that you're able to get this last round. So it is going to be a 6-3 first half in favor for unKnights. But honestly, I think for them, they really needed this, because when you can get that last round of the first half, I think it can definitely help, like, just to get a little bit of that pulse going, a little bit of the blood flowing, and feeling a bit better for the second half. But if I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit nervous just to see, you know, Lazarus going into this different stance on the second half, just because I think unKnights have given themselves a pretty decent cushion. But we'll have to see. I mean, this is where we've been proven wrong before, but I mean, I feel like everybody from unKnights is playing quite phenomenally, honestly. I don't think there's really like any player that's a weakness or anything like that. I think they're all contributing really well. Beck's been able to have himself a lot more impact than I think I've seen in the last couple of weeks, which is really great to see too. Like the fact he's been lurking and just kind of not getting killed like early in the first rounds. Like it is a good thing to see.
Yeah, right now for Lazarus, it's going to have to be a stellar half to have any hopes of winning this one. But unKnights, they're definitely locking in and trying to solidify their position in the Season 2 playoffs, because, you know, in Season 2, there's a lot more on the line. We're talking about spots at CFS come after the season, and your placements could determine where you fall in that bracket. So for a lot of these teams, I'm sure that's in the back of their mind as well. It's not just a season championship you're playing for. It's potentially that slot in the Worlds as well. So for unKnights, this could be a big moment for them to propel themselves up, but for Lazarus, they want to start off with a bang here as well, putting all of their attention already towards the A bomb side. It's going to leave Kiko and Pietro to deal with it, but they both go down without much of a fight. Alucard now left alone in the top of A.
Oh, it's a decent nade too, doing some good damage against Madison, I should be saying. But again, the numbers are a big advantage right now for Lazarus. And for unKnights, the utility just getting thrown, flashes galore. HTZ will find himself at least one before he goes down, leaving it just down to Alucard on the clutch. Not somebody you normally see on the clutch scenarios, but hang on a second. He might be able to have something up his sleeve, and it's all down to the 1v1. HTZ will just jump on top of the box and get it done, and Lazarus will find themselves the opening round in the second half, and a bit of a different pace from them, a bit of a different scenario, and now maybe, just maybe, things could be brought back.
We've seen crazier things already on the day, so maybe Lazarus can do this one here. They did look pretty good on the BL side of Compound as well. The BL side of Compound is where they had that 5-0 run to start off this series, so if they can start off in that same fashion on their BL side of Subbase, they might be able to get this one back into their hands. But for unKnights, we are going to see a bit of a change up as well in this round, putting a 3-stack over towards B. Nobody holding that wood lobby right away, but it's going to go ahead and be Beck falling into that position for the late round. And this is where Lazarus look again towards that A-bomb side potential, but this time unKnights is a bit more prepared over there as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting that we're seeing unKnights actually with the double stack in A. So you have the one player just underneath stairs, and then just leaving it. I believe that's Kiko and also Pietro kind of just locking it in. So it's very interesting they have two players like this. Normally we don't see that, but I do like the little bit of a change up. Lazarus look like they want to try to sweep through in middle, and Beck and Alucard find themselves some opening engagements, and now Lazarus already down to 3, and look at this damage, man. It's just tenderizing, and unKnights, oh man, Knight in Shining Armor, and just leaving it down to Jin. He's no longer for the world, and unKnights will take a pretty convincing round. And honestly, I really like their setup, and I love the fact that they were just prepared for this. Like, they didn't even look like they broke a sweat at all.
Yeah, unKnights, really good counter utility, some nice flashes to stall that push. Half those players in the lobby that went down weren't even aware of where Pietro was actually shooting from, so really good signs of success for unKnights. But Lazarus, they're going to be going in guns blazing onto the B-bomb site, but it's going to be shut down right away. HDZ already left alone 20 seconds into the round, and he's going to be spotted out as well. unKnights able to find themselves a quick one.
Yeah, okay, well, a little bit of a quick one here that comes through, and this is where we were talking about, you know, again, for unKnights, I was going to be curious about them on this defense. how well they're playing and how well they normally play on the defense on the GR side. So for Lazarus, I mean, what are we going to see a little bit differently? The bomb's actually all the way back in spawn right now. A 2-2 split. Kind of just waiting to see if unKnights are going to be any sort of aggression on this. I don't expect to see it. Like, I think it was Anubis, if I'm not mistaken. Weren't they the team that kind of pushed out in mid, like the last round of the half, and then they just tried to push and see if they can get it done, and kind of backfired? But I don't think we're going to see that from a team like unKnights right now, considering the scoreline.
Definitely not at this point. I think for unKnights, they're just playing this one nice and safe. There's no need to take any risks here because, frankly, Lazarus has kind of dug their own grave in this matchup. They had a lot of opportunity to win these rounds, but they're just not connecting on the shots the way they need to, especially when you look at players who are normally kind of the stars on this team like Vise, currently sitting at 0-3 in this half and just kind of struggling to hold their feet to the fire against the firepower of unKnights. And for Lazarus, the name of the game is just trying to catch them off guard at this point and hope for the best. It is going to be a 1-for-1 as they take control over the A bomb side. Pietro able to get 2 on his way out, though, so not too bad to set up for the retake, but Jin still has to be dealt with in the A control room.
Well, I like that double utility. And actually, nobody's going to be home at all in control, or in the other outskirts of control, I should say, but instead, actually, unKnights. 3 players grouped on towards the stairway. Loons playing right underneath this. The nades coming through, the flash lands, and Alucard actually does get a trade despite Beck going down. HDZ needs to be able to find a connection here. Needs to buy some time, needs to be able to find something with the rifle. No bullets in the chamber. But thankfully, his teammate's going to be able to help him out with the pistol. And Lazarus will get themselves that 5th round. And I was a little bit, I wasn't expecting to see that, especially with Pietro kind of finding that double right away like this, but things are slowly and surely coming into a potential closer game here about, you know, Lazarus now finding themselves, I think, sitting at the 2-1 so far, and this is a good note for them. They look like they're still alive in this one, Kyle. It's definitely not over at all.
Yeah, a lot of potential here still for Lazarus, but this fight in the vent could be a tough one here. If Jin goes down, which he will, Beck gets the better of that exchange, and now unKnights, they've grabbed the advantage along with it. The C4 still lurking outside of the A doors, but for unKnights, it's still just a really nice comfort position to be in. They know they don't have to take any risk, and they have the advantage for the remainder of the round as long as they can make sure nothing goes untraded. And for Lazarus, because they are a team that tends to hesitate a little bit, now they're going to be pushing against the clock into probably a disadvantageous position as well. So this is where they're going to have to do something big in this round to win it.
Yeah, and this is where we normally need to see like a big amount of, you know, multi-kills coming in, or someone, you know, just putting up a bit of a highlight moment. But this is a really good position for unKnight fans right now, just because, yeah, like you said, I mean, being up in the man advantage makes it way more problematic for the BL side. And you can see Lazarus there. They're kind of stuck in the mud right now. They don't know what they want to do with this. They're kind of grouped up on the outskirts of, you know, A stairs, and I feel like this would be the worst decision. I feel like this would be the worst site to go for the execute on, because you have 2 players that are going to be close onto this. It's going to be Beck and also Kiko. Beck is low, and the nades are going to get thrown into mid. So they might try to do this split once again. It didn't work out for them before in the double doors, but maybe this could be a little bit different. They're going to take it a little bit more of a slower approach. HDZ actually makes a good connection. So Lazarus, okay, they are finding some kills, leaving it to 2 players here in the site. I don't know if they're going to expect this, though. Are they going to know there's a multitude of players waiting? Now it's going to be Beck. He has to be able to do something, but no, Lazarus. They pull up a bit of a surprise, and now they find themselves in the situation of potentially 6. Alucard, unless he can do something miraculous here with the Alm, this is going to be another round coming through for Lazarus. A shot made with a connection with 28 seconds. He knows HDZ's there. Oh, dear God. There is no way, Kyle. There is just no way this could happen, surely.
Yeah, Menacin, he's in a compromising position, but Loons hasn't been spotted, and that's really the key here in this round. And Loons able to stay alive thanks to Menacin on the swing. A little bit too close for comfort, but they still get the job done. And it's from a numbers disadvantage as well, which is not something we normally see Lazarus coming out on top of. So definitely have to give them that credit in the round of really having a good pinch onto the A bomb site, but now they have to continue that momentum forward. If they give unKnights even one round, they're automatically on match point for the remainder of regulation here, and that is a dangerous spot to play from, as we've seen. So for Lazarus, it's just kind of playing that same game here. If they are going to play slow, they have to make sure they're making these plays happen where they can find those cheeky little advantages, as we saw in the previous round.
I really like that attempt from HDZ too, right? Like just through the cubby, he was trying to see if he could find something in jail. He wasn't able to get the shot, but he did get the information. I think he spotted the leg, but that would have been a huge kickstart for these guys if they were able to find that opening duel. But now, once again, Lazarus just posted up, waiting, burning some shots, just trying to see what they can find. unKnights now putting a little bit more attention towards A stairs and middle, and Beck once again will do it. And look at that, a little bit of a surprise attack, and they're able to get 3, and they don't even take anybody down, or nobody gets taken down on their side, I should say. Jin tries to get himself out of the jail cell, can't, and now Vi's by himself here on a 1-on-5. He's been quiet. He's been really quiet this game, but maybe a moment for him to pull up something big, something just massive for their team to bring in this game back. Doesn't have the bomb in his control. He's got 50 seconds to work with. It's a long road, and all it has to take is finding 4 different kills to be able to get this thing done. Beck waiting here on the outskirts of just this wall. Is Vi's going to expect this? He does, but Beck will get the better of him, and now we're on map point.
Yeah, Lazarus, this is going to be an extremely tough situation now, especially with unKnights still willing to take these risky plays to catch them off guard. It's really been one of the key differences between these two teams today is unKnights, when they want to be aggressive, they just have that extra little bit of fearlessness in how they take the approach. You could see it in the last round and how they push through on the A staircase, and it just catches Lazarus off guard the majority of the time. And if they can pull that off again here, it could be enough to get themselves into the win. But for Lazarus, it just makes me nervous the way they play these maps, because they always have a lot of reads in where they're going and haven't been faking quite as much on the second map. And you can kind of see it here in this round as well. They've got 5 players on the A staircase. This flash is probably going to hit them all here. Pietro going to be good for 1. Kiko has a chance to capitalize, gets the double kill himself. But look at the flank here. Perfect timing from above. It's going to be Jin dropping out of the vent to find Kiko, but it's still a 3-on-2.
Yeah, the advantage is still here for unKnights, but again, it doesn't really mean a whole lot right now. The bomb is going to go down. And this is where we talked about the retakes can be quite difficult on a map like this, and HDZ in a position where if he can find these kills and fall on back, that could just buy them enough time. Instead, he's actually going to pull back, use that utility, reposition himself on the back of missile, finds that first connection, puts the to work a little bit now. Now they know where one of the threats are. HDZ trying everything he can. HDZ, though, will find that triple. And who other than him? Someone that we talked about that needed to come alive, and he does. Now we're still at a point here for unKnights. 1 round needed to get this thing done for a 2-0, but Lazarus, they will hold on for dear life.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. There is that small chance they could take this one all the way into an overtime win, but for unKnights, that would be pretty crazy to see considering how well they've looked in this second map. But this round already a little bit dicey for Alucard. Almost gets taken down pretty early there from HDZ, who was able to catch him through the corner of the door, taking him down to about 20 health for the remaining portion of this round. But HDZ, you can tell he is hungry to finish off this kill, but he has to be careful not to get himself taken out of the picture in the process. And this is where Lazarus, I think, needs to work the most. They really want to take these fights, but they don't seem to have the same coordination as some of the other teams in the top 4 do in taking these early round engagements on the BL.
Oh man, and now just trying to go for another fight. HDZ, I don't know what's changed for him. Look at him now, putting himself at a 10-4. Couple assists as well. And already losing Beck and Pietro. unKnights are, and even Alucard taking a huge amount of damage right now. This is not a good situation right now for unKnights. So now we talk about somebody that has to, you know, pull up something big and a highlight. This is now the opposite conversation where unKnights have to do this. And Lazarus are in a great position, but we've seen them in these spots before, right? We've seen these like 5-on-2s, 5-on-3s, and somehow in some way it turns into a 1v1. Vise creeping his way onto the top corridor. Alucard just missing the timing. I don't think he spotted this, and now he's been exposed. Flashes land onto him. He's not able to get even a shot off. And Lazarus, I think they've been able to book another ticket here for the 8th round, and they will get it done. And HDZ alone, my God, I believe he actually picked up a quad that round, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did there, and honestly, it's kind of the difference that Lazarus needed to get themselves potentially into overtime here, because HDZ these last couple of rounds has done all of the heavy lifting to give them that opportunity. But again, it comes down to that high pressure now of a final round situation, and that's why I'm sure we see the tack pause coming out at this point in time, because if you're unKnights, you do not want to risk going into overtime and giving up what should be a 3-point day for themselves.
Yeah, and that's the thing, we talk a lot about like the pressure and everything, and we knew that this game, like for today on the weekend, was definitely the big staple. But I think now that, you know, we're, like you said, we're talking about there's a potential of these 3 points, you know, for unKnights, it adds that extra pressure, right? I mean, these guys look pretty cool, calm and collected. I'm not going to lie. They don't even look like they're at all nervous. You don't even see a lot of jitters or anything like that, but it's still, it's nerve-wracking because every single play you make is going to make a world of a difference in this. So again, I think this is a moment where these guys have a couple attempts before talking about overtime, but it's getting closer and closer here where they need to figure out something differently. They've tried, you know, the A stairs pop through the A main double door push as well. It worked out once, didn't work out the second time, but man, that pressure is really, really cooking now.
Yeah, Lazarus during this pause, they're just going to have to maintain that composure, and this is where I worry for them. They're the type of team that tends to overthink things sometimes during these pause windows and doesn't have quite the same consistency in winning after the pause compared to a lot of the other teams here. So for unKnights, this is a really great time for them to take this pause, because if they waited to potentially use it in overtime, I don't think it quite has the same impact here, whereas now you add even more pressure on Lazarus to try and push this one into a winning position for themselves, and that could be enough to get the job done here, especially when you talk about HDZ as an individual. I think this is the perfect time to pause, just simply alone, if you can shut down what he was doing in those last 2 rounds.
Well, exactly. And I mean, that's honestly, I'm really, really happy to see that, because I mean, this was my biggest critic is, you know, you and I have even, you know, commentated him and seen a lot what he can do. And I felt like he was pretty absent in the beginning. And now, you know, we talked about him, and then he just kind of found himself to be able to get these multitude of kills and just becoming really, really impactful in the game. And that's the thing, like unKnights calling that tactical is so important, like you said, just because now they can kind of cool him down a little bit, because he really was starting to cook. So we'll have to see. It's right down to the wire. I mean, 1 round, we're going to overtime, or unKnights are going to be able to secure themselves a 2-0 for the day. And it's all down to this single for the both sides right now, for defense and the blacklist side. And man, this tension couldn't be any higher right now.
This is such a brilliant move too, coming out of unKnights. They haven't done a light boost in weeks, and they bring it out on a game-winning round out of attack pause. This is a super smart move, because Lazarus probably isn't even thinking there's going to be a player up there, because it's not something unKnights would normally do. But this is what I like about this team, is they know how to throw a curveball at the perfect moment. And this is where unKnights should have a distinct advantage here on the B bomb site. And they kind of know it in how they're playing, because they have this curveball. It also allows them to feel a little bit better about putting even more emphasis with the individuals towards this A side of the map, so they can play those 2 anchors on the bottom of site and still feel really good about their chances in catching them on the B if it comes that way. But it actually looks to be leaning towards the A bomb side, which is going to be a tough road ahead for Lazarus, considering there's 4 players on this side of the map right now.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I love that detail you brought. Maybe HDZ will get caught off guard, and oh man, yes he will. And Beck was just trying to be as patient as he could, and At least he's able to get something done. Pedro finds himself the triple kill to drop off the bomb. So now it's all down to Jin by himself here on the 1-on-4 attempt with 42 seconds remaining. He has to be able to find the biggest opening here to taking this round back. Otherwise, unKnights are going to be able to secure themselves the 2-0 for the day. Jin fighting in control, spamming away, but it's just not meant to be, and unKnights are going to be able to secure themselves the 10-8 victory. A sigh of relief you can see on the cameras, and a well-earned fought.
Oh, I love that there from Alucard, showing the 2-0 on the screen. But you know what? They earned that, because that was not an easy pathway to victory in this 2-0, and unKnights just doing exactly what they needed to under the pressure. And honestly, that play call for the final round is one of the best play calls I've seen all season long.
Yeah, and it's funny because it seems like such a small detail, but it's a great point, because like they never were clearing it. They never thought they would be there, and the fact they did it on the last round, and like I was kind of joking about Anubis, you know, pushing mid and, you know, trying to be super aggressive in the earlier game. I was like, well, that seems a bit risky, but that was such a curveball that it wasn't so detrimental of a big play, but the impact would have been huge, and it was. Like, he actually was able to take down HDZ, which was the strongest player here from the Lazarus side of this map. So that was a great call for them, and I've been super impressed with what we saw, and they honestly have looked so different than when we were back on the desk together earlier on this season.
Yeah, honestly, the biggest flag I had for this team coming into today for unKnights was, could they match the strategic value of a team like Lazarus, who is very strong in that, and it's plays like that that show that they are making those adjustments and starting to recognize those things a little bit more than they used to. And that ultimately was the difference in some of these key rounds, because yes, they did look like the slightly stronger team on the day when it came to firepower, but when it came to the high pressure rounds, it was actually these little strategic curveballs that unKnights was willing to throw the direction of Lazarus that weren't coming their way, that ultimately separated these two teams into these couple of rounds that unKnights stacked against them.
Yeah, and I gotta give it to Lazarus. Like, I really was getting quite worried for them in the sake that just, you know, they weren't able to get themselves a really good start in this one, but they persevered, they pushed through this, they made it a very competitive game. All it took was one more round to push OT, which it could have begged the question, is there enough gas in the tank here for unKnights to maybe continue on with what they were doing? I don't know. I mean, it was a pretty stressful game, and like I said, it was a fight well earned here for unKnights, but it was not easy. And as you can see from the stats, I mean, it was pretty well rounded and even in the sake of, you know, unKnights on their camp. But impressively, actually, it was Alucard that kind of made himself a bit of a statement on this one.
Yeah, Alucard had a really strong showing here. I thought he really stepped up, especially compared to what we saw on map number 1. I didn't feel like he was quite the same factor he normally was on the first map, so to see him kind of come to life a little bit more in the second map was a really huge boost for their potential to win here. Obviously, HDZ, no surprise to see him on the other side. The only thing I would say against HDZ on this map is I wish we would have seen the HDZ of the last 4 rounds the entirety of the second half. It would have been a much different game.
It would have been, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, like, it was one of those things where you're giving some criticism and saying, look, like, where's HDZ? Like, why is he not, you know, finding these connections? Why is he not getting the opening duels or kind of doing what he normally does? And if he would have done that earlier, that really could have changed this game. It really could have. And that was kind of the same thing we said about GV earlier on, right? When like Creeds wasn't playing that great, you know, some other players as well. And that was kind of the case here. So I think despite him being a bit absent in the first portions of the game but coming alive at the end, it still was a nail biter of a game. And honestly, very impressive to see, you know, Beck sitting himself in the position of MVP as well, just because, I mean, he's calling the shots, he's also running everything, and he's really played well. And I was giving a lot of, you know, feedback about it was really frustrating to watch him getting taken out so early on in the games, but honestly, he looked like he was kind of playing like that flex style where he was just lurking and he was winning duels left, right, and center.
Yeah, honestly, a really impressive showing across the board, but that is going to wrap things up for this match. unKnights pulling off the 2-0, but we're not done just yet. When we return, it is going to be Swamp Gaming taking on the current #1 team. It's going to be a top-to-bottom matchup here, 1st seed versus 8th when we return.
Good for one, good for two. Green's good for three. But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HCP.
All right, we are back for our final matchup of the day. It's going to be the top versus the bottom seed here, and 3BL looking to remain uncontested. And Laz, this team is going on quite the impressive run. They have not lost a game in this region in the 2024 seasons combined so far. They were the Season 1 champions going into it, with a tie being their worst. And so far, it seems like they might be on a similar trajectory. And of course, when you're up against Swamp Gaming, it would be crazy to believe that slows down now.
Yeah, honestly, it's, you know, it's all respect, right? I mean, but it's, I mean, when you're looking at it, you're looking at the #1 spot, like you said, it's 7-0, 3 draws, and you're looking at Swamp, where they had 1 victory with 3 draws and 6 losses. So not the easiest little bit of a matchup here for Swamp. Definitely, you know, on paper, it should be a 3BL game. I would say a 2-0, but I guess the question will be, how big of a 2-0 could it be? Could Swamp, you know, put things a little bit more to a limit? There's a possibility. I mean, they've been able to do it against some of these other teams as well, but I think teams have been able to kind of figure out how to play against Swamp Gaming. And for them to be kind of the last match of the day, it definitely makes me a little bit more interested to see if they're a little bit more awake. They're a little bit more prepared for this, just because, I mean, you and I are both based in NA too, so we know how early you have to get up to play. So this might be a little bit of a difference in how well are we going to see, you know, like Kai's playing as well as Famous.
Yeah, definitely could be a chance for them to maybe pull off something bigger here, especially in a match like this, because you've also got to think that 3BL might just underestimate them a little bit, because this is one of those teams that, yes, you can assume you might win against them, but we've seen earlier in the season that's come back to bite a few teams who underestimated this team earlier on and ended up losing a map. And actually in the opening weekend, a team even lost a full series to Swamp Gaming. So it's definitely a team that can catch you off guard if you're not ready and if you underestimate them. But for 3BL, they're just one of those teams that I feel like even if it starts off on the wrong foot for them, they just always find a way to close.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they are one of those teams, kind of like unKnights, where they really do have like slow starts. But I mean, when you look at this roster of 3BL on the top here, I mean, every single player is so phenomenal. Everybody is top tier talent. We know they can play really well. It's more of a question of like who's going to show up that day is really the big thing, right? We've seen everybody do quite well. Totson's been able to have himself a bit of a field day as well. And this map pick in Vito, a little bit interesting for me. I would just say, just for the sake of, honestly, Compound. I don't know. I don't know if I favor that for Swamp really, but I do think Black Widow is a nice little bit of a change up for us just on the desk here. But I'm kind of thinking this is a very favorable map pool for 3BL, just considering I really don't think there's any deficit they have.
Yeah, I would say these are 2 of their best maps, so I'm not sure what Swamp's going for here. If Swamp wanted to win, I would say their best bet is probably a sub-base and port combo for Swamp to be able to pull off a big upset. So for them, I feel like this map pool definitely is going to present a lot of challenges, but Compound really is just going to come down to looking at what Kai's can do. I feel like Kai's on a map like Compound has to be a high impact player, just because Swamp doesn't really have a secondary they can run, which usually puts even more pressure onto Kai's having a strong performance, because if he's off, it feels like generally the whole rest of the team is off as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the same thing for Famous, right? Like, I feel like him and Famous are kind of the 2 guys that you're relying on as your old faithful, or for this squad, where I think like 3BL, it's all 5 players you can rely on. So that's the thing. And it's no, again, it's no BM or disrespect to anything for Swamp here, but I think it's just kind of the matter of the stats, right? I mean, we know that these guys bring a lot of firepower in this. So, I mean, and like you can see here, I mean, the win rate percentage is quite substantial. It's quite a bit of a difference, and this is like the undefeated team for 3BL. Like, they are literally the team to beat, because like you said in the very beginning, is they haven't taken a loss. They've really proven that the addition of Slayer really has just panned out beautifully for them, and this roster just excites me all the time, just because they seem like they're getting better and better and better.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about more than 3 times the round win rate potential on one team compared to the other, it's an uphill battle to say the least for Swamp Gaming. For me, it's been a bit bittersweet to see unfold, obviously. Wanting to see NA come in after 3 seasons of not being in and at least make an impact, but it does seem very likely they could find themselves relegated out after just 1 season back in the mix. So I'm hoping they can find a way to maybe in these last couple of weeks at least put up a really strong fight and maybe contest TBI for that 7th place position, because at the end of the day, that's all they need to lock themselves in for a chance back in the 2025 season, which for Swamp Gaming would still be a huge momentum forward considering how long it's been since NA was even in the conversation.
Yeah, and that's the exciting thing, right? We talked about this. I think you and I actually got to get cast their game when they made their debut here, and that's when they actually did get the win against like a team like Lazarus, and we were kind of surprised about it. It went to overtime, all these other things, but I think that's where it's an exciting thing just to see an NA based team, which we never get to see anymore, and it is exciting, but obviously it just hasn't panned out well for them. And obviously when they played in the open, it's going to be a lot different competition than when you're talking about here in this league. It's going to be a lot more fierce, and the competition is definitely going to be a lot more top tier. So I think for them, it's also a little bit of a reality check. Like, look, we're going to go through a lot of bumps and bruises on this, but let's just see what we can do with it. And I agree with you. I think they can go toe to toe with TBI. It's just a question of, how much can they improve from playing teams like 3BL and playing teams like LCK to kind of wait and find their footing a little bit at the end point of the bottom of the ranks.
Yeah, and that's where I think we're in a really good spot with the teams we have in this league as well. Like right now, I feel like we do have the 8 strongest teams, which doesn't always feel like the case. Like normally you can look to open and say there's probably 1 or 2 of those teams that might be more competitive, but right now it really doesn't feel that way. Even with Swamp being at the bottom, this is still a team that's looked at very highly, even though they're in that 8th place position. I think back to Seven's video earlier where he's like, this is a playoff caliber team, because you look back to this team's performance at last year's World Championship, they were going toe-to-toe with the best teams in the world, with 3 out of the 5 players who are on this lineup. So it definitely speaks to the potential they have. I think they just got a slightly more rude awakening coming into this season than they may have expected because of that strong performance they did have at the live event. Coming into this, I thought they were going to be a little bit more competitive as well. I wouldn't have put them this far down, but I think a lot of it just has to do with the prep work these other teams put in as well, though, because I feel like this is also a time where we're seeing teams constantly adapting in a way we haven't seen before as well. And I feel like Swamp Gaming probably just isn't putting in the hours that go toe-to-toe with some of these other teams as well.
Well, exactly, right? And it talks about like just kind of the regions and the different amount of teams and players they're going to, practice against and everything. So that's where for these guys as an NA team, it's going to be pretty limited for them. So that's where it is way harder. And like they can do a bunch of dry runs, they can watch a bunch of the games and demos and things like that, but you kind of need the reps, right? You need to get that experience in there. But that's the thing, like it has been impressive to say the least. Like I know they don't have a lot of wins under their belt, but I mean, they took Anubis to a 13-11 loss. They've had close games last time, I would say, or a close game, I should say, like a 10-6 against 3BL. Not bad considering you are playing the #1 team. It's just things like that where Swamp do have themselves, they can get some respectful rounds. It's not like it's just blowout after blowout. It's just more that they can't really seem to get the splits. I felt like the NA server might have been an advantage for them. Didn't really pan out to be fully an advantage, but I think, again, that's where we talked about the caliber of practice and them just kind of getting used to this competition. That's where they're at a huge deficit.
Yeah, I think this one is going to be a chance to at least prove themselves towards the end of the season. They do have a pretty rough schedule to close out these final 2 weeks, but at the same time, they could be the team that, even if they can't make the playoffs, maybe disrupts what that playoff picture might look like, because if you do take even a map off against a team like 3BL, you open up that opportunity for someone like LCK to maybe take that #1 spot. So for 3BL, this is just kind of them having to show that they have that grit to remain completely uncontested and not pick up a loss to close out their season, because the longer you go without that loss, the harder it's going to hit when it finally comes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, that's where we're saying they're the team to beat. And when you take that loss, it's how well do you react to it? Do you kind of implode and it just becomes self-destructive? Or does it kind of just you brush it off? But I mean, this isn't really the case for these guys. Like they've been undefeated for the previous season and this season, so they're in a massive streak, and that's already itself a big statement. So I mean, that's the thing. They can't let the foot off the gas on this, even though they know that probably on paper, they probably know that they're going to probably beat Swamp, but they have to make sure they come in with their game plan and play the way they normally do, just because if they, you know, slip something up, Swamp will take full advantage of it. And they are a team that can compete. And that's where we talked about all these teams are pretty equal in some degree. LCK and 3BL, probably a little bit more of that top tier talent, like we said, but they're still beatable. That's the biggest thing. But I think 3BL are a team that have proven they're pretty disciplined and they have a very good system going into this. So I don't expect them to be overzealous or overconfident in this one.
Yeah, 3BL, this is definitely theirs to take away. Swamp Gaming, as we hop into it, a lot to prove, but we'll see if they've got something in store for us to maybe change things up. And there's a change on the roster actually as well to kick it off for Swamp Gaming, so maybe there is something special in store after all. We're going to see AJ coming in as the second sub for Swamp Gaming on this season, after previously they had used both Excavate and Mina earlier on in the season. So you know what, maybe there's something special in store after all, Laz.
Yeah, maybe kind of doing the roster swap, so he's kind of, you know, scratches ahead a little bit. Brando doing some good spam damage. Famous again, he's the only one to find the kill so far. 3BL putting themselves already on the 4-on-3. We'll be able to find another one as Kai's tries, you know, getting something through window, can't be able to get it done. Now it just looks like Swamp Gaming running out of options here. They are going to play together the buddy system and a really good post plant right now from 3BL. A bit more aggressive than normal, obviously. They're not just kind of posted up and turtle in the site. They're actually putting a little bit more pressure on this AJ. Will he be able to find something? And his sights are a little bit blurry on this one, but he's got some players to go against, and Horus will be able to get the job done. And 3BL, a convincing opening round here to start things off.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially, I don't know if this is his first match, but if it is your first match, it's a tough one to be in if you're AJ in those shoes, trying to actually take the role of the as well over Kai's, which I find quite interesting too. Maybe that's just where his comfort lies in a matchup like this, and they're trying to give him that extra comfort. But to me, it's definitely kind of a miss to not see Kai's with an in hand.
No, I definitely agree. I was kind of wondering about that too, and I was going to ask you, like, if there was something I didn't know, but because Kai's is one of those guys where he seems really good on the so it's a pretty big deal for him not to have it equipped. But like you said, maybe AJ's just like, look, this is the best thing I can use. Let me try it. If it doesn't work, you can switch it up. But I feel like when you're playing a team like this, you would almost want your best players to use what they want to use to be able to thrive. But again, maybe something happened in the conversation that we don't know. But either way, I'm excited to see what they can do. Maybe AJ will prove that he's a pretty worthy sniper.
We'll see. It's definitely a tough ask with Snare on the other side of it. But at this point, it is going to be 3BL putting that pressure onto the A-bomb site, leaving Totson alone, lurking his way into the midsection. And the rest of Swamp Gaming are pretty aware of this, though. They've got 3 stacked on the bomb site. Kai's looking to try and lock it down, but Kai's is going to miss that spray down. Brando able to follow it up with a kill onto Totson, taking down the lurk, but it's still going to be a tough retake in store. Snake able to get the bomb planted. AJ trying to sneak over the top and find something to work with here. Just barely misses the connection onto Snake, but Snare right there for the follow-up. Gets it done, and Horus with the 1-2 punch puts Famous all alone in the 1-on-4. Horus is going to spot him, though, on the edge of the smoke here. Yes, he will. Horus gets the quick reaction shot, and it's a nice 2-0 to start it off.
Yeah, and it's a bit more convincing, right? I mean, this is where 3BL, like we were saying, look, they just have to play their normal game, really, and this should be like a day at the office, you know, punch in, punch out, maybe, but a little bit more for Swamp. I mean, let's not forget, I mean, Swamp in the early portion of this season, they had a really cool setup that they did on this map in mid, on their GR side, where they had a really cool stack on the mid box, but also in window. So there were some really cool little gimmicks that they had. And I believe that was actually against Anubis, if I'm not mistaken. Then that was quite some time ago, but I remember being, you know, pretty impressed with this. And we'll have to see if they have any, like, again, some random gimmicks or something they want to try against a team like 3BL. It's kind of worth it now to see, but Even Josh is going to push through on B main. I feel like Swamp Gaming, they have this like little bit of an inkling they want to kind of aggress in mid, but now I think they realize like it might be a little too late. Josh spots Totson just on the knee. Might be able to get the bomb dropped, but not going to matter. It's going to get traded out. And 3BL, they got an opening wide open for the B site.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it is going to be Swamp Gaming looking for that advantage. Kai's able to at least carve a path back into the round with that first kill. The problem here, though, retaking the B-bomb site against 3BL with a man disadvantage and an in hand. Very, very tough to do. They do have a flash to maybe get through this entrance with, but it looks like they're just going to try and sneak through on the back end of it. It is going to be Brando eventually throwing that flash. Kais tries to jump through it, but it's just not going to work out. 3-0 for 3BL, and things continuing to lean in their direction, and it's kind of the name of the game here. I feel like for Swamp, they're trying to play a little bit too spread out. They're getting caught off guard individually quite often so far in this one, but it is a bit of a change up here in round 4. They're going to go ahead and group up for a split push on the mid.
Yeah, I like this attempt from Brando as well. Like, he tried to be a little bit cheeky around the mid box here. He was trying to see if he can catch him off guard, but really good teamwork from 3BL just to remove that threat pretty quickly. And even now for Swamp, I agree with you. I think they're playing a little bit too spread out. They were trying to go for these like one-on-one fights. It's like you're never going to get gifted that against a team like 3BL. So I think there was a little bit of a different effort on this. Like Brando went by himself in mid, but then you also had a double stack that was through, I believe that was also Josh and Famous through B main, but now they're going to just kind of switch up the composition again. And even again for Swamp, I mean, they're down in the man. I would like to see them try to aggress on something like a bit of a two-man push on this, but even Kai's a little bit too quick on the draw. Snare just takes him out easily, finds the one-on-one engagement. Famous just below on this, but again, he has no trade, so if he gets taken out, like, that's it. There's nothing to support him on this, and I think now finally we're seeing Josh maybe assist him a little bit, but the timing might be terrible, and there it is. Famous gets spot easily. Josh, he only gets one kill, leaving it down to AJ, and yeah, it's just going to be 3BL. They just clean house again.
Yeah, it's just a tough one. It's not often we see a game that feels like a bit of a mismatch in this league, but this unfortunately feels like one of those times. I mean, Swamp Gaming, it's just, you've got a new player in the mix, you're doing it against 3BL on a map where historically they're already not super strong on, but 3BL just kind of banning their way into maps they feel really good about. So when they've got a wide map pool, it just makes it so hard for Swamp Gaming to kind of make an adjustment coming into a match like this and expect to go too deep. AJ, though, had a chance there to maybe sneak up on the Snare. He does eventually get that kill, a nice pick and fall back from him, but at the same time, it is quickly traded down, and now the advantage is going to be lost. But I do like the change up here. AJ on the AK, Kai's back on the
Yeah, this is way better. I'm glad that they're finally doing that. So I mean, and again, I agree. Like, I think there's a lot against Swamp Gaming in this. Like, just having the substitutions is, for any team, it's going to be a big deal. But obviously, for a team like this, where they're still trying to figure themselves out and getting in the winning category at all, it doesn't make it any better, right? And like you said, playing against 3BL is even just more of a problematic situation for these guys. But we'll see if they have something different. Kai's is ready to go. He has the sniper in his hands. 4 shots available in the chamber. I was thinking maybe you might be able to find something. Forrest just toying with him though. And instead, actually, they're going to do a bit of a fake on this one. The lurk from one of the players pushed already through A main, already making themselves some good real estate on this. 3BL looks like they might just try to go for the 3-1 split on this. And this might be, again, a good situation for them just because they have the number advantage. Famous by himself once more. He does find the head of one. Does get himself a secondary kill here too. He's looking for a little bit more, but Snake, he's going to rattle a little bit and take down a head here too.
Yeah, really good entries there from Famous. The problem is somebody else has still got to step up in this round. Brando and Kai's taken down to the 2-on-2 from a 2-on-4, and Slayer able to get one more before going down. Snake going to narrow it into the 1v1, but somehow struggling to get this final shot to go his way. Finally gets the connections there. A little bit dicey, but it's not going to matter because they're still uncontested on rounds.
Yeah, that was one of the closest rounds we've had in this whole game. I mean, that was a one-on-one situation, and yeah, Snake looked like he was struggling a little bit to get that last shot, but I mean, that was a big opportunity for Brando. Kai's pushes through mid once again. They tried this with Brando before, but now it's going to be a different player to go for this. No trades once again, so it's just a little bit of a one-man push, and it's going to be costly. And look at 3BL, they changed the tune a little bit. They fine-tune everything, and now look at, they got themselves into the site. Shots being a little bit missing all over, but it's a little sloppy, a little greasy. But now we're talking about a 5-on-2 retake, and yeah, I'm not much of a betting man, Kyle, but I don't like these odds. I don't like what we got here right now for Swamp.
Yeah, not looking great, especially with Slayer on the flank, and they've got no idea. But Brando, he does get an aid kill onto Horus, so at least a chance to get things started, but not much of an opportunity considering the time on the clock is going to allow 3BL to just push in and take the round 6-0. And Swamp Gaming is still yet to find their first, but honestly, I'm just surprised that they allowed Compound to go through. I thought surely this is not a map we would see in this head-to-head, but see how it pans out. Famous at least able to find one in this one. The problem here going to be Slayer above and 3 down below him, all extremely low on HP. But Brando, the timing actually picture perfect there to save his teammates and grab the advantage.
Yeah, that's really good. And this is what I wanted to see, right? I mean, it was just looking like, you know, a little bit of a Braveheart moment. They're just one player was just pushing by themselves, just trying to go against a beast, a monstrosity of, you know, 3BL. But now this round, we get to see a little bit of, you know, better teamwork, and everybody's like, okay, let's do a 2-man push in mid. Brando, you're going to push to the A main and try to help us out. And look at where we're at right now. I mean, they have the man advantage right now. It's a 4-on-3. HP's low for all 4 players. Josh able to get the assist here with Brando to get this done. And now we're talking about a round that potentially could be on the board here for Swamp. Unless Snake can do something big. He's got the rifle, full HP, does have the bomb. And it's a moment here, he might be able to slip himself into this. He might slither himself into this B site. Look at the rotates already happening from Josh. He's already given up a little bit of real estate. Snake's been able to clear a ton of information. He's been able to investigate. He has to find this kill against Josh. So this is going to be everything, but Josh will put the bullet to the cranium, and there we go. Swamp Gaming, they're right back in it with a round.
Yeah, honestly, really good positioning choices in that one, especially from Brando, who, honestly, I'd say he's probably the most improved player on this team throughout the season. He's really impressed me quite a bit in just his individual play style. So if they can keep this up, maybe there's a chance they can sneak away with another couple rounds in the half, but it's still going to be a tough one each and every round up against this 3BL team, especially after now losing one. I'm sure they're ready to pounce back twice as hard, but it is 3BL playing very, very forward in this mid-control play to kick it off. This time, though, Swamp Gaming not going to be pressuring too aggressively.
Yeah, a little bit more passive in this one, and actually Kai's a beautiful shot, takes down Snare. And I think that was through the B main door, so actually that was a really great shot. He was expecting that. Now Brando's able to find himself something here too, so they haven't even taken any damage, and they've actually been able to find some 2 big players to remove from this round alone. And now the nades gonna get thrown from Snake. A deep smoke that should be thrown in front of B connector. That's just gonna block things off. But the question is, where do they want to go with this?
Yeah, it's a tough call here, especially with Famous lurking behind the smoke, already able to find one, make it a double kill, hitting those headshots. Dotson left alone 1 versus 5, and Famous able to pick himself up a nice triple kill on the round. Swamp Gaming finding 2 in a row here, and you know what? A third definitely gives me hope that this one's not over just yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is really starting to look a little bit better. I mean, it was looking a little dire, I'm not gonna lie. It was like a 6-0 1 point. Now Swamp and they finding themselves 2 rounds that are, I think, pretty convincing to find themselves in. This is where now maybe they're shaking off a little bit of that nerves or that frustration or something that happened in the beginning, and now they're starting to look a little bit better. Like we said, they've been able to go 1-on-1 splits with quite a few of the teams in the league, so that's where we were saying, like, look, this is a team that can compete. It's just like they don't really find themselves in a lot of win categories, unfortunately. And I mean, in this situation, you are playing the best team in the league, and 3BL, I mean, now they're going, okay, look, these guys can fight back. You know, they're not asleep at the wheel, and now they have to be a little bit extra careful. But at least they have themselves a good lead going into the second half. Final round to determine. Snare will be able to find that opening pick. Flash to block off Kai, so he can't really activate the arm yet. Horus almost loses his life, but he should be able to survive this. And now Swamp, they're going to be on the retake once again.
Yeah, it's an interesting call running a double setup only on the A bomb side. It definitely punished Swamp a little bit more than it maybe should have. And now Snake, able to find Famous through the smoke as well, makes this retake next to impossible now as he's going to be left alone and taken down. It's a 7-2 half to close this one out, but at least I would say in the last 3 rounds, Swamp has made it feel like they've gone from a team that didn't really seem like they could win to actually having some pretty decent win potential in the mix.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the other thing too. We talked a lot about it. It might be a broken record, but the fact that, you know, they do have some subs in here and this isn't like the normal 5 that we saw before. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely showing that they still can shoot back. They can definitely do some things. This round, probably not the greatest round for them because they just kind of ran into a little bit of utility to stunt them a bit. Swamp now on a difficult side here for the BL. Will they be able to find something? They do get the opener against someone like Slayer, so that's a nice little bit of a kickstart for them. Trade's coming back, and Horus, look at who other than him, drops the bomb. And look at the positioning here for the last 2 remaining players. They're in the site, but they don't have much to work with here. They have to fight back for the bomb. Still in the outskirts of B main. AJ just waiting things out. I think they're just kind of letting it happen. They're like, you know what, let's just go for the fight here. Let's just see what we can do. And instead, it's going to be 3BL that scraped by the round again.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. It looked like they had a good idea at the start of the round, but shot for shot, 3BL, not an easy team to work your way through, especially when you've got both Horus and Slayer putting a lot of attention onto mid in that previous round. And in this one already, you've got a lot of utility being thrown as well to stall that push. So for Swamp Gaming, it's just going to be a matter of trying to isolate these players into tradable positions, because if you take a 1v1 with no trade setup against 3BL, probably not going to go your way unless maybe you're Famous in that situation. You can win some of those aim duels, but a lot of the name of the game here is going to be setting up some clean trades on the execution. They're going to be targeting Snare, though, in this round towards the B tunnels. They know he likes to play in this position. You can see Famous and Kai's kind of holding for that window peak, but the smoke screen is going to stall out nicely, and he's going to be able to fall off for that extra support. I do like this bait and switch. He made it known he had the arm in his hands, but then quickly rotates another player into the forward position, so now Slayer can hold it off.
Yeah, this is a really good little setup. I like this too. I'm glad you brought that up. Definitely agree. And now for Swamp, I mean, a little bit of utility getting thrown from Famous, so he's just kind of throwing that A door or A connector smoke. Now they're going to go for a 4-1 split, leaving AJ with the arm once again in tower. They're going to be fighting against Horus. And the timing, he doesn't get taken out yet. He's actually able to almost have 1.5 kills there. So Swamp Gaming getting through these mucky waters right now, back to the 4-on-3. But the bomb's still not down. Snare comes from the back. He's able to get down AJ. Now, equal footing once again. 40 seconds remain. What is going to be the plan? I mean, they could fall back if they want. Wouldn't be the best thing, just considering the time is not great here. They're kind of waiting it out just a little bit longer. Now they're just going to swing for this. Brando will be able to find something and makes himself a secondary here too. So now, what was an equalized situation is now Snare by himself on the 1-on-2 for a clutch to put this thing onto match point. He's going to creep himself through this slowly and surely. Spots the one player of Josh just on the outskirts of long. Does he expect this player close on by? Oh my dear goodness, he's able to find this one. Make it a second, and there it is. And that's going to be cleaned up nicely once again from Snare.
Yeah, honestly, not the retake I was expecting, but at the same time, not the start either. I think Swamp Gaming actually had the better advantage the majority of that round. It was just Snare with the individual prowess to get them across the finish line and find themselves the win here. And now Kai's, he's actually going to find that kill completely blinded. So a nice opening kill onto Snare. AJ as well, able to take down Totson, so not a bad start here for Swamp Gaming in this one, getting Snare and Totson out of the picture early. Now they can group up for the execution, but they still have to be ready for those individual anchors here, because Slayer, he is not an easy player to take down fast.
No, Slayer is just going to lock things up. There's a double, making it through, and now just leaving it just to one lonely player, Famous. It's a name for the reason. We'll see if he has a famous play in store. And this is to keep them alive, and it will just not meant to be, and it's going to be a 10-2, and 3BL looking pretty calm and composed in this one. A little bit of smiles, a little bit of smirks, and yeah, they're feeling pretty good about that one. It was a little bit interesting for a couple rounds there, but I think they knew that it was a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a tough one, and I'm sure Swamp knew it coming into this one. It's not a match you go in expecting to, you know, have a blowout victory against 3BL. I think there was definitely some signs in the second half of that match, at least, that they could be a little bit more competitive going into map 2 if they can keep their composure and continue to kind of elevate what they can do individually, because there was some good shining moments from several players on the Swamp Gaming lineup. It's just when you have a full powerhouse lineup on the other side with a lot of extra experience playing together that you're up against, that it's going to be an extremely difficult one to think you're going to win in this situation. So for map number 2, I am hopeful it'll be a little bit closer, but for Swamp Gaming, I think for them this whole season just feels like a learning process, and I'm hoping they're finding small ways to improve throughout here.
No, definitely. And I mean, I think the one thing, whether this is going to make a big difference or not, but I think they were on one of the EU servers essentially, so I think the second game will be on an NA server, so that does kind of raise a little bit more of a question. How much can Swamp Gaming be able to find themselves some bigger rounds? It seems like when they play in the NA servers, it does seem a little bit better for them. Like, that's where the score lines or some of those map wins have occurred, right? Because it's just such a big advantage for them too. But obviously the other side of the coin is they have to play in those EU servers, and that's never an easy thing to do. But you can see the stats, and pretty dominated stats here. I think actually Snake has now been able to go by 0.33 more than what we saw from Zane earlier on today, and Snare and Snake have been, you know, put themselves in huge numbers, and just the KD alone is just, it's just unreal.
Yeah, honestly, just a lights out performance across the board. Snake going to be the MVP though for map number 1. No surprise there with that 4.3 KD, headshot percentage looking good as well. And honestly, just across the board, his impact throughout the whole season has been impressive, because this is one of the players that actually wasn't playing for this lineup consistently. He had to sit out for a little bit. He had that military service stint where he was gone for, I think, 4 seasons. So it's been great to see him bounce back here.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, while we're talking about bouncing back, we're going to take this last break here for the day, as we're going to go into the final map to see if Swamp Gaming have something in store here in the NA server. But grab whatever you need, because we're going to see what's going to happen for one more map, and we'll see you in a couple minutes.
All right, we are back. Final map of the week here. Or, sorry, just the day, not the weekend yet. But it is going to be potentially another quick one if 3BL is able to keep cooking like they have been today, because they are just in this one and ready to bring the steamroller to life, it seems. But for Swamp Gaming, it's also been, as we've mentioned, kind of a story of growing pains throughout the season, with the roster changing here and there. But Famous, he's ready to come back with a vengeance in map 2, it seems. A nice double kill to open it up. Brando struggling a little bit in that mid exchange. Kai's able to find one before going down as well. Evens things up to the 2-on-2, but Famous is already taken down to about half HP, so slightly in favor of the 3BL side of things. But with Josh and Famous on the case, maybe there's a chance they could win this opening round after all. But honestly, an impressive start to the round here from Swamp. I wasn't expecting them to be that aggressive in the opening round.
They just want to flex a little bit being on that NA server. They're definitely thinking, look, now we can aim a little bit better. So now we're going to see what we can do with this. And I like it. I like the, being a little bit more aggressive on this. And, I always talk about setting a tone in the game. And I think this is a good thing for them. Like, they don't want to be scared in front of playing like 3BL and giving them too much respect. Like, they know this is a top contender and a top, team. But the fact they're kind of getting in their face and showing no mercy is not a bad thing here too. And I mean, a 2-2 and Snake's just been able to clear things up, just making sure nobody's lurking anywhere. The post spot's going to be really, really interesting. It's a nice little bit of an angle where Slayer should be able to find that through the crack of the window. Josh now by himself, and this is a bit of a problematic one. And now Famous, low HP, halfway done. And look at Slayer. He knows exactly where he is, but oh, Famous. Okay, he's going to be able to out-duel him. So now with 43 HP, it's a question about what can Famous do. He's got 17 seconds remaining. He does have the smoke and the flash if he needs to. He might be able to just, even go for a little bit of a cheeky quick defuse, a bit of a fake on it. But now the time is just way too low, and Snake will get the job done, and right down to the 1v1 we go, but 3BL will find that first.
Yeah, honestly, a really strong start and a good effort from Famous in the round to find the 3 kills that he did, but unfortunately, just not enough to seal the deal. And this is where 3BL is going to be so tough to deal with, because you essentially need 5 Famouses to deal with a roster like 3BL in this situation, because they've got insane shots on the other side as well. But Famous isn't done just yet. Pushes up A long, finds himself a nice kill onto Slayer, and that's a good opening pick to sit with here for Swamp Gaming. And this is where I definitely give them at least a stronger chance now on the server swap, just because when you look at Famous and Brando, the shots they've been hitting today, if you're looking at the opposing server, they were already pretty good. You put them on a server advantage here, and it could start to give them even more fragging potential.
No, definitely, and that's the biggest thing, right? So that's where we notice a lot of the Swamp Gaming, score lines are different, or they find those wins is when they're playing on the NA server. So, and rightfully so. I mean, they're feeling pretty good. Their aim's going to be a little bit more crisp on this one, but that's obviously the other side of the coin for this or other teams when they play on their server. So that's where Swamp, I think, them just kind of getting a little bit more aggressive, less distractions, and them just kind of going for these fights is not a bad thing. AJ doesn't have the arm in his hand this time. It is the rifle, but can he be able to survive? And him and Brando, actually, yes, they will. AJ trying to see if he can find himself maybe a triple kill, but Brando will help him out, and the two of them combined, they get the job done and Swamp their right back into a tie game.
Yeah, honestly, this was a really clean round coming out from Swamp Gaming. The early pick setup was there, the trades were there and ready to go as well, and they just executed it pretty perfectly in that round. So a really solid response in round number 2, but they still have a lot left to prove in this one if they indeed want to find a map out of this series. And this is where 3BL is going to go ahead and change things up themselves, going for the 4 shift walking up a long play. There's nobody looking at them as well, nobody prepared for that. And 3BL takes full advantage, taking down Kai's with his back turn. Brando, though, from underneath, able to get a nice little fadeaway kill there, but look at the HP on Famous and Brando. It's still not a great look.
Yeah, it's not a great look at all. Yeah, like a combination of maybe like 5 HP? Like, it's not even good at all, but not to say nothing can happen. We saw that before. It was Dipsy that was the one player that, would have 1 or 2 HP and he'd still be able to find a kill or two. So, I mean, this is neck and neck, very close, but now the spray's going to come through. Slayer not able to find this, and Josh does find himself at least a little bit of something, but now it's all down to him. And he's going to have to do something big. A double kill for him, and there's Famous as well. And then that's what I was talking about, the low HP. Not going to matter. Time for the defuse, and Swamp, they got a lead.
That's, yeah, I don't know how you lose that if you're 3BL. Famous got 2 kills with 1 HP. It just shouldn't happen there, but you know what? Swamp, they'll take it here. It's a nice early lead for themselves, starting to build up a little bit of momentum, and this just goes to show you that this team definitely has what it takes to be competitive here. They're doing great so far on this second map of the series, and they're going to find the opening pick here as well. Horus goes down. Kai is able to find one quick scope before going down. Famous out of the window, almost able to snag a double kill. Unfortunately, only a little bit of a shot there onto Totson before going down. AJ going to be stuck in the A window while the rotation comes through. Josh and Brando trying to group up for this push, but the bomb still hasn't been planted just yet. You're actually going to see Snake and Totson back off for a full reset to try and go all the way back to mid.
Yeah, I like this though too. This is a nice play from 3BL. Just kind of, again, just reset a little bit, just pull back. Things are this is where we talked about, this is where Swamp, you know, they could pull the surprise, and right now, look, it's a 2-1. We know it's early on, lots of game left obviously, but this is where they have to be extra cautious, and they can't just, like, you know, willy-nilly make any decisions. They really got to be, you know, very, very careful in what they want to do. And now with the long rotate, look at how fast Swamp Gaming have read this. All 3 players too, not even just 1 or 2, everybody went there. So they're vacating this site, but now 3BL, they get a bit of an inkling, and they said, you know what, I think they went for a full rotate. Let's go all the way back. Let's just try this again and have some maneuvers like MacGyver and just get themselves in this. And AJ is the only close player here for the rotate. He should be able to have the noise cue as soon as the plant is going to be commenced, but it's a question what he wants to go for. Snake just underneath the window. 30 seconds remain. The rotates haven't come through yet, and now we're finally starting to see it, but C4 going to go down, and time is ticking, and AJ's dead.
Unfortunate timing there, but still 2v2 for the retake, equal numbers, but they definitely have to be careful here. Josh and Brando to be both going up the catwalk. The flash comes through. Brando sneaks out, gets the one tap onto Snake. Now Totson left alone under the window. Brando picks up the double, and Swamp Gaming get themselves a 3-1 lead here so far on Black Widow. And I may have doubted the map selection, but it's proving to be quite valuable on this second map so far.
Well, and rightfully so. I mean, like, again, let's not forget, like, when Swamp were on a map like this, I mean, they played, like, teams like Anubis, and they lost 10-3. Like, they weren't able to get anything started. So, and again, like, you're playing a very different beast right now. So Swamp, I mean, they're starting to feel a lot better about this. Look at how confident they are. Like, even Brando's just going for big swings right now. So this is where we talked about, you know, when these guys play on the NA server, that, you know, their confidence in their gameplay just skyrockets way better. Famous able to find himself another one as well. There he is again, making it a triple kill. Famous now just locking it all down. Totson by himself on the 1-on-4, does take down Famous. What's the cost of his HP? He's down to 23. And Swamp Gaming will keep going with the lead here. And this is what we were talking about, Kyle. And I think I used the phrase, like, don't let your foot off the gas. Maybe it is.
Yeah, could be a little bit of an overzealous approach from 3BL, thinking the job was done after map 1, but Swamp Gaming proving that it's certainly not over until they get that final round on the board. This time it's Kai's, a huge double kill on the A bomb site, almost with a triple, gets the follow-up, almost a quad out of it. Famous right there to help clean things up and narrow it down to a 2-on-1. Now it's going to be up to Snare to try and pull off this clutch. We've seen him do it a couple times already on the day, but this is a pretty crucial round here. If Swamp Gaming is able to hold on to this, it'll guarantee them, at the very least, winning this first half, which would be quite the way to seal the deal on a strong performance. But Josh, what is that jump? No fear, but sneaks right past Snare. Snare good for one, but not for the double. Josh able to get it done, and Swamp Gaming have found themselves a 5-1 lead, and 3BL knows even against Swamp Gaming, it's time for a pause.
Yeah, oh man, and I just, what the heck was that jump from, was that Josh? Yeah, that was Josh. Like that boot, like it looked like he boosted from the box into window, but man, oh man, like this is exactly what we were talking about in the pre-show before this game. We said, look, 3BL, they are a very disciplined team. They're coming in, you know, ready to go. They're going to play whoever any time of the day. However, I think there's always this piece of these teams that kind of forget, like Swamp Gaming, despite their record, despite their placement in the season, it is still a scary note here when you're on those NA servers. And I know I keep saying it, and I know I'm a broken record, but it's really, really important because anybody should agree that when we see Swamp Gaming in those NA servers, they play lights out. They play so much better than when they do other servers. So I think 3BL now, just like you said, they got to cool things down. They're down 5-1 against this team. They're on a team that, you know, they're trying to keep their undefeated streak alive. And, you know, a situation like this, it's definitely not an easy pill to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, for 3BL, this could be the difference if they give up this map into not getting that #1 seed at the end of the season. I know LCK is watching right now, hoping that Swamp Gaming pulls this off, because this opens up that opportunity for someone to swoop in and take that #1 spot away from 3BL, and they know they're next in line to make that happen if the opportunity arises. So for 3BL, there's a lot on the line here. Even though it's a matchup that might not have strong implications for Swamp Gaming, it definitely could shake things up at the very top.
Yeah, and I love this though too, because again, like we know there's like a lot of veteran players on this team from Swamp Gaming, and you know, I love that we get to see like people like Brando playing really well, and Famous now starting to play really, really well. Kai's is now getting himself activated with the OM. Like that's what I was waiting for, right? I mean, that's where I think even Seven, you know, from GV was saying like, yeah, these are some of the best players. Like these guys are a very good contending team. And I think he knows they're obviously at a huge disadvantage, you know, the way where they're situated and everything, being the only NA team. But that's what we're starting to see here, right? I mean, these guys were really just throwing a bunch of knockout punches on this, and we'll have to see if, you know, they can keep it going, because this is a big scoreline. They secured the half. And even Snare, okay, will be able to take down Famous. So that's a big threat removed, and that's a really good pickup right now for 3BL fans. A little bit of sigh of relief.
Yeah, a great way to start after the pause, but they still need to get that momentum rolling a little bit stronger, because a 5-1 is not a good position to be in at all here, especially on what is a BL-sided map for most teams. So they've already guaranteed they're not winning the BL side, so they have to have a really strong close to this half either way and come in very strong in the second half. Otherwise, this could be Swamp Gaming taking the final map of the day. But if you're Swamp Gaming as well, you can't afford to overthink it either coming out of that pause. You got to keep doing what was working up until this point and not allow yourselves to slip into some of the mistakes we saw in map #1. I do like the double OM setup, though, on this map. I think it's working pretty well for them the majority of the time. AJ definitely proving himself for what should be a pretty nerve-wracking first match for himself.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think we were talking about that. We're like, look, this is probably the worst team to go against when you're subbing in. Flash is getting thrown from Josh. Look at Josh just cleaning it up. Two heads cracked. Now, finally, a little bit of response here from 3BL. Yes, they have the man advantage. Will they be able to contain it? I don't know. Kai's playing a little bit of cat and mouse here in mid. Now he'll slip away, leaving it with AJ close on by, or a member right below him in this little bit of a cubby. 26 seconds remain now for the timer of the bomb. It's a question if these guys can find the right timing. Horse spamming away, and there we go. 3BL will take this tactical. They will be able to find their first round back in quite some time. And I think you said it best here, Kyle. I think we just need to see Swamp Gaming not really make a big change right now, because what they were doing before was working, and hopefully they don't overthink it. And right now, they're going to go for a double player stack and long, and it's going to be Kai's who other that's going to be able to find the first engagement. But look at how fast we're already seeing a little bit of retaliation, and these duels, they pan out for 3BL.
Yeah, 3BL doing a great job of immediately biting back on those two players, knowing it could be a double OM setup again and not allowing them to fall back onto the A bomb site after losing that opening duel. But look at the rest of Swamp Gaming. They've taken full control over mid already. Famous is pushed up very close by to the spawn. But Snake, is he ready for this angle? I think he is. But Snare, doesn't matter. Clears out the bomb site towards A all by himself. Famous, even on the lurk, isn't going to stand a chance. And now Josh is going to have to win a 1v4 if he wants to steal this one back. But 3BL coming out of the pause, you can tell they're ready to crank things up.
Yeah, this is really nice because again, like we and I always say like about the benefits of the TAC timeouts and how much of a difference they can make for a lot of these teams. And 3BL is definitely one of those teams. Like, this is a championship team, the #1 team. They've proven to be the top contender, and the fact that we see them looking very different after the TAC is so important, because if they didn't, then that would make me a bit more worried. But look at how much better they're taking these fights. Look at how much easier they are. They look a lot more composed than what they were doing before. So this is a really, really good note. So I'm really impressed with the IGL over here on 3BL, and probably the coach, I'm assuming, just having a bit of a conversation. And it's seeming like it was just the sweet whispers in their ears they needed to hear. And we're talking about a 5-1 that's turned into a 5-3.
Yeah, right now, it's looking like it could be a 5-4 half if 3BL can close this one out. But Josh and Brando, they lock it down completely in the box room. 3 kills between the two of them. Snake as well, only getting out with 11 HP. And AJ, perfect timing on the flank. Able to get this half taken care of. Swamp Gaming, it's still a 6-3 half, all said and done. A very good position to be in now going into the BL side.
Yeah, and you can see it here, Swamp Gaming on the screen, and everybody's just a little bit of chatter happening, and not too much excitement, not looking too down. I think for these guys, like, they were still able to get the first half, which is a really good note for them. With the 6-3 is a pretty decent scoreline, obviously against the #1 team. So we are definitely seeing these guys firing on very different cylinders right now. Whereas I think for 3BL, switching things over, being on the GR side, this is going to be really, really interesting, because I don't know if you disagree, Kyle. I don't think they're like the best GR sided team in the league. However, I do think they are a very strong GR sided team. And I mean, we'll have to see if they can do it against Swamp.
It's definitely possible. 3BL, I think, is still in a position to win this one in a pretty confident manner in the second half, unless we do see a bit of difference in the BL approach from Swamp, because from what we saw in map #1, the BL did not look very good from Swamp at all, and they didn't seem to play very well together as a unit. But this time they are grouping up a little bit more so already here in this first round, putting that 4-player stack towards the B side of the map. But this is where 3BL is going to have some good advantage in this round. Look at how far forward they've pushed for map control already. You've got Horus pushed all the way up the catwalk. You've got Totson controlling the B connector. And it almost forces them to have to make an uncomfortable move now for Swamp.
Yeah, I really love this aggression. I really do too. This is really good, because I feel like 3BL, they're not like a team that typically is this aggressive on their defensive side. I feel like they're a lot more conservative. They just kind of play back. They play the standard, maybe little pokes here and there, but not something like this where you have someone just pushed all the way deep in mid like this, holding a very aggressive angle with the the likely of Totson just playing on the side here as well. And Swamp, I mean, the biggest thing is like them being on the blacklist side. Like you said, it's not their strongest side, but with them with the ping advantage and feeling a bit better on the shots, this is going to be a big test for them. Horus, they might not even clear them, and they actually do. Man, a little bit of a 180 turn, and Kai's will be able to count his lucky stars. He takes down a big hitter like that. Now 3BL, they've lost 2 players already. Swamp Gaming, they look like they're getting through these mucky waters pretty quickly, Kyle. They're swimming decently.
Yeah, already a 4-on-2 position. Totson and Snare trying to fight their way out of this one, but it's actually AJ on the lurk, catching one. Snare now left in a 1v4, but he's already spotted 3 of the remaining players. Not going to matter. The double swing gets it done in Swamp Gaming. This is a 7-3 lead, staring down the barrel of potentially one of the strongest maps we've seen against 3BL all season long. Not at all what I was expecting here in map 2.
I was never expecting this ever. Like this scoreline, I'm gonna be honest, I was not thinking we were gonna see that. I definitely thought Swamp Gaming were gonna probably make things a bit more interesting, but I never would have counted this to be the case right now. Now, 3BL, we all know historically a team that likes to bounce back. When they're on the boards, they can do pretty well. This is the moment. Do they have enough grit to get themselves out of this? Slayer just kind of poking things out in connector. The smoke's going to block him off. Horse and Slayer now being able to shut things down just a little bit for the time being. These openers are going to pan out nicely for the 3BL side. Swamp Gaming look a little bit stuck right now. They don't know what to do with this. They're still stuck in B main. Still looking like they want to press forward on this. They have to retrieve the bomb. It's not in the best position. A good nade, good utility coming through. Famous going to be able to find the connection. Slayer now taking his position again. And they're going to wait things out. They're still posted up. They retrieved the bomb. And now 3BL thinking maybe there might be a defensive positioning coming through. But I think the jig is up. And Swamp Gaming, they made their presence known here for the last two players. Now they're finally going to escape. But I think it might be a little too late.
Yeah, for this round, it seems pretty close to an unwinnable position to be in, especially now with AJ going down. Brando left alone, 30 HP, and they're going to be on the move to try and find him out, and quickly he will go down. Brando going to fall, and 3BL finally get the response here, but still Swamp Gaming, this is a great spot to be in. Only needing 3 rounds. They've just got to take it 1 round at a time here, and they still have a really good chance of winning this. Kai's, though, just barely missing that pick on the snare, but AJ actually gets aggressive himself and finds a pick up the catwalk. Brando as well on a long, able to take down Snake. Slayer sneaks through the smoke. The punish going to be there, though. Famous right on the reaction to make this yet again a 4-on-2 for Swamp.
Yeah, this is huge. This is a 4-on-2 situation where they could be, you know, in the brink of getting this 8th round. I mean, some aggression coming through from B main of Horus. These guys are split apart. So one of these guys falls down without getting a multitude of kills. Sight's wide open, and the retake's going to be almost next to impossible. Horus, he just goes aggressive. He just tries to put on the hero pants, and he can't get anything done. It's a quick little bit of a turn of events now, leaving it just down to Snare. He's got the yeah, but again, a player's already made it across. That's going to be the bomb. So the rest of these players can just go for the post plant. This is not a good situation for him at all. Swamp Gaming, they just need to make sure they play the numbers in their advantage, and this should be a done and dusted round for them. And Snare just getting caught with 1,000,000 pieces of utility. Brando goes aggressive for the kill, and now Swamp Gaming doubling the score line here, sitting in at 8-4, and the champs having a hard time here on this map of Black Widow.
Yeah, this is looking like a really tough fate potentially for 3BL on the day. Only 1 point if they fall in this second map after a very, very dominant first map in this series, winning it 10-2 on Compound. But now Swamp Gaming looking to have their biggest map win of the season right now against 3BL if they can just find themselves 2 more rounds. But as we've seen throughout the season, once you hit that 8th round, this is when things tend to start slowing down against a team like 3BL. They're very good at handling themselves under the pressure, but I do like Swamp Gaming's approach as well. They don't seem too over eager to try and cross the finish line. They're still taking their time in trying to find these good early round picks.
That's a really, really good point you bring up too, because again, like for teams like this, when you're this close to the finish line, like you get a bit overexcited, those nerves start to kick in, and you make some really, really poor decisions. But right now, it looks like these guys are just staying composed. They're just waiting things out, still figuring out what they want to do. They know this game ain't over yet. And what a pick from AJ. We were questioning him having the we said, like, who is this guy? Why does he have it? And okay, he's out sniping Snare, and now Josh finding himself a double kill. Josh is just having a field day of a game. Now Slayer trying to do everything he can to labored spray down to 46 HP. Now he's looking for these one-on-one engagements. Josh is posted up on the back of the box. He's going to get removed. Slayer now getting fed a little bit. He's starting to evolve, maybe. Can he transform this into a 1-on-4 into his favor? Brando still going for the fight. 30 seconds now remain on the clock. Slayer waiting patiently, toying with the food to see if they will bite on it. And now he's just going to creep on through. I don't think he spotted this player on CAD. This could be a problem. They're right behind him. He turns around, and it's going to be Brando to get the nail to the coffin. And Swamp Gaming, 1 more round needed, and they're going to be able to have a victory against 3BL.
Well, maybe the biggest upset of the season on the way in Swamp Gaming. They are 1 round away from making it happen. Brando gets the opener as well on to Slayer. And they can see the light at the end of the tunnel here. 3BL starting to crack under the pressure in this one, a very uncommon position to find themselves in. But for Swamp Gaming, this has to be their biggest win of the season if they can pull this off. They only need 1 round here in the next 5 rounds to secure it. But if they were to win it now, it would guarantee them the biggest loss 3BL has seen in this season so far. I actually looked real quickly during a quick moment to see what their worst score was. A 10-8 loss is the worst 3BL has had in this season. So a 10-4 would just be insane to see. But 3BL, they're not done just yet. Josh able to find one, but the trade's right there from Totson to narrow this one down to a 3-on-3.
And even Snare now takes down Famous, so giving 3BL a little bit of breathing room here, just in terms of, okay, never mind, there's no breathing room at all. And they get in the other end of the pool, and Brando's there, and he just dunks on him. So no, back to the 2-2. Bomb's still in their control as well. Lots of time remaining with a minute left on the clock. Now both players here from the defensive side of 3BL, they've actually gone for the gamble to sit in this B site, but now Swamp slowly and surely will creep themselves through mid, coming through catwalk. They're going to be able to have a free plant, but you can see 3BL, they're being active, they're looking, they are running, so this is not going to be as quick and easy as Swamp Gaming think it is. These guys are going to be hot on their heels. This is really, really important. AJ has to be able to slow these guys down as much as possible. This post plant is everything. They need to be able to find something, and you can now see 3BL have gone for a 1-on-1 split, so they are hoping this is going to work. This is a moment to keep themselves alive in this game, and Horus is going to go down, leaving it just down to Snare, but no. It's going to be Swamp Gaming that come up with a massive upset. Famous just laughing. He's excited, and the boys, a big smiles to feel good about the victory.
Yeah, that is a massive one to take away. 3BL, you can tell they are not sure what just happened to them. They were not expecting that at all, and it just goes to show what we've been saying all along. Top to bottom, anyone in this league can pull off a win, and even though they're the 8th seed, they take a map off of 3BL and they split the series. And for 3BL, it now puts them in that position of potentially falling out of the number 1 here. LCK are going to be very happy with the result they've just seen unfold. Now they've got that chance to maybe slide into the number 1 spot. But also for Swamp Gaming, you've got to shout out their performance on this map. This is single-handedly the worst map 3BL has had in the entire season. And coming from Swamp Gaming, that is a massive statement to what they've done to improve.
It really is, and that's the thing. Like, I felt like 3BL, like this veto looked really good for them. I was thinking, yeah, you know what, I don't think Swamp Gaming maybe did their homework on this, but clearly they did, and maybe they recognized some mistakes that 3BL have on this map, and they looked very well. Like, it was a well-oiled machine. These guys were a very different caliber than what we saw on the first map, and like you said, I mean, this is a huge scoreline that 3BL have now taken as a loss. So, and it's against Swamp Gaming, so that's where we were saying, this is the top heavy team versus the bottom, and yeah, the upsets are there. And that's right back to our point that we both talked about all day today, is the fact that all these teams can compete. Swamp Gaming is probably at the biggest disadvantage for quite a few reasons, but I mean, this still now just proves that, again, anybody can be beaten. And 3BL, I mean, they're gonna have to figure out what they have to do differently for tomorrow, because this is a huge loss for them, and I know for them, they're not going to be happy at all.
Yeah, if there was ever a time though for 3BL to get rattled at the benefit of everyone around them, it's in the last 3 matchups of the season. Them going into that now off of a loss 10-4 here against Swamp Gaming is going to open up those opportunities for some of those teams in the middle of the pack who are starting to see that potential for themselves to maybe find a win here against 3BL as well in their next matchups. But looking at the stats, honestly, you've got to shout out Brando. I said it before in map number 1. I feel like this guy is probably the most improved player I've seen in this season, especially for this team. And, you had players like Josh and Famous still looking good in this one, but for me, Brando was the standout performer.
No, definitely, and I think like both of them combined were definitely, the playmakers, right? I mean, I think Brando was able to get himself obviously the higher KD ratio, but Josh was right there with him. They played a really good system. and they were able to get, you know, multitude of kills in certain rounds. Like the fact they were picking up doubles, if not more than that, that was the icing on the cake for these guys. And honestly, for 3BL, I mean, I like I said, I feel like all these players can pop off and they're all really good in terms of their firepower, but it was really cool to see like a team like Swamp Gaming having these guys getting a little bit more active and playing a little bit better, because it always kind of felt like it was maybe just Famous and Kai's and the odd time somebody else. But no, I felt like this was a bit more well-rounded, everything considering. And even AJ, like we said, he might not be the top performer in the stats, but he did quite well.
Yeah, honestly, I like AJ in this roster. I feel the cohesion looking stronger with him, and I feel like this team, with how they look today, could get themselves out of the 8th place position with 3 more rounds left to play. If I'm TBI, I'm knowing I need some wins now to be safe in this situation, because this Swamp Gaming has some strong 1-1 potential for anyone in their path.
Yeah, and you can see it from there, like where now 3BL are just barely scraping by. I think it was like 25 points to 24. So for LCK, they are right there. They are neck and neck. Like these guys, it's just any mistake that 3BL makes, that's where I think LCK are definitely going to bank on it. And tomorrow's going to be really, really interesting. There's going to be a lot of really good matchups as well. So this thing ain't over yet. This thing is still wide open.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a crazy day on the way. Only 3 more rounds remain, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for the continuation of the CFWL. And thanks for tuning in.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you. There's Foxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.